actually, technically, it's a few minutes past midday. I'm disgusting. I'm outrageous. I've lied. It's not morning. It's technically good afternoon. Hello. Hopefully, you're all doing well. Hopefully, you enjoyed the games you saw on the weekend. One more weekend to go of EGC action. You know, it's kind of interesting, actually, 'cause I don't know what the hell is happening after EGC. There's nothing clearly planned. So... yeah, I just like thought about that. You know, I was talking a little bit with EGC on it, and I think like their plan is to at least like obviously have the month break because they've been non-stop, which is understandable. So kind of wondering what's going to be happening after next weekend. Next weekend is going to be hype though, guys. This is now officially the Louis fan club. I need to just like I need to get like a little Louis flag tattooed or something. Called it, man. I said that I tweeted literally at the start of the day. I was like, if Louis convincingly beats Wham, he's going all the way to the grand finals. I now stand by that. I'm sorry, M Lord. Right, you're a Chad, got it. But I don't know, man. I'm convinced that this is Louis' time to shine. Unless Marine Lord has gone to like the labs and dissected everything that happened in their group stage series and come out with a grand solution. But yeah, I've got a good feeling about the Chinese kid here. We needed to be the host again for the last games. I mean, I don't know. Could be cool. I mean, the problem is, if you guys want me to be the host, you need to tell everyone in that like channel when EGC's live about the Kickstarter thing, don't you? Because I think that wasn't that in there. Like, if you remember correctly, the 10K margin, they would get a host for every event, right? Yeah, 10,000 euros. Ensuring all S-tier events involve a host. Yeah, so that was their big goal. Hey, sorry for bothering me. Wow, yeah, you seem very sorry for bothering me. Yeah, how about this, buddy? I like real viewers. Little tip to anyone who is thinking of starting streaming and you think about like buying bots and buying viewers, don't. There are smarter ways to cheat the system. It's called making content on other platforms. You do that, you're just burning money. And here's an interesting thing. The goal of content creators is to build a community to then monetize it through sponsorship deals so that you can sustain yourself and have a living. Guess what? When sponsors discover that you're a little botter, you kind of go on a blacklist. And it's not just with them. You know, agencies talk with each other. I wouldn't even be surprised at this point if a few of them have a list they share. So yeah, like my little recommendation, any aspiring content creators, don't do that bot crap. It's actually the quickest way to guarantee you never are able to make a living off of this. But hello, good morning everyone. Hopefully you're doing well. So obviously there are no EGC tournament games to cover. Like they've all been cast now, right? All the ones moving forward will be cast, which means we are going back to pop mashing. We've got a few people in mind today, and we're going to check out Core, we're going to check out Marine Lord, we're going to check out some Crackety. Don Artie's been playing a few again. Top is back playing AoE 4, which is crazy. I thought he was just going to be goner, but he's returned once more. What blacklist are in now? What do you mean? That sense didn't make sense, Leaf. I mean, I don't have the blacklist, but I'm telling you, though, there will definitely be people that make these types of lists. Like, do not work for, whether it's because they're, like, too complicated or if it's because they basically cheat their viewership. Guaranteed. Because it makes sense, right? Like, there's already, I can tell you already, like, there's a bunch of agencies that pull their resources in terms of sharing talent lists for their different campaigns. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's an element, too. No, I wasn't talking about me getting into a list. I'm highlighting people who go ahead and like buy bots and buy views and that kind of crap will end up on lists that will just make them completely untouchable for deals. Because like, think about it this way. Like, if you have 100 fake viewers and I like realize you've got fake viewers, I don't want to pay you for like 100 CCV. Right? And also, it might be you have 100 fake viewers, but you might have 200 organic ones. But because you had that 100 fake, now I'm just like, how do I know any of them are real, right? So it's always like one of those things. It's, I don't know, I always just like to remind people not to buy into the buy bots crap. It's a really, really bad idea. I get the embedding as a thing for some people, but like even that I'd be very careful with on how you embed. There are some embeds that are beneficial. So like, for example, with the Diablo builds thing that like I was involved with before, like our content creators would be embedded on the website. That is what we would call a meaningful embed, because it's a relevant viewer for a Diablo creator. But like most of these embed services that people go and buy, it'll be like, dude, you're like, I don't know, you're a Call of Duty streamer and you're being embedded on a Wikipedia page about sharks. What if the viewers are, yeah, of course the viewers are always just sleeping when they're listening to me. That's why every once in a while I'm like, oh my god, because then everyone wakes up. See, look, a few of you were dozing off, you just shook back awake. You're welcome. But hopefully these two are not going to put us to sleep, because I have got some core gameplay in mind. He's picking the HRE again. I thought he'd evolved into a beautiful butterfly, but my dear little core has gone back to spamming just the HRE again. He seems to not be able to get away from it. So we're going to start off with some HRE gameplay. It's going to be up against Marine Lord, though. What? Oh, I just realized that title is incorrectly typed out. Let me fix that. Got to get OCD on that crap. By the way, big shout out to the Xbox Game Pass. That's why I've got the PC Game Pass partner down there, is they actually sent me a code for Xbox, which is going to be very useful if I decide I want to smorf Kappa. But no, it's quite nice. I might look into checking out a few games that they've added in recently. I did want to get back to checking in on Dune Spice Wars at some point, so we might try to like carve out a stream this month for that. That'd be really cool, because Dune Spice Wars basically released fully a short while ago, and they even released an expansion, so wouldn't mind giving that a ganders. I did say that I want to try to like have a look at other strategy games. Maybe have like a day a week where we can do that. Oh, Don, you've been enjoying the meat grinder? Hell yeah, man. We'll be doing more of those this week as well. I'll definitely be hosting more of those for sure. It's so fun, right? Like, really big shout out to Rasselbock and the work they put in on that. I want to be doing a lot more of that type of content. That's why I said to people, that, like the two people that want to actually be a part of that, tune in regularly. Because the more people are here, the more feasible it is to do those regularly. I get AOM to prep for Retold. Nah, I'm just gonna wait for Retold. We'll see how it goes. You got screwed by deleting one game. Yeah, like it's something. So like little insight, Don. That is something that Rasselbock is working on figuring out as a way to alleviate the delete cheese. But there's already improvements coming. Like they're already working on a way to deal with people just GG surrendering out too early. So yeah, there's going to be more coming to that. Rasselbock has been working his ass off on that, which is great. Don, but we also do you know what else we done, Don? I don't know if you saw it. We done Meat Grinder with an increased speed modifier. So we had a like 1.25 simulation speed with Meat Grinder as well. So we were able to do 10 minutes until first elim, and then 3 minutes every elim, right? Like it was actually wild. It even worked on King of the Hill. Right. Anyway, we should probably get ready to go, shouldn't we? Oh, I just realized we've still got that overlay on, haven't we? There we go. Yeah, I'll definitely be looking to do more of those this week. And I think there was another game mode. There was that bounty one where when people get like a certain amount of units, a certain amount of villages rather, when you kill their villages, you get like 100 gold. So that is definitely something we'll be looking to explore as well. I love the craziness and the absurdity, man. Like, you know, all these subtle overhauls where it's like, yo, unlimited pop or double production or whatever. It's like, eh. I like this very creative, different kind of approaches. The game modes are like so much more hype because in free-for-alls, fundamentally that meat grinder it solves one of the biggest cringe issues, which is like in a free-for-all on sweaty level. Like literally, we even had it with the 1.5 simulation speed where two players just stared each other down for 30 minutes. And it's like, well, this isn't fun. I can't imagine this is fun to play. It's definitely not fun to watch. So yeah, love meat grinder. All right. But I also love me some good old 1v1s. You all ready for this? Oh, he's back at it. That filthy, stinking HRE spammer, Core, has returned home. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We are here for Core versus Marine Lord on Golden Pit. And Core, you know, he started to diversify. He was picking Roost with Sinat before. He was picking all kinds of civs, though. You know, he's willing to actually just random at certain stages. But once again, Core's on the grind. And he's back to just spamming HRE. The last few games he's done of solo have solely been HRE. And it looks like he's ran into Marine Lord, of all people, grinding on the ladders. This is a rare sight, by the way. Not the core element as much these days, as core is returning to his stride in AoE 4. Even having a lot of fun with Beastie in 2v2s at the moment. But Marine Lord, on the other hand, you don't really get a chance to catch him very often. This lad hides well. He mainly just sticks to scrims. You'll more or less catch him doing 1 or 2 games when he does come on, just to warm up before hopping into scrims. So this is probably at the beginning of his grind cycle for the day. Gotta remember, Marine Lord, like this is just before the Elite Classic final weekend, so he definitely needs to get all his practice in. So you'll probably be seeing a few games here or there of Yun Sung Bin in the next few days. Byzantines versus HRE is definitely a very interesting matchup, though, because I feel like it's one that we don't see very often. HRE, for example, are just not very popular right now. They're kind of looking like an underwhelming civ. I don't want to say Order the Dented, their brother is just a better version of them, but you know, at least you can see some permutations worth exploring. For HRE, most people just feel like they've already got what they need. And in tournament, it's not exactly a high priority pick right now outside of water maps. What is interesting, though, and this is based on a very limited group of data, when you look at this matchup, HRE actually has a 74% win rate against the Byzantines. That is only across 23 games, mind you, so it's not like the biggest sample group. If you use the previous patch as a clear indication, HRE there is still a 54% win rate, which is really impressive when you consider that on the previous patch, the Byzantines were weaker, now they're stronger, and somehow the rate is inflated. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt as you do. But I've got to admit, and Faye's already kind of hitting on it, anytime I kind of see these situations where the Byzantines are facing off against a civ that they share units with, you'd think, oh, discount HRE, oh, discount English, or discount Malians, but I actually think quite often it's the other way around. Weirdly enough, Byzantines right now, with a lot of their perks, are making the OG civs that they take mercs from look like the discount version. HRE, I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case, but there are definitely a lot of ones that come to mind, such as the English being a perfect example right now, where the Byzantines just do what the English do better. Even the Malians, to a certain degree, the Javelin spam's really interesting, just how effectively Byzantines are able to scale into that. So we'll have to see which way it's going to go. We're going to get the Grand Winer in the opening, Arkenchap will come on the other side. And I love this straight away. Across onto the deer. Is he going to be shoving these in? No, he's going for the ball. So that's interesting. I thought maybe he'd actually go for a deer play. Can he actually pull this in range? It looks like it would be just shy. That's unfortunate. If the ball was a little bit closer, he could have had it on the very tip of range. It might have even been worth setting up a mill just on the clip point, which would have been like here, and then just running back and forth. But instead, he's going to go for the wide. Doesn't mean he hasn't got much efficiency here, though. I'm not the biggest fan of this for core. Like, if you want to play out onto this ball like this, it might be worth even investing in a second prelate at this stage, simply to get that juicy gathering rate. Otherwise, you just prefer to be on sheep. But looks like in some ways, this is more of a necessity than a desire. We've got 10 sheep versus, what, 8 here? That isn't surprising. Usually, this map ends up being about a 50-50 split on sheep. The way it works is one player will rotate to the left side, one player will rotate to the right side. There are no sheep in the center, and this is something I absolutely abhor about Golden Pit. I really hope they rework it soon. Oh, pinch on the scout, though. Cool. wait, the heal? Dude, yes! So no villager lost. Instead, Marine Lord loses his scout and now is completely blind to what's happening on the other side. Luckily for Marine Lord, it is core, and he's playing the HRE. So there is basically one way I see this going. Or is that? Okay, so here's the thing. I was about to say he's just going to go Imperial Age, but we've got to remember, core, when we last saw him spamming HRE, I think more so than anyone else, he was using the Burgrave quite a lot. I'm wondering, with the Deer Stack and the Ball Secure, plus the Sheep at Home, could this be a Burgrave play? Like, would it hit fast enough here? Because I feel like we've seen core tried the Burgrave build against the Byzantines before. And the problem is, like, the Byzantines are very effective at just hunkering down, right? Spamming up outposts, getting arrow slits with the extra stone they get as passively as they go on. It's very difficult to just blunt them quick enough. Grand Winery now complete. I'm wondering... this has to be Western Contract, right? Like, Western Contract would make a lot of sense here. Gives you longbows to just kind of raid your opponent early on. Gives you that Langsneck timing later in the game. Langsneck, they aren't too bad, but not fantastic up against men-at-arms spam, right? Like, the damage reduction through the armor is quite annoying. But the alternative of going, say, Keshiks here, I don't really like Keshiks without the Hippodrome play. I think you need the extra mobility spam to go with it. The alternative of going into the Silk Road also feels a little bit weird, just because Javs have no relevance up against the HRE, right? Like, HRE do not build archers, not until we get the new patch when Marching Drills is in. Then times are going to change. But for now, it's pretty kind of brain dead. It doesn't really have that much value. So, yeah, it's just going to be standard Western Contract on the way. And this is going to be fast castle, by the way. Like, I actually love this from Marine Lord. He understands what he's getting into. It is a measuring contest, and it looks like Core is indeed going to be going for that greedy play here. It's not going to be your Burgrave. It is indeed going to be a Regnitz. Looking at the relic locations, this is difficult. There's a very big risk here that this is a free relic game in favor of the Byzantines. Remember, the Byzantines have a similar effect to the HRE, in that although they can't have these prelates out before they age up, when they age up, they already have the building to produce with. The Grand Winery basically turns into a monastery. Cool. We'll be able to trigger first. I actually quite like his build here. Like, going into the second prelate to play onto the board just has a layer of value. A lot of people might look at this and go, oh, why would you just choose to go boar here? You had enough deer nearby and you had the sheep. You could have got to, like, Castle Age without doing this. Think about it logically here. You need an extra prelate anyway. It's pretty standard customs for the HRE to build a second prelate out the TC for their tech timing so they can walk out for relics, right? So all Core's done is done that earlier to guarantee the ball gathering rate. It's not really a weak play here. And I love how he's just got this kind of like flow-on effect now where he sets up the gate for the walkthrough afterwards with this relic just sitting on the other side close by. He could even just play for a riskier one over here, which is what I prefer here. That would at least give him a sure shot of getting a free relic game. Because right now it's looking like a race over the center. Both of them teching up, both of them using 6 villages to do so. And yeah, Lombos are going to get pumped. It makes a lot of sense. You can actually... Wait. Is he going to do what I think he's going to do? Wait, could Palings actually look good for once here, chat? Like, hear me out. You just walk out to the center relic and you drop Palings. It's got Limitane on the way as well. That's definitely a safer way of dealing with this. Yeah, right now, kind of the awkward issue for Core is his play is completely, like, standardized. It's pretty predictable with the HRE, right? There's nothing experimental here. We haven't got Core dropping free archery ranges and just screaming "Les duck and go," right? It's very much the build that we've seen every single day of the HRE's life. Horseman is not going to get enough damage done here. Marine Lord still not quite teched up just yet. Got a little bit left to sliver on through. Has already got the gold stockpiled up to actually go in for the initial monk. And also at this pacing, should be able to quickly upgrade into the veterancy for the Lombos as well. So pretty nice there. But the prelate yoinked it. Nicely done. Core did actually grab that central relic. I just love how chuffed the prelate looked to himself. Like, yeah, I done a thing good. Core ain't gonna beat me with a stick tonight. But can Core beat Marine Lord is the real question I've now got, because, you know, this is a good start, but realistically, you are now still being kind of one-dimensional and that you're only spamming knights. You're up against the Civ that actually handles knights really well. Limitane are incredibly effective at this stage of the game, especially when you start scaling into mass and into kite shields. Wolves are going to go up. There is a gap at the back that Marine Lord is not actually compensating for here. In fact, he's going to be too late to wall this off as well. Darling, what do you think you're doing? Whoop. Okay, so gonna be a loss there. Marine Lord, what do you do here? The wall ups are gonna delay you, right? Like, are we not looking at a 4 relic game for the HRE? There is at least a prelate out here. Okay, so the prelate's on his way. The Spinner's already here. But this realistically could be a 4 relic game for Core, which... Considering you just got into a peshing contest with them, right? You basically chose this castle on castle race. To give 4 relics over the HRE, I'm not sure what feels worse, getting 80 Bunty or giving 4 relics to the HRE. Oh, that was close. Alright, one's in chat. If you still somehow, with the degree of hopium being through the roof, like Marine Lord's position in this game. Twos, if Core needs to be banned from picking HRE because these wins are too easy. This looks pretty easy, right? Like, it's such a powerful position to find yourself in now. You do have to go in for these farms eventually, sure, but because he played on the boar, he has the deer afterwards in range of the arc, and he actually has a lot of kind of extension before he goes mass farms here. And on the other side of Marine Lord, he does have some longbows, sure, he does have some Limitane, but realistically, Core, I feel like he has enough time to get away with Imperial here. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do, like every filthy, stinking HRE picker under the sun. Relic being grabbed this time. The Knight's moving in position. I don't know if Marine Lord's going to be able to intercept this quick enough. No. God, no. 4 Knights against 5 Limitane is not a fair fight. Marine Lord, is he bringing the... Yeah, he's bringing the Priest right now. I think Core backing away here right now. His thought is, okay, no, I'll like bait him. I'll cut the reinforcements. But this is playing to Marine Lord's advantage right now. It's giving him the necessary time to get across here. Scout, nice body block there. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to protect the Monk, so it looks like Core is going to try to pick that off. Does get it, but heavy damage from those Limitane. And now he's sneaking in. I can just imagine Core's voice already. Oh, thank you, Mr. Marine Lord. And just walks off like this. Upgrades are going to come through, so he's got veterans in the Lombos now. And apparently Crackety got farmed by Marine Lord yesterday. Oh my. I think we've got a tour of Marine Lord's games to do. It's just France versus Germany here, really, isn't it, today? Well, Greeks versus Germans in this game specifically, but the players anyway. So Knights are going to be able to shift away here. Core, he is good for that Pulse to Swabia. Like, he should be fine, right? Am I just deluding myself right now? Because I feel like in this type of game, you've got the outposts up. You're gathering some stone. Yeah, you've got the cannon emplacement coming in. And you've already got a stone on the forward. This is fine. Dude, you are so fine. You're like a cozy little cake in the oven. You are warm. You are comfortable. You're not going to get burned, all right? Because you're being cooked by Nigella Lawson, not by me. You're fine. Is he fine? Like, this is a lot of longbows. And cool, the cannon emplacement isn't even in for another 30 seconds. That's giving me more eco losses. M-Lord has got second wave on the way. Knights are getting really low. Like, Core realistically has no standing army whatsoever. And now M-Lord, he's going to back up. Are we going to get the Kara Siphon play? That's what I'm wondering here. Do we build the most trashy of trash rams? I mean, they're usually trash, but in this situation, actually, they're what he needs. And yeah, he's queued it up. So Steel Dagger on the way, coming through in 20 seconds, and then we're getting Siege Engineering. And remember, with Dialecticus, it's only going to take you 16 seconds to get that tech. Even gets another one of the relics and pulls it back. So it's actually going to be a 2-3 split in the end. The Knights do have to be addressed, but like that's something you send Limitane after, right? The Longbows are just going to move in on their own. 25 of them coming. Is it wrong that I kind of want the HRE player to lose? Like, sorry, Core, but like, hear me out, guys. Like, how many times do we just see HRE players get away with this and we shake our head, right? Because you get in the game and you know they're going to do it every time, right? Like, I used to like playing HRE. I'm going to hold my hand up. When the game first came out, I actually enjoyed playing HRE. I loved the approach to them. But even I don't want to play them anymore because they literally just do the same thing over and over again. If he'd gone for a Burgrave, then I would have been cheering for him. But instead, we are cheering for this. Yun Sung Bin getting ready to send it. Kara Siphon 1 up. We should be getting 2 more of these. He needs a little bit more gold. These things are expensive. I'm also trying to figure out, like, where does the gold go on these? Is that the secret of Greek Fire? Are we literally just shooting magma gold at people? Doesn't look very golden to me. Maybe it's the bribes you have to give the Byzantines to tell you how to make them. Whatever it is, it's time to unmake some buildings. Oh my god. Dude, the Springle Tower damage. Like, look at the health on this already. He's gonna lose the Rams to the tower at this rate. Well, he would have if Core was actually just consistently attacking the same one. Torch is moving in, though. Now, here's the problem, guys. He just used E-Repairs. He doesn't now have it for the back tower, so if the Rams dive under the cannon outposts, that's your best defense just dead. This one's not going to last much longer. E-Repairs about to run out. Limitane are a pain in the ass, by the way, even against these cannon emplacements. Did you guys realize that the cannons are actually ranged? So if you have shield wall up... It's so dumb. It's actually dumb that Limitane work pretty well against cannon emplacements. They don't just get insta-gibbed. Flash coming in, though, these Lombos. Oh my god! Wait! Core! Oh no, he waited so long on the blacksmiths! Kara Siphon's moving in. I love this Marine Lord. He's backing up. If he turns around now and burns the farm, he'll burn all these villages. Just needs to create like a kind of scorched earth strategy here as he moves in. Hit forward on the outpost though. Lombos dealt with it. Dude, I can't believe this Core. Classic greedy HRE is going to find himself getting spanked here. Limitane are going to peel off to deal with the Mangonel spawn on the backside. Villagers are in a panic here to keep the one hope of Core alive, but they're dying in the burns! That is surely it. E-Repairs does come through, but the cost right now, Core, he is ahead on Eco still, but it's been expensive. And there's a new wave on the way, right? There's another relic being yoinked away, so you're now down to 2. Kara Siphon will not be able to kill up the outpost, but you have taken heavy hits as Core here. Oh my god. I can't believe that. The E-Repairs. That was so close to just flopping dead. By some miracle, Core keeps it alive, but by god, you don't feel good about it. Even with textiles, he's still getting a bit crispy here. He does have a 5 eco lead, but on the other side of this, Marine Lord is going to double down, right? Like, it's going to be more of these Kara Siphons coming. He's got 1,000 wood saved up. And this is the thing, like, Core, I agree he's still in this game, but his food income is really, really bad. He needs Undermesh level 2 ASAP because these Lombos actually hurt quite a bit, and now there's Landsneck from the Mixer. This is my worry, is like, you know, if Core had a little bit more food to work with that wasn't berries, he'd look pretty threatening right now, right, with this Reboom. But I think Marine Lord does have another window of opportunity here, and it's mainly just because of the Landsneck. The Landsneck alone should be able to clear this up. Reminder, these are still just Castle Age Men-at-Arms. And the Mango is going to stay alive. But now, surely, you just build like 2 Rams and go again, right? If you're Marine Lord. Was he just hoarding wood? Because of the farms. Okay, so we really got to dissect where this is going now, because we've reached a stage where... Wait, okay, pause. No, we are getting the double in. I was about to say where he's going to play this a little bit longer. I'm glad he's not, because I think that's just a mistake against HRE of Palace Swabia. But now, like, what you have to realize is that Marine Lord doesn't actually need to dive this cannon emplacement anymore, right? He actually just needs to hit everything around it. Like, you're playing HRE, you went Imp, and you don't have any gold now that's safe. So if you just hit this left side, Core's dead. And Marine Lord, he nods his head and goes, yep, damn right he is. Moves in now. Ranking count just because of the Men-at-Arms count. And this Men-at-Arms count, if I'm not mistaken, there's no heavy maces, right? Okay, no, he does have the heavy maces. But the Landsneck really are the difference maker. It's going to be a dive in. Villagers will try to garrison, but that's just going to be burn damage and leaves! Oh, no. He calls GG straight away. Oh, it turns out, guys, Landsneck are kind of OP. You just have to not be picking the HRE to use them. Oh my god. Alright. I just love how literally the only way Landsneck they're going to get usage is from Byzantines these days. That was a crazy one though. I do agree with what Crackety said. It's like HRE, like the fact that he still somehow holds on there because of one cannonball is insane. The crazy thing as well that I'm thinking of is like, if those were standard rams instead of burning rams, they may have been able to actually like get a timing to take out that outpost, right? Because you can kind of body block and move and push in way of the villagers if you move in, right? Because like remember, there's that instant burst of damage from a ram versus the constant DPS. So like you might have been able to catch Corp not looking, and he wouldn't pull villagers quick enough, right? Like I don't know. To me, in a lot of ways, Kyro Siphons just don't feel worth it for so many different reasons. All right, guys. I think we're gonna take a break from Corp. He's literally just going to be playing every HRE game like that. I can already sense it. Crackety, you said you had some games against Marine Lord. I think the technical terms was you had an ass whooping from Marine Lord. Let's have a look. Which account was this? Was this the Crackety here account? Was this your main? Mongols versus Japanese. Yeah, but it's on Boulder Bay. Do we want Boulder Bay? That's a Magadai. Jesus Christ, mate. I guess I'm willing to watch a Boulder Bay. Maybe? For some insane reason? Sure, let's go for Boulder Bay. Wait, I can't see it. What the hell? You haven't got two Crackety here now, have you? No. So why is it being weird? Boulder Bay was like within the last 10 games. I swear to God, this matchmaking, like the match history system is a mess. All right. We are definitely not doing the Boulder Bay then, because that doesn't show. Let's see about the Dry Arabia. Oh, God. You done Jeanne d'Arc into French? Oh, Lord. Alright, let me get that one up. That's the easiest win in the world for Crackety. He has better French. Whoopsie. My mouth didn't work correctly there. Alright, let's get ready to go. Easy wins for Crackety, folks. It's time for Jeanne d'Arc versus about to get dunked. We've got Marine Lord, a French guy, playing as the French, going up against Jeanne d'Arc, manned by Crackety here, who is next door neighbors with the French because he's German. So mostly, we've almost got an entirely French cake going on here. This is interesting because this matchup, straight away, I want to be like, yo, Jeanne d'Arc, easy dub, easy dunk. But I imagine Crackety is also conscious of when he got in this game and saw who was on the other side, he was like, ah, crap. I picked Jeanne d'Arc, aka basically just French Supreme, against the most prolific French player we have in this game, both in real life and in game. This right here is Marine Lord, folks. Yun Sung Bin in the blue. Crackety, of course, in his fabled teal. We are going to be on Dry Arabia for this, and I'm kind of wondering like how this is going to play out, because I've been on record saying I think like French actually isn't too bad against Jean. The thing that makes it feel bad is that you're predictable, right? Like, if you think about what your goal, what your objective is when you're playing French, it's basically to go to TC here, right? Like, that's your advantage compared to being Jeanne d'Arc. So, like, the negative of playing French is that you're very predictable. But the thing that you play strong into, you play phenomenally well into, right? Like, if it ever becomes an eco race, that's an area French will always win in. But I feel like the challenge is surviving the first 10 minutes of gameplay. So we're going to have to see if we can do that. We have indeed got a Marine Lord spawn. Back gold, double tree line forward. Even the bloody wood. Wait, even the bloody wood is protecting the stone. Are you kidding me? This has to be a 2TC build, surely. Other side of it. How's the scouting rotation going? Okay, wait, what? Did Marine Lord just get more sheep than you when you equally split the map? I think he did. Dude, are you kidding me? So he's going to get 13 sheep, right? On the other side of it, Crackety is only going to get... Is this 10? Okay, no. It's going to balance out. He's got 2 at the back. Okay, so we have got a 50-50 split. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Interesting, they didn't even remotely end up contesting each other. Like, if you actually took the overlays and put them on top of each other, they pretty much didn't touch any area that they were on. And he's giving School of Cavalry. Wait, what do you mean we're not getting any SOC gameplay? I am disgusted, disappointed. No, we're going to just be getting a standard School of Cavalry. Pretty fast build up from the French here, but you need to do that. Remember, like, the building speed is actually the same. It's just the timing was different here. When you use Jean, she's like, oh, she's basically the building speed of 2.5 villages, I believe is the accurate statement, because she has got a 33% increase in build speed. And remember, the first villager is 100%. Every villager past that is 25% extra build speed. So with a 33% increase, like, realistically, she's like 2.5 extra villages. The question is going to be, what's the follow-up play afterwards? Considering that Marine Lord's already moving on to wood, I think we know where he's going with this. I'm curious to see what Crackety's response is going to be. Surely you have to play aggression here. The question mark is whether you're going to be able to get deep enough. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if M-Lord walks up and just palisade walls the stone so you can gather here for free. What builds can you do if you're Crackety? Like, his mindset has to be, I probably want to eventually go for a second TC, but I want to try and pressure first because I don't want my opponent getting his TC for free, right? Like, that's how you have to think about this, because already out of the gate, you're behind, right? For more than one reason, actually. Not only have you got this disadvantage of you building villages every 20 seconds versus every 17, the other issue is the moment that you level up, you lose another villager as Jean, right? So you're already behind. You just end up further behind to get your aggressive advantage. I do wonder if, like, maybe for an element of flexibility, it would be nice if Jeanne d'Arc gathered XP past her level so that you had games where you could be more eco-focused. Because, like, right now, people aren't going to want me to say it because, like, Jeanne's doing quite well in tournament play, right? But, like, realistically, the way she's played, it's kind of weird that we don't have an eco-arc for Jeanne d'Arc. It's pretty much always just focused around aggression, right? M-Lord. He is going for those walls. So, yeah, Knights are on the way. These walls should be able to go up. Scout is on the way around now from Crackety. This is the correct call. He needs to keep this pass open to get in. You need to be very careful, though. Like, the thing that makes this a skill-based matchup isn't just the eco-escalation option. It's that if you get out-microed as Jeanne d'Arc, you just die. Because the issue you have is, like, sure, these Knights, they're going to fight you. They're premium units. They cost a lot, so killing them is worth a lot of XP. But they're Knights against an infantry unit that is not spear-based. So, like, Jeanne, no matter which form you choose, struggles to stay alive. I like this choice coming out from Crackety. The reason why you should be going for this form, range form instead of melee here, is that when you take a fight against the French Knights and you see injured ones pull away, you're going to be able to get that final snipe to finish them off before they can go back and heal from Chivalry. Scout is not going to be able to keep this open. Oh, dude, are you kidding me? Look how close he is as well. That's so frustrating. So Marine Lord is going to get the wall in just in time, and that's going to funnel you here. Now, the upside for Crackety is actually another reason why going Hunter is good here. It's not good here. It's usually good is because what it does is it means that your opponent can't gather stone now. However, if you start losing in night count straight away like this, that's when things get a bit ugly. So good thing reinforcements arrived. Crackety, a little bit early on that shot coming out. Hasn't really killed his trooper off. There won't be Chivalry for about 2 or 3 more Knights, though. So, realistically, should be fine. Love that detail from Marine Lord. Notice what he done there? He pulled the Scout to the back of the formation so that he tanks the charge. This unit already has Chivalry. He already heals. I love the passing of the baton there. Just sends the injured Knight home. He's like, you've retired now. You're never coming out again. Chivalry should be ready to pump probably in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. I don't think you want to rush towards it here, because the issue is if you have to rush Chivalry, you're basically sacrificing an extra Knight. You need to use your extra economy right now to get the Knight lead. That's the weak point for Crackety, right? Like, the upside for Crackety in this matchup is if his opponent goes Chivalry, he still has Divine Restoration to kind of get his heal effect instead. So, like, it's critical that you always maintain an army lead. And it looks like Marine Lord, he could actually just try to come out and repair this. The unfortunate reality, though, is by the time you walk out to repair it, you've already been hit twice by the Archer, and then you get 1 hit. So you'd have to sacrifice an eco unit to get the repair. M-Lord just looking to cut reinforcements. Crackety, dude. At what point in the breaking this wall, Crackety, were you like, maybe I should have just went round the south side? Oh no, Jean. She might be in a pickle. Flash comes in. Looks like it's going to be an overwhelm here. It's going to be a snipe down attempt. That Knight is low, but it's going to aggro everything over. So good trade out. Gives him access now to Jean. Micro forward from Marine Lord. Another one goes down for his, but it's only going to be 2 Knights going down, and it should be Jean then dying in return. Good attempt there to try and actually min-max it and stay alive for longer, but the issue now is because he just lost Jean, he doesn't have the gold for the buyback, and this is more painful than it seems apparent at first. Remember, that wall now can easily be repaired. If you try to torch it down, a villager comes out. Without Jean there, without the Archer form, there's nothing stopping Marine Lord from just turtling. Not that he really needs to now. With 7 versus 3. Wait, Crackety... He must have been saving for Castlage before he actually made that fight, right? That's rough. If that's the case, that's really, really bad here. I think Crackety actually has to go into Spears if he wants to survive now. And yeah, he agrees. Double racks coming. So this is actually usually a pretty good point in the game for Jean. Well, not the state of this game right now, but the idea of Spearman works really well because when you consecrate, you're pretty much getting a raw savings here almost of 25%, right? Like the majority of the cost of this unit being produced is in food. So you're actually getting the benefit of consecrate. Compare that to, say, a School of Cavalry. You do save a lot of food, sure, but like as a percentage of the overarching number, it's not big when you consider that almost half of what you're spending is gold, right? So that's why I think Consecration, I rate it very highly for prolonged feudal play when you're using it for Raxus here. Archer Rangers is probably the most underwhelming. I always kind of get a little bit depressed when I see someone adding them to Archer Rangers because you barely save anything. What I do like the idea of, and we've seen a few more players doing this, is basically consecrating stables and building horsemen. Sadly, you can't do that in this matchup. Yeah, it's interesting when you think about that detail, right? Like, a lot of people leaned into the idea that this was inherently Jeanne d'Arc favored. I even believed it when we first started seeing it, because French just don't really have much of an upside outside the villager production and the cheaper gathering buildings, which is like a small saving, right? But the fact that Consecrate, which is the thing that balances out the villager production, has very undesirable applications in this matchup, I think is something that plays to the advantage of the French. The spears are great, sure, but like that just plays naturally into the French combo of Arch and Knights, right? And we're already seeing that now come in. Deer being gathered. Crackety, wait. I was about to ask the question. I wonder if he's even scouted the south side of the map and... Crackety's like that guy that just turns up to a siege. His strategists are like, we could starve them out. There's loads of creative solutions to getting through here. I'm gonna burn the crap out of that wall. Lord Crackety, we need to be calculated about this. Otherwise, we could lose the entire army. Burn it! So burn from the wall. Crackety basically needs to get some eco kills. This lead is starting to build and it's becoming notable. On top of that, they're both playing pocket eco and neither's being punished right now. But the problem is the Knight count is getting to the stage where Crackety will start to lose map control quickly. I love the debates in chat about, oh, Jeanne d'Arc's better, French is better. I think this matchup is like deceptive. As I said, the first 8 minutes is critical to both sides. But you just saw what Marine Lord done that made it so easy, right? Like, you wall to delay, and then you just wait for critical Night Mass and snipe Jean. This is what makes it so difficult. Jean struggles against cav spamming civs like this. And you have to remember, like, this is not a worse cav spamming civ. It's equally as good. Flash coming in. Archers trade out the spears, and Jean. This is the other issue, right? Like, you can't just cut and run. You can't just leave a few troops behind, because one of those troops is going to end up being Jean here. This game is so rough right now. Most of his army is in spears, and that means that actually now Marine Lord doesn't need to keep spamming knights. He can just up the ante into the archer count. Steel Arrow now on the way, and Crackety, don't tell me this is going to end because of a blacksmith choice. I think it is. He went Chivalry instead. What? Wait, are you serious? So, to kind of explain what's going through Crackety's mind right now, he saw that his opponent had Chivalry, right? Like, he could tell that was happening, so... He knee-jerk reacts by going for it himself, but if you think about the cost of Chivalry, that's the cost of a Blacksmith's and Steel Arrow. That's the difference here. And it might be a definitive difference. Obviously, you can't go Steel Arrow, but Undermesh here would have been a big deal. Spear Knights riding in. Nice body blocks there just to delay it here. It's looking better and better for Marine Lord. Spearman count down to just 12. That means there's more knights than there is spears. Villagers will have to peel away from this. It's going to be a wrap around the backside, but great body blocks there. He shifts right side. Crackety getting completely out-microed in this engagement. I mean, it's unfair to call it out-micro when you consider the raw mass that Marine Lord just had on his side there. No easy way for Crackety to get in, and no way for him to now get out of this jam. It's going to be a GG. Marine Lord, mwah. Chef's compliments there. That is exactly the kind of masterclass you want to see from the French. Dude, that was actually really well played. I mean, you got to give Marine Lord credit for that. The timings, the understanding, like not overextending in that matchup, really, really well played. Crackety had to be feeling the frustration. Like, I agree. I think that matchup is pretty good for the French. It's not about the free TC thing that Faye said, because that's the idea of the Archer build that stops you. But like the thing that allows you to eventually go to those TCs, even with the Archer form, is the fact that no matter what choice you make, you are building an infantry unit that you rely on that is vulnerable against a heavy cav feudal civ. Not just any heavy cav feudal civ though. You're doing it against the best heavy cav feudal civ in the game. That's the problem. You can argue Roos versus Jean, maybe there's a way to make it work because your knights are just better. But in the French matchup, over time, you know they're getting more. And the reality is, like, going spears, sure, like, you know, it seems like an optimal option, but the problem with going spear knights is, like, because the economy is already scaling for the French, you know they're going to have more knights than you, and then they can switch into archers. And the savings difference doesn't really fully equate. If you think about, like, what you're saving, if you non-stop spam spears, right, it's every 15 seconds, if I remember correctly, you'll save yourself a total of 60 food a minute. A villager gives 45 resources a minute on average, right? So by the time you're consecrating Raxes and have made that transition, the French player is going to have like a 4 villager lead. So they are already now 180 resources plus in terms of eco. Your consecrate, even on double Rax at that stage, still doesn't offset that, right? It's really, really weird the way that matchup plays. So the goal for Jean d'Arc pickers there is to basically punish their opponent in the first like few minutes before the game comes online for the French. Isn't level 3 Jean d'Arc AoE spell a game changer if you get there? If you can get there. Like you just said it yourself, if you can get there. The issue you have is in these fights, like once the knight count outscales you, like if you make one misstep here, the knight count outscales you and then you just simply can't access anything. Like, you can't access level 3 because every fight, Jean's going to be sniped first, which is what happened. And, you know, that would also rely on him having gone for the melee form, which he didn't do because if he went for melee form, then Marine Lord would have just walled the stone and gathered for a second TC, right? Like, that's why you have to do it. The walls wouldn't have been breachable because he would have repaired them because you had gone for Jean melee form. So, like, that's why it's already sticky. You're not ever getting AoE form. I always say, like, if you want that GG in Feudal Age, it needs to be level 3 melee Jean. If you think the game's going late, it needs to be ranged form. The reason why you saw Crackety go for the ranged form isn't because he was necessarily expecting this to be a 40-minute game. It's the reality was if he didn't go for the ranged form, he had no answer to a turtly French response. Okay, so let me have a look. Let's see. Marine Lord, I think he had a few other people he played. Let's have a look. I think that's most of them. He doesn't play many pub games, remember. So there was the other Crackety one, but that's one game too deep. And then after that, he had a game against Faye 7 days ago. And I can tell you, Faye is a degen. So there's no way in hell there is still a replay from 7 days ago. He doesn't play with plebs. Faye, did you just like backhandedly compliment yourself? I think you did, you cheeky git. Just sending a quick message. Okay. It was like 100 games ago. You forgot the Marine Lord experience? No way. All right. So I'm just having a look now. There's a Louis versus Dimmu game that's quite intriguing to me, actually. Delhi versus Byzantines could be quite good. Let me have a look at that. Actually, let me quickly check live. Just realized I got pings going on from LinkedIn. Ah, there we go. Let's quickly check live first. We'll check live because I just remember there's a few players playing. Baltoon and Lucifron just had like 3 games in a row earlier, so I want to see if that's still happening. If not, we'll do the Louis game. Always like to check live to see if there's good options, because obviously in those cases, like a Lucifron, we can't cast his games; they're privated. So you got to take those opportunities to yoink him. Did you find any bread this morning? I did. It was in my toaster. Didn't stay there for long. Ooh, let's Flame Observer now. Nah, man, I ain't got no bread. I'm a poor pigeon. Be like Oliver Twisting on the side of the road. So Step Lancer, Jesus Christ. Wait, who was Step Lancer? Wait, is this another one of... I'm pretty sure Step Lancer was it not Corvinus's account? No. They're from Turkey. Okay, so I'm guessing Sassy. That would actually make sense. Let me just quickly bump down. I already missed. What did I miss? Wait, is Lucifron gone off? Favorite toppings on toast? You should just go for like some cheese. Beans are pretty good. EGC starts in a few hours. Are you okay? I think you got the wrong day. I guess Lucifron's gone off, maybe? Looks like it. So there was a... I think that's Sassy versus Myriad. I believe this is Sassy versus Myriad. Well, wait. They are technically wrong then because they used the word few. If they say it starts in hours, then they would have been fine. Technically, they are incorrect. You ain't protected them on this one, Faye. Oh, let me update the title quickly. There we go. I'm just double checking. Because I thought Lucifron was still on, but maybe he called it early? Okay, yeah. He's already gone off. We'll never see the Baltoon Lucifron games. It's doomed. But it's nice to check in on some others. Alright, let's get into this. So I believe we've got Sassy here playing as his signature Mongols, going up against Myriad on the Irobids. One and all, welcome back to A4 Action. I thought it'd be nice to actually check on some other faces outside of just a Marine Lord spam fiesta or a BC spam fiesta here. It's been a while since I've checked in on these two, and I thought it'd be interesting to see what happens out of the top 16 when you go for the Mongol Ibid matchup. I still wholeheartedly believe that this matchup is broken in favor of the Ibids. Like, it's almost borderline impossible for a Mongol player to play this on an even footing. But I'm wondering, like, if you go down the ladder a little bit, does it get a bit more chaotic, a little less orderly and clear? That's what we're here to find out. So we are going to be on Gorge, and it looks like this is already going to be a rough start. Oh, dude, no. Is he? Yeah, he's going for a stable opening, but look at what he sacrificed. So I should probably highlight, I'm not 100% sure that this is Sassy, but I believe it is. The account is from Turkey. They are like ranked 130th in the world. So I think... Wait, is it not you? Okay, thank you, Sassy. Thank you for confirming. Do you have any idea who this might be, Sassy? Because they're showing up as a Turkish account. And I think... Let me double check their ranking. I think it was the 128th in the world. So they're pretty damn good. These are the guys with the smileys? Yes. Not Ibby? Yeah, I didn't think it was Ibby. Wasn't... What's his name? Was it Spitfire? Spitfire was Turkish as well, right? Could it be Spitfire? Spitfire's not playing anymore? Dude, that's heartbreaking. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, right? Like, he came from StarCraft, so maybe Spitfire's thinking about, like, you know, just is now waiting for Stormgate. Maybe he liked what he saw there. So maybe an entirely new face here. But either way, we're going to see how they're going to do. Like I said, the 128th in the world, so they're quite capable. This is a really funky opening, though. Going for Horseman as an opener, it's quite creative because of the Desert Raider choice. Like, the reality is that Desert Raiders actually lose to Horseman because of the fact that the range damage comes through, right? Like, these Desert Raiders can't get rid of the range tag even when they're in melee. So this is a pretty creative choice here. It means that, like, you don't necessarily just lose out to that first Desert Raider just denying you on the outpost. Funnily enough, I don't know if it was necessary here. I feel like you could have still made this play with just Spearman, but I guess the logic is this gives you flexibility after the age up, right? Like, what can your opponent then build to immediately counter you? If an Ibid player has to build spears, he can't really be feeling good about it, right? Like, I don't remember the last time I watched an Ibid player build spears as the first or second element of his comp and feel great about it. So Outpost is actually a jackpot as well, by the way. Like, this is pretty absurd value, and with Arrow Slits, he will cover both of them. So Myriad at this stage, it's a good thing he did get all those sheep, otherwise he'd be screwed. And guys, when I say he got all those sheep, oh my dear God, he has 21 sheep. He has blackjack worth of sheep. I can't believe that. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's only 6 for Teal. Teal is also going to be going for the Silver Tree. Okay, so this is like opening kind of ugly, some interesting permutations, but then they go for this choice, and I'm kind of frowning a bit. I'm not a fan of Silver Tree against the Ibids because of what it sets you up into. If this is still a fast castle build, which, you know, theoretically could be, or semi-fast, you're going to have this issue of trade scaling into Camelot to spam. Obviously, Myriad has to clear up this outpost first, but what you have to remember is, like, the reason why the outpost rush also feels a bit awkward against Ibids, the resolution of it is quite easy. Like, right now, Myriad, instead of doing this, he could genuinely just use this Desert Raider to build a battering ram and get rid of it. Instead, of course, he's going to be adding in his own extra units first before he tries to contest this, mainly because the Horseman would clear up the ram quickly. There we go, ram coming in. Another reason why Desert Raider feels really good here, right? Like, there's two ways this plays out. You either get the Desert Raider out just before the outpost completes to snipe the villager, or it comes out afterwards, and because you are the Abbasids and the military wing tech lets you build with your Cav, you immediately are able to start building a ram. This is pretty smart from Myriad. Like the repair as well. This is another awkward thing about going Horsemen instead of Spears here, is you have half the count of torches, right? Like, you're not spamming Horsemen super early in the game. So instead, you don't even get a chance to try and get the 50 bounty. Instead, it just feels like wasted idle time. And although you forced Myriad to make a reaction, like, what you got to realize is now you kind of have to double down in this matchup, is what I've noticed from Mongol players. If you just try to immediately start scaling trade, you don't have enough of a constrictive hold on the enemy base to win the game, right? They are going to get back on the goal. They are going to get Castle Age. And then all of a sudden, because you decided to trade boom, you now have vulnerabilities on the flanks. Outpost now going to be taken out. No arrow slits either, so this is just completely forfeit. That's interesting, actually. Myriad might not have even needed the ram. He could have probably cancelled the ram and then just gotten the tower for free. So that's kind of intriguing, but obviously, like, we can see no arrow slits coming through. He doesn't know no arrow slits coming through, right? He has to play as if it is going to be arrow slits. Instead, of course, the stone should be now prioritized towards extra production. Looks like it's going to be producing more spears, which is interesting considering his opponents have already shown archers here. He scouts everything out. So I'm trying to gauge what Teal's game plan is here at this stage. Because now you're going to, try and construct an entire melee mosh pit, but the problem is you're very biased towards horses right now, which is a bad idea. When you're up against camels, it's the worst thing you could possibly be doing here. So he needs to spam more spears. I really want to see him adding in archers. I feel like not having archers here is a really big mistake. Prioritizing the spearmen instead doesn't... I don't blame him, but he needs to find a way to a 1-1-1. Because the reason why he feels he needs to actually get the spears as well as the horsemen is if this turned into a cav-cav clash, right, you're losing due to the Camelonies. It's similar with the Basset Mirrors, if you remember, where we used to see like 20 horsemen and 1 Camel Archer, and whoever lost the Camel Archer lost the game. Behind this, looks like Murad is going to keep investing. Double outpost coming up, so he could just switch like that. That's the interesting thing now about this build, the secure location. I think double outpost is a bit overkill, not really necessary in this area when you're fielding this many military units. But it feels like he just doesn't want to have to build more military units now, right? Like this tells you his intent in full. He just needs to get behind these outposts, hide here, and now go for his timing. Because if you're going to spend 200 wood on defensive structures, there's only one course for the Ibids. I don't like that he's building more horsemen, by the way. I like the additional archers. I'd even love to see a blacksmith steel arrow, but I don't want to see more horsemen here. I get that he's just trying to keep a small front line together, sure, but realistically, this position should be very hard to dive in the coming minutes. It'd be much better for him to just play the wide flanks with the few cav he has and just rely on standard defenses. What's the next step going to be here? You're seeing archers. You're seeing what's probably going to be mass archers. You know your opponent's going to stick on it. Realistically, your goal now is to get towards Keshiks if you're Teal. This is usually the value of Silver Tree, what makes it so insanely good, is it allows Keshik scalability. Right now, we're not seeing that, though. Teal having a grand total of 1 Keshik is pretty ugly to look at when you're 9 minutes into a game. 9 minutes into a game where you opened with stables as well. Now, the question is this going to be the advancement wing of the growth? I actually think growth makes a lot of sense for Myriad here. The timing is really nice because it should essentially just come online to rebalance the economy. Advancement, I could see as well if he's a little bit paranoid about losing map control, but I don't think you should be here, right? Like, your opponent is spamming into cav. It's the best case scenario for you. Sure, the spears can be annoying, but the issue for the spears is it's very annoying for them to find you, to get in position for these lancers. Like, he has 11 spears to guard the entire length of the map. This is like one of those classic, sorry guys, we're having some downscaling in the company situations and you take on 5 different roles. That's how these spears are going to feel if they're up against mass camel lancers. Yeah, I'm still trying to find out who this Teal guy is. So Season 5, they were ranked 370th. Season 4, they were ranked 1,000th. So just looks like someone who's pulled themselves up over the seasons. I mean, this is impressive. I like to see it. I think I have seen this name before just with the smiley face. The Steppe Lancer Stark name has been there for a while, though. How many traders? Up to 7. I guess breakpoint is like 20 when you start to feel like you can do something here. It's scary, though, because it's already on the way, right? Growth Wing's coming in. And it's going to offset most of that trade scaling you got, right? Like, you'll still be a few ahead with traders, but that's going to be a vulnerability point. Also, the other thing that I really abhor about this build, and I mean abhor because it's disgusting how strong it is when the Ibids play a little bit of feudal like this, the timing on Golden Age 2 is there when they tech. And that's really important because it allows them to get into the archer upgrades 20 seconds sooner, allows them to get into things like the undermesh rapidly. It just gives them all the answers in quick succession. And it basically denies a lot of time where you can punish an Ibid player for a tech up. Deal. Not going to find much here. Could have actually killed the stable worker, so a little bit of a miss macro there. It's only 1 Keshik is the issue. And, you know, this has been the standing issue for me, right? It's like more and more spears, no real scalability to Keshiks means you don't really have a great army to fight with here. Hell yeah. Look at all the people like, by the way, I don't smurf. I respect it. Well, I've made my opinions on Smurfs clear time and time again. I think Smurfs are an overall negative for the scene. Smurfs are a negative impact on basically any scene that exists. If you want to hide strats, go Scrim. Some people don't like to hear that, but it's like... The only reason why smurfing is kind of acceptable in the current state of AoE4 is because of dodging. If it wasn't for dodging being what it is and existing how it exists right now in AoE4, I would say smurfing should be, like, actually bannable. But because of the issue right now where someone sees a Dumu name and they just leave the game, that's why I kind of nod my head and accept smurfing for what it is. But yeah, I think if they actually ever bother to resolve that issue around Q dodging, smurfing should act like they should just do what Dota done and say, no, this shouldn't even be allowed. And I also hate this whole logic of like, oh, smurfing should be fine for like crazy strategies. No, dude, like, I still disagree, even on that front. It's counterintuitive. You could argue maybe in 1v1s it's not as drastic of a serious issue, but 100% in team games is terrible. Like, 1v1s is where you maybe have a little bit more gray zone, but team games especially is where smurfing should be a bannable offense. You're ruining the game for multiple people. In 1v1s, I guess you can argue you're only ruining the game for one person, but you're still ruining games for someone. Myriad. Coming out pretty early here, actually. I'm a little bit surprised by this. His Lance count isn't exactly scary. And there is a risk that he gets caught on the reinforcements. But it looks like he's paranoid about the trade, right? He doesn't want to allow the tech up because he thinks that Teal's just going for the greed. Good turn for the fight. Veteran C has come through on those archers. Attack speed arrow is going to be activated by Turtle here. And Teal, look at that trade out. Just needs to get rid of the archer mass and allow himself in here. Spearman count is looking okay, but it's not going to last very long under increasing fire here. Camelots are also absorbing the entire Archer wave, so kind of an ugly fight that's happening right now for Teal. Teal, yes, he's going to get the upgrade. He's going to get the tech up, but he's not going to have any units left to upgrade when it comes around. He's lost his entire military lead, and after this fight, Myriad should be left with a handful of Camelots and a whole length of map to raid. Oh, dude, I think this is the brutal timing I keep talking about. Think about what just happened here. To get to this stage where Teal's like, I can tech up, they had to add in 14 traders. There's now 6+ Camelots to actively raid up and down this map. You have no Spearmen to defend with, and this is the exact same ugly issue we just keep seeing Iber players force upon the Mongols. And on top of that, like, if it wasn't enough, you're going to lose your eco. Now they're going to get theirs as well, right? Dervishes are on the way. We've also got Mamluks coming in. Somtal's Mamluks is huge here for the Archer Mass. Just allows you to keep snowballing. Essentially gives you like a mini Kurotai effect, especially when fights are this small. Now we're going to see a pivot on trade. Unfortunately, it looks like Myriad is already aware of that as well. Diving towards the gold, and that means actually now at this stage, Teal's not going to have any gold access whatsoever, right? If they're getting blocked on the trade and blocked on their vein, all of this is in vain. Lancers clear up the last of the Keshiks. Archers are all but dead. Teal has got about 300 gold to work with. There won't be much more being dropped off successfully after this. Spears are at least going to intercept one of the Dervishes moving out, so that's quite nice. But the weird part about this map that's quite frustrating, like, it's why I don't think Mongols are that great on Gorge for trade, is if you start to lose momentum, map control, there's no way of hiding the trade, right? It comes through the front of your base. So it's very difficult to kind of regain a foothold in this game from a defensive position as Mongols. Almost impossible. Lancers just clearing up the small amount of trickle of troops that are coming out. Teal pretty much has no gold left now, right? Like, they've got under 400 gold income, and that is basically coming out of the trade on the left side here, which has now been scouted out. Desert Raider is going to start clearing this up pretty quickly, and that's going to be it. GG gets called. So Myriad, just a very standard way of playing the Ibis. I say standard. It's a little bit different. You guys may have noticed it. Let me know in the comments, actually, the kind of key takeaways you notice different here compared to, say, a Marine Lord. For me, the big notable thing was Myriad maybe a little bit overkill on the defensive side. The Ram wasn't necessary in the end. He could have actually cancelled it. The double outpost was also a bit overkill, but outside that, pretty cut and dry approach. I did like Teal's idea of thinking outside the box by going into the Horseman, but you still see the fundamental weakness you face, right? Like, you deal with the first Desert Raider fine, sure, but what do you do afterwards? The crazy thing is, like, despite the fact that he went into Horseman opening and had Keshik as a follow-up, you never saw a necessity for Myriad to go into Spears whatsoever in this game. That shows you just how powerful this build is for the Ibits. The servers are down. I don't think so. I think I'm Gucci. We talking about Willis? So the issue with the current drafting format of Irobids, you can't actually ban Irobids because you have to ban Rus and Ottomans. So Irobids is first pick material. So the issue then happens to be, what's your counter solution to Irobids? I actually think one of the best counter solutions to Irobids is secretly Japanese, but it's still, you still have to play well, right? It's not like to compare it. No offense to Ibid players, actually all the offense in the world. I think you can kind of slip up while playing Ibids and still win games very easily. In the Ibid Japanese matchup, you can beat Ibids, but you need to be very specific about your timings and your approach. Usually it's going to involve playing into archery ranges. I think Onimusha are really good. Baltin in chat, actually, he had a great game that shoot this off in the group stage. But like outside that, Ibids, you know, ultimately, what is the counter to them? I don't think they have an English Marlene type matchup situation where you just pick and it's like GG, right? Jeanne d'Arc, doesn't look great. By extension, I wouldn't say you want to do French. Delhi, Sassy, I'm not convinced Delhi beats Ibids. Not after the build that Marine Lord shoe off earlier in the tournament. Like, I actually think that the initial feudal play where you add in additional Desert Raiders really screws with Delhi. Delhi versus I is too hard for Ibids. What was the game? I think it's Louis versus Marine Lord. Though, like, I'm not convinced. I think we need to see more of it. Maybe it's just Marine Lord being full Chad Lord, but like I'm starting to feel like actually that's a more balanced matchup than is initially apparent. That was a really, really impressive game from Marine Lord that show how surgical it is. Just ML micro win? Possibly. We'll have to see. I think there might be something to it. The whole idea of opening with archery range stables, adding in a few Desert Raiders, and then basically just fighting the initial clash and then falling back for castle, right? But we'll have to see. There was definitely a little bit of Marine Lord micro, but like that aside, I think that there's ways you can make that work. There definitely needs to be more games explored. But then like the issue is like if so your opening draft's going to be Ibid Delhi, then I'm going to like force you to pick to block Japanese, right? Or I pick Japanese. Or rather like no. So this is the thing, right? Like the drafting order, first pick is pretty favored, right? Definitely in the group stage it was in free map formats because you pick Ibids as an opener and then they react with Delhi. And then they either ban Japanese or Jean, and you pick the other, right? Or was remind me that the pick order was pick, ban. Was it then pick for the right hand player, so they could get like Delhi Jean, for example, or was it the other way around? I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, no, I know that, Sassy, but I mean like the order, is it always back to the first? Like if you're first pick in the first phase, are you first pick in the second phase? Or does it rotate? So does it go like that? Or does it go like that? Yeah, host picks first. Okay, yeah. So they pick first each round, right? So, yeah, so I think like the group stage, that to me might have been a flaw in the drafting format. Just because of that kind of interaction where you could pick Ibids, they'd pick Delhi. Then they either ban Jean or Japanese, and then you pick the other one, right? And then you basically hard counter the Delhi. Well, Japanese to me, like this one, Japanese versus Delhi, unless your name is Dumu, you hard counter the Delhi, right? Like Dumu's the only one I saw make the Delhi work against Japanese. So like that's a very strong opener, especially when you know every game is guaranteed to be auto Rus. That's where we might have a problem in upcoming tournaments. Is if you use did Japan win versus Delhi? Yeah, they were winning loads of games. I think they won like most of the group stage outside of like Dumu's games, if I'm not mistaken. They were dumpstering on the ladder ahead of the tournament. Like it was heavily favored towards Japanese. Yeah, 69% win rate for the Japanese. And then in the tournament play, even Dumu, who I think like was like the best at executing in that matchup, ended up losing to Puppy Paws Japanese build, which was a 2TC Yuumi build, which really impressed me. I actually think like a lot of people are sleeping on 2TC Yuumi. It's a really bloody strong build. And I know Faye is in the chat, so this is about to turn into a war zone, but yeah. You don't know how? Well, Japan, like, so, well, because the thing is, Sassy, like, Japanese will either fast castle or they'll play a prolonged feudal, and the longer the feudal goes on, when you get the daimyo aura coming in, that means that they can spam horseman Onobugisha, and they're better than your troops, right? Because, like, if you get horseman with double melee tech plus bannerman, you have comparative damage to Ghazi, right? But they're cheaper. And then the Onobugisha themselves are just like the be-all end-all in a very long feudal play. So like if you go like 20 minutes into a feudal, a Japanese player is going to have a decent number of farms, and then he just spams Onobugisha, right? Like that's the awkward thing. So when you're playing against the Japanese, the thing that Delhi players have been trying to figure out is the optimal timing to switch from feudal to castle age. And the only player who I felt was doing it fairly clean was Dimmu. Well, Sassy, like I'd agree if both sides were just playing pocket ecos, but always remember like the farms that get added in by the Kura storehouse is pretty nutty, right? Like I think you have to out scout the Japanese and take most of their sheep away, which is difficult to do because like a good mutation that Japanese players are doing now is they're shifting onto the berries straight away. They'll like immediately build the house, queue up Tawara, and then shift across, right? Like it's actually crazy just how much of an edge that is, because it means that Japanese play like a pseudo berry civ, because they don't have to bring their scout home quickly now. They can stay out for longer. But yeah, like Onobugisha, if you do like a cost comparative, they will destroy Ghazi. If both of you build like army wise same amount, right? And then that gets really annoying as the age goes on because the Onobugisha keeps scaling their damage very efficiently. Like, that's the other thing that makes Delhi Ghazi kind of suck in that matchup comparatively, is that the percentage increase of damage you get is actually worse on Ghazi than it is on Horseman, which makes it kind of feel worse. Delhi just needs one of each production, then you're forced to make more production. Yeah, agreed. But, like, you're turtling, right? Like, your goal is turtle, turtle, turtle. So the way that, like, Delhi players win that is they have to bait the Japanese player into playing too much feudal, and then you go castle. And the player that's done that really well, Dimmu's replays, I definitely recommend for that. Dimmu, even before the tournament, was impressing me. Everyone else was losing to like Japanese. Even like Lucifrons and Vortexes were losing to Japanese. Dimmu was the only one who was finding a way of winning that. Oh wait, no, I don't want this match. Damn, no. But yeah. I'm hoping we do see more of the 2TC Japanese builds after the tournament, though. People done it when the expansion first came out, and then they just completely stopped. And I get why, but I also think like that Yuumi builds is insane on 2TC. You condense the Kura storehouse, you secure the tree line with your second TC, or secure the gold, and then you just spam. It's actually hilarious how powerful Master Yuumi can be. Kind of like it has a Shugenu swarming effect to it. Oh yeah, Faye. Do we need to show you how Europeans play Japanese? Kappa. I still remember watching B just spam Yuumi up against Keshix, and Voldemort was just losing. Like he just couldn't kill the Yuumi quick enough. All right, let's see. Who have we got live? Yumi's perfect versus Keshix? Hell yeah. Voldemort also loses to Maggot. No, stop. Why you gotta do this to him? Okay, so I think we haven't got any high-level players on, right? Magadai is a good unit. Get out of here. Get out of here right now. With their +1 attack, you play Mongol all day. Hillberries, Voldemort. Oh, Jesus Christ. What happened with Hillberries? I heard some crap out they got banned somewhere. Like, what am I missing here? Because people keep mentioning it everywhere. I think What do we cast now? We could cast the Does anyone know what who Blidge is? It's one of the Russian players. I'm not sure which though. Is it B? Or is it Garnath? Or Blige rather. Blige is Blige. No, Blige, like, what was... Cause they had a different name before, right? No one's alt account is just him? Really? Because I could have sworn one of the players had that that avatar before. It's the 1% with the blue background. Oh, okay. Fair enough, Sassy. Yeah, okay. Interesting. So I was maybe thinking of looking at some of State's games. I love how State came in here like last week. He's like, KP, I've had some really good games. You should check them out. I was like, great, State. And then I like check his data and it's all private. I'm like, great, State. That mother ducker. Yeah, I noticed you played against him twice. You had... Oh, God, dude, you had to connect to India to get in game with him. How was the lag? I've been hearing the Indian servers like are really, really bad. Either of them good. I noticed you had a Mongol Mirror and a Mongol Byzantine matchup. It wasn't horrible. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it, Sassy. Sure. We'll check out. You got any game recommendations? Any ones that you think were especially interesting? Yeah, I just noticed, by the way, I'm pretty sure AoE Full World didn't show the server you played on before. That's a new addition, right? That's pretty cool. So I'm thinking... Ooh, wait, is that... Let me check. Was that 10 games? Oh, your 11th game was against Top. Damn it. That would have been good. Dry Arabia versus Duck. Was that a long time ago? Oh, that was the Ottoman Byzantine one. That might be too many games. Damn. Let's have a look. We might be in luck. We'll find out. Oh, your data is still private. Yeah, it might not be because I think it's the most recent 10, right? So you've got 2 against Myriad. Myriad being a filthy English picker. Oh god, Boulder Bay. No. Dude, what? I feel like something's going on at the moment. Like, everyone just stopped banning Boulder Bay for some reason, right? Like, am I imagining that? Because I feel like a few weeks ago, no one... Like, there was never Boulder Bay coming up. And now everyone and their mum are playing Boulder Bay all the time. Did people just start banning Himeyama instead? That kind of makes me sad. I think Himeyama's a better map. I actually think, like, Himeyama's kind of... I actually think Himeyama's quite enjoyable, to be honest. Alright, so let's see. Because of forts? Oof. Yo! Oh, your top game is here, actually, Sassy. Sassy versus top. I could go for a bit of that. Alright, let's load this one up. We're going to do top versus Sass. You don't know who's top? Top is top, Sass. Do you not know who top is? It's Kiwian. He actually used to be one of the highest ranked players. So, like, he basically just walked away from AoE4 around Season 3-ish and stopped competing. And he's come back recently. Yeah, Kiwian's playing AoE4 again. We cast him a few weeks back. You can find it on my YouTube channel. It's like, I think someone whined that I baited them because I said it was like 3 tech ups in 3 minutes. It was. He teched from feudal to castle to imperial and then imperial again. And the guy was like, this is not accurate. I was like, yes, it is. That's 3 techs. It's like the most expensive techs. So yeah, his opponent literally done that in 3 minutes, and Top still refused to like leave the game. He still tried to like out micro him. I remember just casting the guy. I was like, Kiwian should be dead, but he's actually beaten this guy in fights twice now. Something's not right here. And it was like French versus Juji. Exactly. There you go. Faye knows what it's about. I mean, there's no Stormgate, at least for like, wait, when's the rumors? I think the rumors like Stormgate will be accessible again, at least maybe behind closed doors in like 2 or 3 weeks. So I guess we're going to get top for a little bit. Will Stormgate ever be what? Accessible? I mean, like, I felt like it was very accessible during the Steam Fest, right? Anyone could find it, anyone could play it. Sometime April? Yeah, that makes sense. You remember this? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you do. Like, Roos versus Iabids, I feel like that doesn't actually come up that often. Unless we're watching Sassy replays, because he loves his Roos. Yeah, so we're going to get something we don't really see often here, because everyone doesn't bother with the Roos, because it gets banned in literally every single competitive game. But Sassy's here. He has nothing to fear. He loves his Roos. He loves his French. If there's 2 things you can rely on in this world, it's going to be that for Sassy. Not as much Ottomans these days. I think he's even willing to admit that he's never going to get to see that in tournament play because it always gets banned as well. But he's got an interesting opponent here. This is Top, a.k.a. Kiwin. Kiwin is back in Age of Empires 4, folks. We had to check in on him. We're going to see how he's going to do up against one of the most formidable forces in competitive right now, being the Roos. On the other side, though, Iabids, I mean, this is the new kid on the block, right? I think of all the new civs, Iabids actually feels like the most powerful right now. I think Byzantines are going to start to overtake over time, but Iabids, they just have some builds that feel almost impossible to solve for in certain matchups. Curious to see how this one's going to play out. I think Roos actually have a lot more flexibility to address the Iabid issue than, say, French or Mongols, other pseudo-aggressive civs, because they are truly a pseudo-aggressive civ, and they can choose to be all-in feudal, or they can just choose to be more boomy with the 2 TC builds that are quite popular. Now, rankings on these two at the time of recording. Sassy has got a pretty decent number here, 1778 elo. Top needs to do some climbing. He's at 1533 elo. That's putting him around like 380th in the world right now. Top, for those that are maybe more recent to the scene, he used to be absolute top of the game when it came out. He was ranked 30th, I think it was, at the end of Season 1. He was doing reasonable in tournaments. Wasn't really making, like, grand finals, semi-finals, but he was getting fairly deep into the rounds. I think, like, round 32, round 16 in some cases. So, very talented player and very accomplished outside of AoE 4. He actually has quite the history behind him in StarCraft and is already making a name for himself in the new Stormgate. My pick rate's 5.5. I'm just playing it for the soundtrack. I mean, dude, I feel like your pick rate's 5.5, and most players in the top 100's pick rate is like 1% right now for the Roos. It's kind of weird. Like, I've seen people practice autos more than Roos, just because Roos just... They actually do get banned more. Like, I don't know if you guys are aware of this. Do you guys like some tournament stats? Because I actually weave the tournament stats. It is the way. So the autos... have been banned quite a lot. But if you look at the collective like bans across the Elite Classic 2, 162 bans for the Ottomans, 168 bans for the Roos. So a little bit more for Roos. But the interesting part is, like, even when you then look at the playoffs, where so far there's been 10 bans for Roos, only 7 for the Ottomans. It's kind of hilarious that everyone's saying Ottomans is OP, but the Roos are actually the ones getting banned more still. All right, so Growth Wing on the way. This... that's a little bit surprising from Top, because this is one of the matchups actually where Desert Raiders makes a lot of sense. Especially when you look at this Kremlin from Sassy. This Kremlin doesn't really protect anything, right? The deer's too far away, the stones are out of range. I'm shocked by this. Top, the raid this works is you're meant to go for Eco Wing when there's nothing greedy to punish on your opponent, right? So instead you take the greedy role, you make them force you... they rather you force them to do something, right? My brain today. The problem with this build, when you go Growth Wing like this, is you're now saying, okay, I get free villages, and it's 15% more eco when I get it, but I'm going to let you have your TC play for free, right? Like, the way that this is plotted out is if you're up against, say, HRE, you're up against, I think French is kind of eh, but Roos is definitely a good example. You're up against the Bastards. These type of civs, Desert Raid is really, really good. When you're up against civs that are already naturally going to try to aggro you, but their timing slightly delayed, so aka not a Mongol player, that's when you actually want to go for the Growth Wing. If it's a Mongol player, you do Desert Raider because you can block out their timing in the outposts, and you can also hit their trade later on, right? But if you're already up against an inherently aggressive Civ, that's when you choose Eco. It's just weird the way that Top has approached this. It's almost like he's assuming this is going to be Knight spam and Archers out the gate, which Roos can do. But if I was to plot the last 100 Roos games, there is maybe 1 or 2 that naturally begin like that. You heard the Delhi variant is going to be Dumbo OP. Oh, god damn. Wait, so you mean it's like Flying Dutchman, but for elephants? I'd be up for that. What would the Roos variant be? Would we just do something stupid like they get gold from gathering wood? Okay, I should stop giving them ideas now. Maybe elephant rams, guys? Like, they can't attack people, but like you build them with food instead of wood, and they just attack buildings. Okay, that's a horrific thought to just imagine elephants being built in the middle of a field. Imagine if we just got like a Byzantine variant and it was just Troy. Actually, no, I wanted the Trojan horse, but that wouldn't fit. That's the other way around. Yo, Byzantine variant and it's just Sparta. Ooh. All right, dude, we're getting a bit too imaginative here. Let's talk about what's happening in this game now. Because he didn't go Desert Raider, realistically, the world is his oyster. Sassy, funnily enough, is going Archers, which is a little bit surprising here. I expected him to actually go in for the second TC, as it's essentially for real estate here. But I think Sassy's thought process is, I want to try and block his natural tech timing at the beginning of the game here. And it makes sense when you consider this is Ford Berry Spawn. But the reality is, unless you starve all the sheep away, I wouldn't say this feels like a super impactful hit now, right? You did force an outpost investment, sure. But in return, you've built, what, 5 archers? So that's already 400 resources. You built the archer range for 150. At this stage, Sassy has to go for an all-in type approach, right? He's already got the blacksmiths down, so we're probably going to be looking at siege engineering in a rush. And knights are going to be following up as well. Is Sparta really a thing anymore in AoE4's time periods? Who cares about the time periods? Everyone wants Rome to eventually come in, let's be real. Exactly, dude. I don't want to be beholden to the time periods. If we accept that we have to bow to the time periods, we will never get the Eldar from Warhammer 40k in the game. And if you guys have been paying attention to Call of Duty, you realize that Warhammer's willing to stick their game anywhere, stick their IP anywhere. So, just saying, you know, be nice to have some Chaos Marines. I'm going to stop now. Mongol variant would Mongol variant would have to be like the Huns, right? And then I think Delhi variant, you do the Mughals. That would be really cool. And like, so the Delhi variant Mughals, I guess they'd be kind of like, they'd be a bit more Mongolish in a Delhi-ish Mongol kind of style mixer is how I perceive them. And yes, the Warhammer faction will have a king. They will have Karl Franz. He will lead them to greatness. The one true Elector Count. If you think Jeanne d'Arc is OP, guys, wait until you meet him. So anyway, let's talk about this game as we've got a little bit developed now. Top has actually gone in for the stables. Nice little snipe there, actually, denying the second one going up. He's almost ready with that tech up. He did go for your standard play of Advancement Wing after the Growth Wing. This is just going to be the go-to. Like, if you open with Growth, you're always going Advancement. It's pretty natural here. But the thing that I'm looking at in this game now, other side of this, Sassy is still just 1 TC. So this is kind of an awkward predicament now, right? Because Top has great gold. He has a decent amount of food. He's going to get these camels out. Pretty uncontested. If Sass wants to keep playing around now, he has to add in Raxus. And this is going to slow him down a bit. This is also advantageous to the Ibids, because if you're adding in Raxus now as well, natural flow for Ibids is Camel Lancer Archers, right? So I think this is a very awkward point in the game for Sassy. He needs to try and find some eco kills, right? He needs to delay this game. That is egregiously greedy. Top is going straight for the mosque instead of the archery ranges. I feel like Top's build is outdated. This is the type of build you saw about like a month ago, right? It's changed a little now. There's a value in playing a little bit of feudal, especially if your opponent's doing it as well. especially if you went for the growth wing, you have to justify it. Lancers are at least going to get a freebie here because Sassy was trying to idle up the wood line. But you know, what happens next is what concerns me now. By going straight after these relics, Knights can intercept you there. Spearmen are going to be able to address this Camel Lancer threat. And there's a very big risk that Top has looked before he walked, has walked before he looked, rather. Nice. So we raid in, so it's going to be a little bit of idle time there. This is pretty expensive on the dive, like losing the Horseman like this. You could argue that there isn't much value because you're just seeing Camel Lancers, but it's still extra kind of firepower missing. But I think Sassy's goal is now just to kind of clear the way for the Spearman follow-up. He's actually kept them at home for the time being, so we're not seeing tech up, that's for sure, right? Like, you're probably not teching up before you got, say, about like 30, 40 units in the field. Dervish is going to have to drop and run, so that's already an ugly investment for Top. He spent 200 wood, he's now spent 180, he spent 180 more, and he's not returning anything for it right now. Like, think about the implications of what that could have been instead. That could have been double archery range and your first few archers out. He's now going for that, but now admittably on a delay. The question now is, Sassy, does he feel like he needs to go towards castle? Or is this now just going to be prolonged, like kind of an all-in effect? I don't know if he's all-in, just because he's only building spears right now, which is very kind of limited, right? Like, if you're going for an all-in push, I imagine you'd want to scale archers as well. Or rather knights. No, probably spears and knights here, right? Because you know you're going to be up against archer camels. This just feels like a weird matchup to me right now. It's very odd whenever you watch a Roost game where they don't go 2TC, right? Because it just feels like a free play here. Well, spears are going to get a free fight. Top hasn't even queued the archer upgrade yet. What? I mean, I guess you need enough archers to justify, right? But that means actually there's a window of opportunity here for Sass. And Sass now going in for that ramp. I'm actually really starting to like his position in this game. Like, I'd say this is just the build you never actually end up seeing, right? Like, it's moved so far away from 1TC all-in play now for Roost because they have such great scalability. But I actually quite like that Sass didn't try to just play into this standard Castle Age logic with the Roost. He just looks to end the game with a good old classic build. And sure, you could say they got their Castle Age. Top has Camel Lancers, but even with a few Camel Lancers out, this feels like a very hollow Castle Age. I just need to be careful not to throw their life away. This is the one weakness of this comp, which is why I was surprised that he played a long feudal. Is like you're building knights as part of your comp into Camel Lancers, right? The Camelanese counters you pretty hard. But just kind of feels like Sassy's going for that critical mass of spears that can't be stopped, right? Rams now on the way in. If he gets rid of this outpost, he can block out all gold, and that's when this game becomes a little bit awkward for Top. It means his Camel Lancer count is going to be limited, and it means the Knight count that Sassy is now scaling into can win the day. Spears diving in. Timing's everything here, right? Oh, and that's a mistake as well. Top. Well, it's not necessarily a mistake in itself. I think he could have been remedied a quite easy way here, though. He didn't build a house here, so there was no fire armor. So that outpost went down way too quickly. And now, Knights are going to dive in on the archers. Getting a little bit messy with the fight. Second wave archers come around the back. He's pretty committed to this. Villagers are being targeted down. Spears cut them off as well. So Top now falling behind. That's 7 eco kills so far in this game for Sassy. It puts him up by 4. An archer count being kept low here. Only at 10. Should be able to scale after this. Second wave is available if Sassy so chooses, but it's starting to look like we might be edging towards a Castle Age timing after this engagement. Okay, so that's not too bad overall, right? He still has a decent number of troops in the field. He's halfway towards what he'd need for Castle. I'd love to see him just scale more archers in the interim, because you can actually just play archer into archer here, and then assist with, like, spearmen. The issue I'm seeing in this game right now, though, for Kiwian is a lack of food access, right? He's down to his last few. Yeah, he's got 2 sheep left under here. The berries are still in a risky position, so that's another reason why Sassy's just been playing this prolonged. The longer you've done this, the more likely it is that Top's going to starve himself. I do think that there's kind of an element in this game where maybe Sassy thought there was less food for Top than there actually was. But I think that's the deceptive element of dealing with the Ibids, right? It's like they don't need much food if they only need a few camels to front line. If the main part of their comp is archers, like, I think that's the other frustrating thing with the Ibids right now. They have this very strong timing around archers, and you know, there's something that practically every map and rotation has a great amount of at the start. next to your base, it's wood, right? With the exception of maybe being like Himayama. Even that, admittedly, has enough wood for you to play into this. It's what makes this timing just so painful to deal with. It's like they're just very efficient on how they use the most risky resource, right? Because food is actually the most delicate resource at this stage of the game. Because gold, you're going to have plenty of it. Stationary in one location. Wood, you're going to have plenty of it. Stationary in one location. The sheep is a variable. The alternatives are worse, and there's not much of it. Flash coming in now from Kiwin. Sassy on his way with the high trade house. Needs to pull the militia. So Winter Fortress will be able to protect him here. Meanwhile, it's going to be raiding the other side, though. Knights and Spears find their way in top. What did we just say about food? He may have got himself deep, but now he's deep in the doo-doo. He only has the berries on the front side, which are almost fully exhausted. After that, he's in trouble because both of the deers spawned on the north side, as well as the 8k berry patch. He needs to send troops to deal with this ASAP. Tech has come out, and Sassy could easily prioritize these knights to be upgraded, at which stage, with no food, you ain't bringing camel lances. In fact, Top is so desperate right now that he's playing forward in the center for additional food. Camel lances and archers. Archer's going to get cut off here. Archer upgrade isn't in yet for Sassy, but he does have defender advantage. So this is a bad fight for Top to be taking. Camel Lancers charge back in though. Spinman had to back away. Only 2 of them left over. It's actually a good time to turn around there, but the annoying part is when you start diving this. This strong point defense does a lot of damage. 7 garrison slots right now, and you can just run away from the rest of this fight. Camels are going to keep chasing. Only 2 left over. Make that 1 as another one's about to drop down. And I mean, this is the stage where things get a bit dicey, right? Look at what Sassy's doing. He has food access across the map. He's going into Men-at-Arms, knowing that Top right now has all the gold in the world, but nothing else. Oh man, this is brutal. And in fact, Top, he went 2 TC at a very early point. This is kind of insane, right? Because now it's putting more of a strain on his food income. He's now spending 300 food a minute in a game where he only has 550 food income. And High Trade House, people like highlighting that one. Yeah, it's a 1-3-2. It's not too bad. The thing about Gorge, I've highlighted this before. You see situations like this, like certain weird kind of saturations of trees, like, oh, this would be great, or this would be great. They're actually not that much better than the fat tree line, and also they're a lot more risky to place. Like this is why you always see Roost just drop it here. You tend to get a reasonable amount of wood. You could argue it could have been here, but remember that raid came in on the right side to the gold. So if you place the High Trade House here, you likely wouldn't have got it up. The Camel Lancers and Archers would have camped this, and it would have been GG. So, calming moment. The Sassy is prepping the next wave. We've got Archers still being scaled into. The Men-at-Arms are now arriving. Outpost does not have the fire armor, so this could easily be torchable, but it looks like Top has a problem right now. He scaled only Archers. He doesn't have the food for those Camel Lancers. Doesn't have the infrastructure to go into Golems. He could go for Siege here, but the problem right now is when you see Men-at-Arms, it doesn't really have much value. I actually love that Sassy added in crossbows as if he's up against Camel Lancers still. Sassy, I think you're showing a bit too much respect to a guy who has no food right now. Instead, actually, funnily enough, Ayabids are going to be going into the crossbows themselves. I mean, they have to here, right? Like, if in an ideal world where Top had more food, he would play Lancers. But I got to give Sassy a lot of credit. He played the min-map really well to this point where the starvation happened. We mentioned earlier, like, it looked like Sassy misread slightly when that starvation was going to occur. I think he was anticipating it being a minute or 2 sooner. But now that it's here, Top is struggling to compete. I mean, he's completely mismacroed. He's got almost 2k gold at this point. He's got 1,000 wood being flowed. He needs to add in like an extra 15 farms to feel remotely good about the state of this game. And adding in 15 farms at this stage will not make you feel good either way. Interesting twist of the Ram, by the way. I don't necessarily think that was required. With this many Men-at-Arms, you can just burn this outpost, right? It's not fortified. It doesn't have fire armor. I think Sassy, like, that was a little bit overly safe from him, but I kind of get it, right? Like, Ayabids is a tricky civ. You always have that game where you're like, oh, this is over, I want to fight, and this is a snowball civ, and then all of a sudden they come back with the second wave, but we can see it's absolutely fine. Like, he literally breaks it before the Ram even reaches. Villagers are going to start getting sniped now. This is crazy, man. Sassy is actually 10 eco ahead on 1 TC versus 2. Nice, now raiding around the back as well. And you just saw that right. He just sold 960 gold to buy a little bit of food. Has got crossbows queued up. Dive's going to continue in, though. I just don't see it now for top, man. I think the crossbow mass is going to be way too slow on double archery range here. He hasn't got the increased reduction either, right? Like, that comes in at tier 3. He's still 7 buildings away. And the crossbow count is at a grand total of 2. Make that 1. This is looking pretty done right now. Undermesh level 2 is also there, so his men-at-arms are insanely tanky. Archers are trading out with what little remains, and I think we have just reached the natural end of the game here. Top is not going to be top dog on this one. Yeah, I like that he's back. I hope Kiwin is going to keep up the grind. I think, like, this build, his is just a little outdated. He needs to take a different approach for this. He's thinking like it's January. We are now in March. And as we know, with the nerfs coming to Ibids and also the refinements, they have a more aggressive, more egregious timing here. You just need to prioritize, I think, going into that opening with the military wing to force pressure and then coming back to the growth wing afterwards. This build has become less desirable, and I think we just saw exactly why. Whew. I love all the debates about Civs to add to the game. Wait, wait, what's this talk about? I need to read like 100 to 100 history books. Dude, I know a lot of history. I'm a very big history nerd. I don't need more history. I need to actually go get a life is what I need. Just wanted to prevent Ghoulims. Ghoulims ROP. Crackety is correct. I am not. That's because you don't pay attention in class. Come on. Like you know, I definitely feel at this point I just paid way too much attention to history. What was it like the other day we were having like a nerdy like full TED talk about the Byzantium Empire and how actually like that wasn't their name and that was a name given to them by the Catholics because they wanted to discredit the Eastern Roman Empire and they wanted to basically give some authority to the Holy Roman Empire as the one true successor to the Roman Empire. Very nerdy stuff. Stuff you just do not need to know. Sucks for them. They should have fought harder. I mean, jokes on, like, you say that, but kind of jokes on us as well, right? The Christian kingdoms couldn't even kick their asses. We had to have the Turkish do it for us. You know that makes us in that situation, like, and that, like, a metaphorical example of what that makes us is that guy that's at the fight watching this big beefy guy kick the crap out of the kid, and then we're like, yeah, we showed them, and then the big bully just looks at you like, you done nothing, bro. That's the Christian kingdoms in that situation. The Christians took Constantinople once. Wasn't that after they originally said we're here to help? Like, is that the one you were talking about by any chance? Yeah, that one. So we snaked it. We snaked it. That's what it was. Where we're like, oh, we're not getting paid? Bro, we're taking this. All right, so let's have a look. Did Sassy have any other interesting games in his last 10? He had the state one, right? Let's check out the state one. Mongol mirror is probably like not worth it, right, Sassy? I mean, it's a mirror. But the Byzantine Mongol one, yeah, let's do that one. Unless they were Magadite, Jesus Christ. There were? Wait. What? Okay, dude. I'm assuming, like, did he build? Wait, I'm not even gonna ask. I don't want to spoil it. I'm hoping he built them both. All right, let's find out. All right, State keeps coming in my chat and he keeps going, KP, I've got these amazing builds. You need to check them out. I'm like, oh wow, State-san, I want to check them out. Let's go check them out. And then I discovered that his data is privated, so thanks for that, State. This right here, Gvai Stata is State himself, the one and only, the Giga Chad. living in Korea right now. Going up against Sassy, who's going to be on the Byzantine. So funnily enough, Sassy's favorite Civ is being played by his opponent. And he's chosen to play the Civ that can more or less rip it off. Are we about to see Hippodrome versus Mass Keshiks? I'm curious, because like what I just got a little teaser about is apparently Stay truly is Giga chatting. He wasn't kidding. He's been doing Magadai builds. We might be about to see a Magadai build out of State, and I am all for it. Let's get ready. So State playing in the purple as the Mongols, Sassy in the red as the Byzantines. Looking at his spawn, not a bad one to have when you're up against Mongols here, actually, right? Retracted gold behind the tree line, a little bit harder to reach. Forward spawning berries is going to be kind of annoying, or forward spawning to the side. I imagine that, you know, if this is going to be a Grand Winery play, kind of annoying, but I really wouldn't be surprised if this is a Hippodrome. I like the idea of Hippodrome against Mongols. It's not a bad idea. I think I'm just trying to get cute, though. It's not necessary against this Civ, but it would be cool to see. I'd also love to see some Sipahi. Eyebrows, eyebrows. You are sitting close by, but you know what? Let's see how this other game's going to go. Scout-wise, looks like actually a decent start coming out from Gavaya Starter, yeah? Jawohl. Fantastic start, actually. And now, looks like he's going to try to mirror and cut off the rotation from Sassy. Sassy is going to yoink a bit ahead of him. I'm looking forward to them, though, and you know this is kind of awkward now, right? Like, you are taking a little bit of a gamble, I think, of your Sassy, that you may have actually ran through territory that State's already covered, but your alternative is like, you definitely guarantee you go into areas you're already being by going north, or you gamble that going east is better. This way, you've at least kind of boxed State into the south side of the map. And dude, we're getting it. It's actually going to be Hippodrome, so let's go. Now, the question is this going to be Keshik Hippodrome? I feel like it has to be, right? Because you want to shut down the traders, I imagine. Like, that's probably the biggest thought in Sassy's mind is this is Mongols. This is a dry Arabia spawn where you've got trade posts next to the edge of the map. He's going to trade. So by going into Hippodrome and then also going to Keshiks, you have the mobility to shut that all down. This has to be Silver Tree as well coming out the other side. What slowed down? Oh, wow. I see what slowed him down so much. He actually went for the pasture opening. We're going to hit the 2 times for like a minute here just to kind of catch up in the feudal. So this build is quite interesting from State. By going for the pasture, very expensive investment, but it allowed him to stay out longer with the Khan. Like, he still hasn't actually come back after all this time. Unfortunately, because of the way Sassy played Northside after this, kind of feels like it's for nothing, right? Like, he'd got a slight edge on sheep count in the beginning, but hasn't really massed more afterwards. So I'd say, like, overall, although it was an edge for State to have, it wasn't a very big one for the investment, especially considering the delay it causes you here. Silver Tree now coming in, but Sassy's going to have basically a whole minute advantage here and age ahead. Sassy now into the berries. System level 2 is going to be coming in. Has got enough to connect it because, of course, it's not too expensive on the stone. And he's going very early into Exploratores. Now, this is interesting, actually. I think Exploratores, there aren't many civs where Exploratores works better against them than the Mongols. But this is insanely early out of Sassy. It's because he scouted the loose gold, though. Unfortunately for him, State is fully aware that that's a danger zone. He's going to move away. So now Exploratores feels a little bit terrible. Usually, Exploratores is just better once you have your 4th Horseman out. Because then it actually, like, it feels like it's a damage increase that's notable, right? Because the reality is, if you think about it, you're getting +2 damage. This unit hits for 9 damage. Building a new one, this unit costs 120 resources. Exploratores cost 80 resources. So once you have got 4 of these guys, that's +8 damage. That's actually not too bad compared to getting an extra horseman in. I think like that's the thing that's always my sticking point is when I see Exploratores too early, before you even have a justification, it feels really bad. But the reason why Sassy's content with it in this game is because he saw the Silver Tree. So he knows there's going to be more workers. And remember, they have the worker tag, so horsemen will do more damage against them. And you will get paid 20 gold per kill. And yes, State did do the double villager opening. In fact, he's queued up another one. Yeah, interesting that he's actually not tried to go for the traders, but I think now that he's in the Hippodrome, this makes a lot of sense. This is a really good build from State. It's good adaptability to what he's up against. He is going to actively go into Keshiks, though, which is where this gets a little bit dicey. I like the Spearmen are going to come in afterwards. This is important. You won't be able to win if you turn this into a cavalry-only battle. Like, Keshiks versus Horsemen of Triumph will destroy you. It's just such a difficult matchup. And Sassy, are we getting 2 TC? I just love this idea. Sassy's like, whoa, he double produced villages? There's only one way to address that type of threat. I'm going to go for a second town center. That is true. He's not producing traders. But you see what I mean, Sassy, about Exploratores, right? Where, like, it's a bait to get it straight away. I understand, like, the feelings like, oh, yeah, I'll kill the traders. But it's like, you would have still killed traders, right? It's you want a reason to get it. I guess the goal was meant to be that layer to the cake, but State was just very astute in his timing on moving away there. It's just at this point, the AT resources feels like it would have been better off spent going to a quicker TC, right? Or going to an extra horseman. I think the interesting thing to me is so far we actually haven't seen more Byzantine players kind of playing into horsemen in general. I wonder if that's going to change. With the upcoming patch, the increased ramp timing into Mercs, I think horsemen might be a little bit more feasible, and that's going to make Exploratores all the better. The sad part is, like, I think the problem with Exploratores, and why you just don't see it looking OP, is unless you are only building horsemen, it does kind of suck. These guys have indeed had the saddest life ever. They've ran around a gold vein, got stabbed in the face a bunch of times, and haven't found anything for it. The problem with Exploratores, by the way, is, like, it's good for killing workers quicker, sure. But realistically, what it's not great for is the gold. It's very difficult to reliably get the kills because, remember, if you have Keshiks in your formation, you have any other unit in your formation, and they get the final hit on a unit, you get no gold. That's kind of the sad thing. Nice little back away there. A horseman have bought a lot of time, so that's at least going to buy time for the TC to go up. Another thing to me that's kind of like awkward with the Exploratores play right now, I think for the kill value, it also sucks. Because hear me out, right? You build a blacksmith, you get melee tech level 1, right? You pay 175 resources, but that's something you're always going to want. That's going to scale with everyone. That's going to affect everything. You get +2 damage from Exploratores. It only affects one unit type, and it only works against one unit type, right? Like, that's what makes it feel a little bit weird. And I'm saying this as a big lover of Exploratores. I love the idea of the tech, but I see where it falls flat time and time again. I don't think it would be busted OP to just give Exploratores by default to the Byzantines. I think that should just be a unique quirk about the Horsemen. Flash coming in. Nah, it's going to be golden now. So Sassy is stuck on the 2TC. Meanwhile, it looks like Gavaya Stataya is about to begin trading. Holding on to a lot of food here, actually. I thought for a second he was going to consider going Castle Age, which I would be a really big fan of here. I mean, he has decent gold access, right? He's just camping at home. Realistically, Castle Age feels like the best play. Even without traders, I actually really like it here. It would give you a very good timing to just spam into Keshiks and start diving the secondary TC. It is tough, though. I think the weird thing for me is whenever I'm seeing these fast castle builds from Mongols and they go full Silvertree, my brain is like, if only you had Deerstone, right? Like, Deerstone Kurultai is an insanely powerful timing. We've seen players like B use it phenomenally well in the group stage of the Elite Classic, right? Where they were just able to rush their opponent. Silvertree strips you of a very big element of that timing play with the auras. But considering what he's doing with his food, it looks like Gavaya Stata is definitely going to be going into castle. The question is, do we get step readout? Because, like, I hate to say it, but it's one of those weird situations where unless you now scale a bunch of traders, you don't have any gold inflation, right? I've seen players in this situation just end up going for step readout to try and fix their economy. And that's a fair point from Sass. That's a fair point from Serp, brother. You could actually make Exploratores like a marking tech. Sassy, a little bit of overextension here. The Matane are going to get chased down. Elsewhere, it looks like the villagers... Oh my god, wait, what? Stay! He moved out for the ball! Okay, Exploratores worth. We'll be after this. That should be what, like 2 worker kills? Not bad. So it turns out, guys, Exploratores is OP when your opponent runs all the way across the map to gather resources. Are you kidding me? You just rando scouted that as well. I feel bad for him as well, because like State was playing both ends of the map, right? Like there's a boar up here as well. It's like, no, don't put all your economy together. Put economy down here, economy up here. Something's going to be safe. Like, I'll never get found. The funny thing is, like, if you were playing against a non-cav comp of Byzantines, this would be a really smart play from State. But anytime you're against cavalry civs, what he's doing is a lot more risky. Mate, Sassy, he's a scavenging dog right now. He's like, wait, if you ain't going to eat it, I'll take it from myself. I guarantee, like, if I meet Sassy at LAN, and I'm, like, sitting there eating some chips, right? But I don't quite finish the chips, and we're still talking, and, like, 2 minutes have passed, and I'm not eating the chips. He's going to point to them, like, can I have that? Are you going to eat that? Classic. Well, actually, no. This is the equivalent of you getting one chip in and realizing you don't like chips. Good God. He literally got 100 food out of the boar. Sassy takes the rest. So not only did he scout him, he literally scouted him at the very beginning of the play. That is actually brutal. State, how are we looking in this game right now? He has teched up. Oh, God, it was a step read. If you build this and this, you're having a bad day. Oh my God, I actually kind of want to vomit looking at it. He has one trade. Oh, this is brutal. His gold income is good, right? I mean, he has to justify the step readout investment. He's got 24 villages on it right now. That does gap close the eco difference, sure. But the problem is you're up against Sistans as well, right? And Sassy is now on his way up with the Golden Horn Tower. So no real aggro coming his way. This army from State is going to be too slow to wallop. I'm a bit concerned that State is falling drastically behind in this game. The issue with dealing with the Byzantines, like Byzantines teching up last, actually isn't much of a disadvantage because of how quickly they unlock their techs, right? So unless you catch them with no resources doing it, which is very rare, you can't actually punish them for just going to Castle Age. And it's because of this system effect. The Dialecticus just makes unlock so insanely fast. Dive's going to come in. Stay. Doesn't even know. He gets intercepted by the Keshiks. Well, this is at least a good trade for him, right? Like, he's got the Vet Keshiks, so State will be happy with that. What he will not be happy of is the fact that he just got dragged away from where the tech up was happening and is now actively being raided on the other side of the map. Has Exploratorius paid for itself? Yes, it has! I think 2 of these worker kills were not horseman kills. He's blocked out the food as well. State, does he actually have much at home here? I don't think he does. He has, like, maybe a small handful of sheep. Yeah, okay, he's got 10 sheep to work with. But no deer access, no boar access. Dive on the primary TC is going to be limited in its effect. Secondary TC should be mostly fine. Just 1 minute arms over here being a little bit annoying. So Sassy is going to go for textiles. I think this is a smart choice considering he doesn't really have much army at home yet. And even when he gets the initial troops out, he's going to need time to defend. And it also allows him to hang around with these guys, right? Just continue to be a nuisance. That, by the way, I love to see. Trapezites rather is so incredible. I'm baffled when I see Trapezites neglected, as in not taken, when someone has like 10 plus cav. Once you have 10 plus cav, it's quite nice. Trapezites basically, it exudes an aura from the scout that gives plus 25% torch damage to nearby units. It's very powerful, actually. Agreed, Sassy. Yeah, it works really well against walls. Outpost spamming as well is really good at denying that. Just give you flexibility. I think, like, actually, like, Trapezites makes a lot of sense against Mongols in particular. Especially if they go Silver Tree. So, raid in the back of the base. State. Not really gonna find enough damage for this hit, right? Like, he's gonna get cleaned up. This is still a game where State, although he's still in contention, is behind, right? It's still a 6 eco lead, a 2 TC build, and Sassy is now in Castle Age as well. This would be very different if State was playing for Relics already, but this is a game where he went Silver Tree, he went Step Readout. He probably doesn't want to rush towards extra gold. He wants to try and find this timing attack, but it's very difficult to do this now that the Byzantines are caught up, right? Like, these outposts can build up, you can get Mangonel placements in them. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what Sassy is playing for now with the amount of stone he's gathering. Yeah, it is, dude. This outpost is going to be a Mango Tower. So this is not dieable anymore. When you run meta arms and crossbows, this is the worst type of defense strategy you can run into. In fact, this is probably the worst way that you can play meta arms right now. He's just Congo lining them to death. Okay, good hold by Sassy. State. What is the solution now? When you see this comp, like, what do you really build into? You don't have Kurultai as a buffer when this comes towards you. You need a strong arm to respond with. Crossbows makes a lot of sense when you've got step readout power. I want to say, like, crossbow spears, but then you're going to get into, like, a Limitane crossbow fight, right? And that always feels bad. Maybe crossbows plus Keshiks could be really good here from State right now. Instead, he's going back for those relics. Sassy in the clash, though. Oh my god, that's a big raid! So many villagers actually added up right now. Like, this is the problem of what you're doing when you play step readout. I think this is another reason why a lot of people moved away from it. Is that you have to get good value out of it, which means you have to overburden your gold. It makes you predictable. It also makes you very easy to idle out like this. 25 villagers just running around like headless chickens right now, and the lead is now building 71 eco to 57. Walls have come up. Outposts have been built. There is no raid potential now for State. He needs to win a main fight, and that's becoming difficult. Frang in with a Berserk. We'll just be kited out here. We'll actually turn around and start dealing with the crossbows. Second wave is wiggling in right now, and this is where I start to worry for State, because it feels like he can't actually get a big army together whatsoever. He's trickling troops in that are finding less impact. Mangonel Tower emplacements are on the way, so these raids will stop. And on the flip side of it, this gold is getting munched through really quick. Like, he's not holding anything in reserve. He's already spent 2k of the 4 here. How do you get further out from your base from here? Like, that's what I'm now struggling with, is State, if he doesn't win a fight, by the time this 2k gold is gone, the game is going to feel over. Yeah, network now coming in. So that's going to be nice for State. I think that's been one big issue here, is like he just keeps getting outmaneuvered on the flank right with the cav. This allows Spearman to react to that quite abruptly. The problem in this game, though, is you're now reaching a stage where Sassy, yeah, he's just going to do this. It's going to be full farms at the back, and then he's going to have a late game economy. Like, he basically already has that, right? 1,700 food, 700 gold. Obviously, some of that is temporary and the deer and on the ball, but a lot of that is quite permanent at this stage. And the thing is, like, once you approach around, like, 80 villages, an average farming, an average civ that has farms, standard farms, can start transitioning semi-cozy, right? This is a civ that gets more value out of those farms. Not only are they cheaper at 60 wood each, but they also happen to have the added benefit of giving you 20% extra resources. So, pretty cozy point in the game for Sassy. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like the issue for State was when he made that men-at-arms transition instead of maybe just staying on additional cav here. Because it feels like ever since that moment, he hasn't really had any mobility in this game. So what does State do to get out of this hole now? I don't think you go 2TC here, right? Like, you just need to set up outposts and defend the trade. If you scale trade high enough, you can win. The thing about Sassy's build is, like, he does have some cav, but it's not an insane quantity right now. It feels like he's switching to a fixed army, right? Like a slow-moving force. If that becomes the case, it means State only has to worry about a strong point defense, and that's where these mangonels can be a very powerful tool in the arsenal. One thing that scares me whenever I see mangoes, though, guys, is that Hippodrome is kind of insane. The Hippodrome is really bonkers here. The ability to just run in with Triumph, and also keep in mind, like, if Sassy sees now that he's up against mangoes, a really smart heads-up play at this stage is just to build Cataphracts. Cataphracts that come out in 20 seconds because you're at system level 5. You just charge through. You snipe them straight away. It's a ridiculously powerful tool. And because there's no Kurultai, you don't really have this massive crossbows that insta-gibs the cav. Like, I actually think Cataphracts are being slept on. They are an incredible support unit. I actually don't think Cataphracts are a good knight. They are a great support unit. They are great at specific targetings because of that trample. And then they scale in the late game to also remain a support unit, right? Because of Numeri, where they get the 15% vulnerability buff they apply. Flash coming in, though. Might not even need him at this rate. It feels like State couldn't get a good hits here. Only 2 mangoes built. The other one hasn't been cancelled. He's going to have to cancel it now, but it's too little too late. Army's going to get wiped out here. And State, I think this just might be a GG point. He just realized how big this force is. And he most definitely does not like it. Yeah, this is done. I don't see a way in which State's going to get it together. Look how close this is to his main base. All of his food sources underneath the primary TC. He has got a little bit of deer gathering going on here, but that's only 5 villages, and the gold hasn't convinced me, right? Like, I'm not going to be surprised if I check that silver tree and see that he's been trading. I don't even get a chance to. GG gets cool. State is going to have to wave the white flag, and I am disgusted and disappointed. I was promised Magadai. I was not delivered Magadai. State, need to play more Mongols. Oi, oi, oi. All right. I guess the Magadai game was the Mongol mirror then. Maybe. 1 sec. I quickly need to respond to a message again. Got people being quite chatty on LinkedIn today. Nice. Sorry, I'm just like responding about some potential work. God, someone's asking me like what kind of games I cast, and now my brain is like, wait, is that the whole list? I do quite a few different games now that I think about it. Yeah, okay, nice. So, do you even outpost rush on a Mongol mirror? If you want to lose, yeah. It's like, it's weird because what ends up happening is it's just like spear spam is what eventually turns into. All right, nice. So let me have a look. Sorry, I got like a bunch of messages coming through today. Busy boy for once. Quite nice. So let me have a look here. Do we want to check a Mongol mirror? I don't know. Remember how Marine Lord lost to Louis? 7 Cataphracts would win that match? Oh yeah, agreed. Well, I think there was a bigger issue in that game, Sassy, in the Marine Lord played way too lax. Like, he didn't try to pressure. He decided he was going to go late game against Chinese, and he didn't even stonewall himself. So, like, that game was weird. The only reason I remember that game so vividly is because of the weird conversations me and Crackety were having. Because that game's like, you don't want to just sit there and literally just say, okay, this is like flat out the wrong way to approach Louis in Chinese. But, like, that was basically what happened. Mongol Mirror wasn't that great? Okay, yeah, we'll dodge it then. Geweistatter, has he had any other big matchups recently? I don't think so. So what we've got, let me have a look, because we did have... There is a Don versus Divine game. Donati versus Divine DFP. Not sure how I feel about that. Because on the one hand, it would be Don. On the other hand, is Divine just going to play, like, campy Ottomans? Oopsie, 1 sec. Actually, let's quickly... First things first, you know what we always do here. Let's quickly check if we've got any live games. Probably not. Always worth a quick ganders, though, right? Now, I'm really quite enjoying this. This is like lemon and lime matcha tea. There's a nice kick to it. This is like energy drink company. They make like teas as well as energy drinks, powders. And yo, what is up? Thank you for the raid, Angelica. Hopefully you had a good stream. Notice some Asian mythology talk. Have you been playing AOM? How's it going? You been enjoying it? Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I was just saying, like, I've started trying this. I got sent some product by an energy drink company that wanted to explore like some sort of partnership. And the energy drink powders feel a little bit empty, but I've got to say I'm quite impressed by like the teas, like the green teas, like matcha. So what was it? Lemon and lime matcha green tea, and then they also had like an apple green tea, which is really nice. So we haven't got any high-level players queuing right now, right? Whatever happened to Kyo? Kyo kind of just disappeared, right? Guy was everywhere and then nowhere. All right, we'll do the Don Artie game. Let me get it. It's so hard. You're playing on Titan difficulty. Hell yeah, that's the way it has to be done. Yo, Angelica, you know what else? Like, you should check out Red Alert 2. Play Red Alert 2 on the hardest difficulty as well. I think you'll like that. There's quite a few absolutely amazing OG RTSs. AOM is definitely chief amongst underrated though. Trying to think like what other ones there are. If you like Age of Mythology, what else would fit? What do you think, chat? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if I'm reaching. I feel like Dawn of War kind of fits that theme as well. Like, I mean, it's different theme that is sci-fi versus fantasy, but I mean, like the playstyle different, but in some ways similar. Damn! All the girls coming through. What is up? Thank you very much, Marika. We are now just compiling all power into one location here. Thank you, thank you. Back-to-back raids. I can confirm after 30 years on this planet and being a very ugly kid in high school, I've never been this popular with the ladies. Hey! All right, anyway. I'm going to get that game going. Ah, you got a self-flame, right? All right, let's get ready to go. So we've got Don versus Divine DFP. I was a little bit hesitant as to whether we should cast this one. Just because I'm wondering if Divine's going to do the thing he does. You know the thing I'm talking about, chat? He does like to camp. He's like a Call of Duty corner camper sometimes. But I'm hoping that's not what we're going to get here. So it's going to be an Ottoman Abbasid matchup. I'm number one on your list. Oh, thank you. Well, actually, I think Beastie might have something to say about that one, but oh, thank you. Oh, appreciate it. All right, so God, I'm praying. I'm really praying that this is not just going to be a campy Ottoman game. You know what? When I see his name, and I think many of us have this, Dio Favente Perinis, we're like, oh no, please don't let it be a free TC campy game. Folks, calm down. Don't worry. There's someone here to save us from the possibility of a slow game, of a boomy game, of nothing happening in a game. It's the Bloodletter himself. This is Don Artie. Don Artie on the Abbasids. That's right. That's why we are watching this. Don Artie on the Abbasids. A Civ that can be greedy, but let's be totally real. We are watching a guy who historically on the Abbasids, most of his games involve tower rushing. It's why we're checking in on this game. It's why I was curious. We're going to be on Gorge here, so don't look right, Michael, by the way. This is Don. He's finally back playing some games. Right now, he's ranked 76th in the world. Pretty respectable. 1,839 ELO at the time of this game. DFP a little bit higher, 1,918 ELO, giving him a 44th placement on the ladder. I think actually DFP might be the highest ranking American right now. It'll be close. Philisberto tends to compete quite well there as well, right? Like Philisberto's filling a bit. But obviously outside that, Give You Anxiety Soldier, not really as present at the moment. You know, obviously they're part-timers. I don't know if DFP is full-timer or not. I'm assuming he's a part-timer as well. One thing I want to give DFP credit for is, like, he has kind of evolved a bit as a player. He got this really bad rap as just a full-on kind of corner camper type player, right? Like, we all remember watching those games where he goes free TC, and he builds a white tower, and then he stays in his base as the English until the end of time. This guy is still there. I think English is just a bad rash for him in that situation. But credit to him, he's also shown a capability to be a more offensive-oriented player, which I'm really excited to be able to say. Don't you remember watching Mongol Spammer Divine? A little bit. I feel like I don't remember Mongol Spammer Divine. I remember 3 or 4 TC Spammer Divine. I remember Delhi Herbal Medicine Divine the most. This guy loved Delhi more than anyone else. He loved Delhi more than actually anyone who knew the Delhi national anthem loved Delhi. But it's delightful to see that he's actually kind of spread his wings a bit. Not so delightful that he's a filthy Ottoman picker. I mean, this is not really something most players are practicing for tournaments because it just doesn't make it through the selection period. This is interesting, though, from Don. The most aggressive player we watch, I feel like one of the most aggressive players. Like, I don't know if I'd say he's more aggressive than, say, a Vortex, but the way he's more aggressive is true, right? Like, this is the guy most likely to use his villagers to fight, for example. You might be wondering why is he going for Eco Wing then? Because, guys, Textiles will give him 50% more health on his military units. It's a very big break now. Let me explain the real reason. I've talked to Don about this. He has a very interesting kind of philosophy on Eco Wing. He sees Eco Wing as a backup option to choose upon several minutes later. So, like, his logic is if he builds a lead, then he's very cozily okay with the idea of just rushing free TCs. It's very intriguing because most players would think Military Wing would be better, especially in this matchup, considering that you've got the Military School opener. So, like, I would say that Don is very much in the minority of players with this approach of choosing Eco Wing. Eco Wing very rarely comes out. I'd say about 65-70% of games right now are Military Wing, right? Trade Wing is very rare. I gotta admit, I think Trade Wing is kind of underrated. If you're Trade Wing on this map, though, you clearly hate life and you hate your poor little pack mules. The weirder one is that Culture Wing just feels absolutely redundant now. I think Culture Wing needs a complete rework. I think Culture... People aren't going to like it, but I'm going to say it. I think Culture Wing should actually give you the Preservation of Knowledge when you complete it. Because this is the problem. Timing's everything. Like, if you want to find the value in Culture Wing at the very beginning of the game, 30 seconds is a long time to wait. Same in Castle Age. 30 seconds extra is a long time to wait to go for your upgrades, right? I think, like, that makes Culture Wing very unwieldy and very difficult to utilize. So, tech up complete on one side. Minaret Madrasa coming on the other. We are going to get more military schools. DFP strikes me as the type of greedy player that would go for the 2 military school first. I've been noticing a lot more Ottoman players trying to do the double military school without adding in any active reduction. And I've got to say, I'm not a big fan of it. I think it leaves you very vulnerable to aggro plays on the other side. And we will get some aggression coming, by the way. Archers are being spammed, and it is a move out in the stone. So it's aggressively ecoing. Classic Don. He has some good choices here, right? Deer on the right side, as well as deer and berries on the left. He could go for a wide spread here. I'm curious to see what Divine's response is going to be. Does he want to try to mass Sipahi and burn these down, or is he going to go for something a bit more greedy, right? That fabled fast castle. And yes, town centers are very aggressive, guys. You build them next to the enemy base, and then you get 7 archers inside. You didn't think about that, did you? I did. You want to know why I thought about that? Because we're watching Don. I have to think about all the absurd things you could do because it's Don. I don't think it's going to be a TC rush as much as like, oh my, dude, could you imagine if he actually was TC rushing? I wish. You know what the most Giga Chad move would be? If he TC rushed the enemy stone and then took that stone to build more TCs. Oh god, I need that build so much. Faye, you're in chat right now. Get to work. This is now your mission for the month. The Abbasid TC rush will be the resurgence of the Great Caliphate. So, second TC up on the stone. What is DFP's response going to be to this? Because it looks like he's still going... It's 2 TC, right? Is it 2 TC on the deer? Oh, I actually really like that here. Because then you have this kind of omni-flexibility as the Ottomans. Because at that stage, right, you can either choose to pivot into a longer feudal or go for the Castle Age rush. Eva can work quite well here against the Abbasis, actually, because like the longer that you make the feudal age, the kind of better it gets to the Ottomans now, because of the fact that you're able to get into additional Vizier points, like the one that just signaled off there. And yeah, it's going to be second TC. This one's on the gold, though. That does suggest we're looking at a fast castle build. A little bit ambitious with the limited sheep, right? He's got like, what? Yeah, 12 in total. He just used Anatolian heals. This is fast castle. Well, fast castle after second TC. Anatolian Hills, by the way, kind of disappeared for quite a while in the Ottoman builds. Has made a full resurgence now. It's a very powerful one. Remember, this is the one that gives you the 8 sheep as well as an increased gathering rate on stone and gold. It's incredibly impactful because this is 2,000 food just like that for free. So easy peasy. And you can tell it's going to be a fast castle because there's no other reason to set up the TC on the gold. If you were going for a prolonged feudal, you would just set up a TC over here on the deer to get more food pump going for units. So behind this, free TC. Wait, Don. Whoa. Don, hold up. Why is it only free? I mean, I'm just saying, if you're going to build an eco wing and your opponent's going to get into a TC measuring contest with you, why stop it free? This is clearly fast Imperial. I mean, maybe. I'm kind of thinking in my brain because like this is a matchup we really have to kind of figure out because we don't see it actually if you think about it. Ottomans gets banned all the time, and anyone with sanity doesn't pick Abbassids, at least not early in the draft, right? So like this is a very interesting dynamic because I would not be surprised if we haven't had a single Abbasid Ottoman matchup in tournament play recently. Because think about the dynamics of a draft. Ottomans either gets banned early or picked early. Abbassids gets picked late. Then, when you're drafting and playing the civs, Ottomans typically gets whipped out quite quickly in a series. Abbassids get saved until later because it needs very specific matchups. So, like, this matchup, especially with an Eco Wing, which is just already win itself, I think you could do Imperial simply because of the fact that with free TC and the fact that he's going to take 2 minutes to even reach castle when he's ready, Don's a very long way off being able to compete, right? Meanwhile, like, for Divine, he's already almost ready to pull the trigger on that castle age. I think you're going to have to like present some units. What I think the approach would be for DFB here, you get into castle age, you build like 3 or 4 lancers, and you just raid this very fat economy that Don's building up, right? It will be fat when you arrive because it's free TC. And then while he's reacting to that, building the spears, you go for your imp at home. Right, I'm going to hit the fast forward a little bit. I love that Don, a guy who always hates the idea of late game, always hates the idea of not just doing things to spill blood. Like, the closest he's coming to spilling blood is when he bursts a berry and it goes all over his shirt. Right? He's actually not murdering at all. Divine is hoarding a lot of food right now. There's no way you just do a naked fast imp here, right? Culture... Oh my... Wait, Don, don't do it. No, Don, don't. Please don't do it. So, this is the weird thing, right? Like, military wing would make a lot of sense here for an all-in timing with mass infantry boot camp. What I'm saying don't do it is whenever I see someone get culture wing at the stage, and we're talking about Imperial on one side, there's no way he's just thinking going Imperial on the other, right? Because remember, Preservation of Knowledge does affect age-up costs. I'm praying right now this is just him all-in castle. I do not want to see an Imperial rush. You lose that rush. DFB. He's actually just not adding in anything actively. This is legitimately just Imperial, isn't it? Some things never change, and Divine may be one of those things. Bless him. We tried to believe he was going to do something different for a sec, but yet. Other side of it, Preservation of Knowledge coming in. I'm not crazy about POC. I really am not. Like, it gives some savings, sure, but like realistically, do you want to be building archers here or do you want to be building crossbows, right? It's going to be crossbows. Thank you very much, Monkey Legs. I have a lot of fun casting the tournament games. I'm trying to like take a more chill approach when I'm casting on my own channel now, I think. Because I want, like, I've noticed when you try to cast properly, like solo casting all the time, I've said this before. I feel like the more I solo cast, the worse I become as a caster. because I think like it sets you up as bad precedences. Like you get bad habits from doing solo. So I like that we're taking I like that we're seeing more and more people talking in chat, asking questions, because I actually like the idea of treating it like a separate analysis piece and an educational conversational piece. Makes the two things feel really different for me, which I enjoy. Keeps them fresh. Spahi raid now coming out on the flank here. Now, there is an outpost out here, but way too many villages. Losing a few is not going to hurt you here, but it might hurt you elsewhere. Don, the problem I'm seeing is Divine is walling himself in. He's gone for 4 military schools right now. He's actually actively producing, so it looks like we're not just going to get that naked fast Imperial game. There is going to be a fight. I'm going to hit the fast forward at the moment because it's going to be tiny raid as we scale into a big army. Looking at the comps they're building, I don't like this Golem choice. Like, you're going to be going into likely mass crossbows, right? Like, if there is a force to fight with, it's going to be either crossbows or knights here for the Ottomans, and either one will deal with your Golems quite well. Spirals do make a lot of sense though, right? Like, you're going to have those 3 mangonels coming out on the other side. I'm still thinking he's, like, leaning towards Imperial here, right? Like, this is incredibly sus right now. It's crazy to me that Don isn't getting suspicious about it at this stage. And the problem is now that he's like looking to move, great. Like, you finally realize what's happening, but you've realized too late, right? Like, way too late. The wall will not go up. That's the good news. The bad news is the tech should go up still. I actually don't think his army's big enough to break this either. Metro attack speed aura, the mangonel, the fact that you don't actually have boot camp either. I don't know, man. Well, the good news is, guys, this game can't be that long, right? And, you know, we could have made the mistake of, like, checking on Divine DFB's progress towards being an aggro player in, like, an hour-long game. This is going to be, like, maybe a 25, 30-minute game. I am disgusted at the fact that Don literally has spent the last 50 minutes ecoing, though. That's not like him at all. I really did think he was going to use these villages to outpost rush. That's the man that I've come to respect. But it's going to be a ram rush instead. Maybe? I'm hesitant to say that this is going to work. Because the problem right now is, like, you don't actually have a huge, overwhelming military lead, right? So adding in rams is quite the predicament. Because this could have been additional archers, additional golems, additional whatever, right? Frontlining for you. This is going to be a little bit tricky, isn't it? I'm just going to hit the 2x speed. Games like this, I wish that the game was always on 2x speed. And the outposts from Don. So I guess he's getting pseudo springles. I wouldn't recommend building them that close together just because a mangonel will get double whammy here. Speaking of which, mangoes are coming in from him as well. No, Don! Oh no. I actually can't believe Divine was the more aggressive player in this situation. Alright, well, this game just fell apart, guys. We're going to go ahead and hit the fast forward again. I think you all understand why, because this is about to just turn into a late game. That is a heavy loss. That slowed him down a lot. I actually think Divine and Don are both going to have to tech up now. Istanbul Observatory on the way. He can afford it, right? He's got preservation and knowledge. It's cheaper. I think you just have to accept this for what it is. You're not there's no way you're going to get this all in timing in Castle. And he knows that. Military wings on the way. Dude, I think if you... Like, I take very big issue with this build from Don, because, like, if you want to do what he's doing here, I think military wing and Castle would have made more sense. Like, sure, you wouldn't have been able to get Imperial now. It would have been too expensive. But, like, his goal wasn't to get Imperial in the first place. His goal was to attack, right? But now you have a problem. Ottomans are fully online. They've got the full passive reduction in all this glory, Istanbul Observatory. On top of that, they are going to be crawling into Great Bombards. He even goes for the Janissary pull, which is surprising here, considering how much of the enemy army is ranged. Plus comes in. Oh no, man goes. Oh my god! Those are Golems, by the way. Trip Mangonel to the backside. Don! Alright, this is over. I can tell when Don has lost interest in a game. That fight had all the classic tellings of no interest in the game. He didn't even try to micro. He literally selected his army, A-clicked in, and said, be what will. Yeah, we're just going to fast forward. I feel Don right now. I don't think he's going to enjoy the way that the DFE is going to get a feel in here, though. We've got the guns coming in. The Gunner boys are going to start getting scaled in too soon. I mean, at this stage, the only upside for Don is that I don't think Divine's at a point where he can use the military schools to build Janissaries yet. He doesn't actually have that many Vizier points, but he's not far off now. Wait, was Don actually doing a 50 APM series? Are you for real? Are you memeing? Because I want to say you're memeing, but that actually does sound like something I could see Don doing. That's actually a genius idea for the content. I feel bad for him because I just looked at his Twitch page and his title literally says, hopefully no long games. He actually done it? Oh my god, that's incredible. A 50 APM to Conk challenge is incredible. Bless him. This is not it for Don though. We're going to hit the fast forward. We'll see it to its conclusion. We at least owe him that. He's got one stand ahead of him. It's not going to be a pretty stand though. Sovereign, at least trying to snipe out, but the amount of Springles here, I mean, it's just undeniable what's going to happen here. Anti-Siege is going to be pushed away. Dive is going to continue on in. And Don is dead. He refuses to call GG, and I can't blame him. If I was in this game and Divine had wasted 22 minutes of my life for this, I'd at least look to waste a few more minutes of his. Okay, guys, you want to know why Don hasn't GG'd yet? Because the problem with GGing here is that pressing escape, clicking surrender, and then clicking again is free APM. And right now, Don, being the optimal maestro that he is, he's perfectly at 50 APM. He can't afford those extra APMs or he'd lose the challenge. Big shout out for Don's honorable approach to the 50 APM challenge. What a dumb Civ. I'm going to say it. Out of all the upcoming changes, I could not be happier with the fact that the Ottomans are getting kneecapped. It's about damn time. How would you have done this with 50 APM then? I like that. That's like an interesting way to Fearcraft. How could you make this work? That would also explain maybe why he didn't go for the military wing, right? Because there's a lot of micro of those first 4 units. Although the weird thing to me is like going multi-TC is also bad, right? Because you're adding a lot of APM in, just queuing up more villages, surely. I guess if you have enough food in reserve, you can shift queue, and that doesn't, like, you know, each shift queue is like, that's 5 villages for 1 APM, so that's not too bad. I would imagine for a 50 APM challenge, though, funnily enough, the easiest Civ might be the Ottomans. Because you can just passive, like, you can passive produce, right? So you're not using any APM to keep pumping units, right? You can toggle, and that's literally it, so. Oh. What do you think, guys? Is there any easier Civ to do a 50 APM challenge with? Maybe HRE? That's true. The military school line is beautiful. Everything else about this game is ugly. Well, Keep drops in. As I said, Don is massively floating 50 APM. He can't spend the extra 3 to GG. He's not going to have much longer to go, though. House of Wisdom's down. TC next to be targeted. Probably Japan? True. And you don't need that much APM early on either, right? Actually, no. That's not entirely true, right, Sassy? Because, like, you need to spam more units because you're a Zerg-like. Any Civ that has to Zerg more is kind of worse because of the APM limitations. GG comes in, though. I'm pretty sure this one's not getting uploaded. All right, 1 second. I want to quickly grab a snack bar. I'm getting a little bit munchy. I'll be back in 1 sec. I'll leave some music on back in like 90 seconds. Actually, I'll run ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them afterwards. I don't know if we have enough people interested in community games, actually. I'll put a poll up as well. We'll see if we actually have enough people that can play community games, because that would be cool. All right, 2 minutes there. Gonna run ads as well. Be right back. Boop. All right, how are we looking? Only one person for community games? Big Sarge. I was going to try to do a fun day Monday type thing if we had enough people. Just be like, guys, you can only build spearmen. Oh, God. All right, I'm going to eat 1 or 2 more of these. I'm going to look for some live games while I munch down a few of these to snack. So, oh, I didn't put the music on. Sorry about that. There we go. Let's quickly switch over. Wait, you guys didn't play... Do I need to re-poll? The amount of people now, like, I didn't see the poll. I'll do one more poll. Who wants to play in community games? All right, remember to vote. You got 2 minutes. Go, go, go. And I'll munch my face off while you guys vote. That is fair, actually. Shout out to Dom. He's quite honest about the interesting games. Some players literally come in here only to tell me about their wins. Dom will even show a loss if it's interesting. So big shout out to him. We've got 5 people. Could we? Divine DFP game. Oh no. When you say it's insane, do you mean I'm going to go insane? Oh, You were randoming as well. That makes more sense. We have 5 people for games. Do we do like a 5-player micro map? That could work, right? 5-player micro map. This Phil's Burger game. I'm not even sure if it's viewable. No, I think it was too long ago. It's over 10 games ago. I mean, it was too long ago anyway. We wouldn't be able to watch it. So, what I'm thinking, do we give the participants a special rule? I'm not thinking the 50 APM because that's gonna be hard to like track. So don't worry, Don. You haven't got another 50 APM game. Do we do? What can we do in? Because like, I want to try to maybe get some stuff on Monday because I noticed there was a Reddit thread that went up the other day about Fun Day Monday and how it'd be cool if AoE4 had such a thing. And my thought was like, well, we kind of do that, right? Like we actually do kind of do that already with the community games. But we usually just like use modded game modes to make it fun. There's probably other elements we could do. No Magadai? Wait, there you go. Magadai only, for example. No. We'll do a micro map because we've got 5 people, right? So we'll do a micro map. And test this idea. Yes, community games. Whoop whoop. Magadai. No, please stop. What can we do? What would be interesting? Like the obvious one is villagers only, right? Villagers only is always a meme-a-thon. Single unit only? Yeah. Like, I want to try to figure out a way to eventually make this more organized. I'd love to be able to, like, just literally message DM each player what their unit is. Unique units only. Ooh. What do you think, chat? One's for unique units only? Small villages only? Oh, you're talking about puny peasants. Wait, have I got any of my modders in, actually? Because that's a mod we need updated. Puny Peasants doesn't work anymore. Any new civs it doesn't work with. Puny Peasants is incredible. I miss Puny Peasants. Marlene's OP then? Yeah, I mean, actually, the entire roster's... Wait, no. Technically, isn't the entire roster of Order of the Dragon units unique? Let's try the single unit only challenge. Let's do that one. Yeah, it's like the unique only unit gets kind of weird because of the balancing AoE4. Let's do let's do like 1 unit only. We'll do 1 unit only. It won't be Meat Grinder. It needs to be Nomad. Where is it? Am I blind? There we go. Dude, the AGS mod keeps moving. All right, so scattered. We'll do the 1.25x simulation speed, right? I think we do the simulation speed increase. Max pop obviously needs to be 200. Min pop on a micro map, I'll give you 100 for free. I'm a generous guy. So we need a single sacred site. I always like the single sacred site, it's really good. We'll do the resumable timer. And then we were going to do how many villages to start with? I think I'll give you guys like 10, maybe 12. Where is it? There it is. Let's do 10. Okay. I think that's everything. That should be everything we need. Okay. Let me go ahead. Tick that box. Alright, guys. If you want in on the community games, on my mark when I say ! join space your in-game name to be in with a chance of getting in once I say do it. So we're going to be doing the 1.25 simulation speed. You can choose one unit, one military unit you can build. That's the only military unit you're ever allowed to build. Villages are allowed to be built as well. And if you want to be in that game, put your name in now. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Can you make rams? If you only want to make rams, sure. All right. Don, you are in. I'm just going to steal Dana's name. It's a fun day Monday. So we'll get Mr. Artista in. We've got MSN coming through. Let's get him in. Wait, Don, why is it saying you've got a failed mod there? I'll sort you in a sec. We've got Arctic Jackal. You're in. Got Market. You're in. Krent. You are in. Gully is in. And then the final person to get in when I leave is going to be Agiako. Agiako? Is that correct? So it'll be Ezere. If you didn't get in, don't worry. There'll be more games. You're not online? Gully. Mush. Come on, you blib. How do you kill Stone Walls if you don't choose Rams? Gotta have Rams. Cannon outposts. Wait, no, they're range damage, aren't they? Did we say no stone walls? Yeah, no stone walls. I'm not allowing Rams because no, dude, Rams is cheesy. Allowing Rams and someone else is cheesy. If you want Rams, that's your unit. Just no stone walls. Especially on this map, for Christ's sake. Yeah, no stone walls. Alright, so I think everything's correct here. Okay, Don, you've disabled a mod. What did you disable? Donald? Did you disable AGS? Yeah, exactly. If someone goes archers, like wood walls are just as good. I'm gonna kick and re-invite you, Don. One sec. Don, you've got like check your mods. You've disabled something. Yeah, no teams. Like, we've got the Micro Mega Random mod, we've got Make It Quick 1.25x, and then we've got the unofficial AGS. Those are the three that you need to have enabled, Don. Yeah, everyone below plat can choose their Civ. Diamond or above, have to random. That's the way we do it. Did Don hear me? Oh, nice. There we go. Thank you, Don. All right, fantastic. Let me do this so you get it downloaded. And then I am going to leave. Oh, wait. Everyone's good. Yep. I'm going to leave. And this is the person to invite. That's the final person to take my space. All right, get them in. Whoop, whoop. Alrighty, so just to recap for those watching what we're doing here, it's going to be a 1.25x simulation, which means that your units move quicker, they attack quicker, they gather quicker, all these things they do quicker. We're going to be doing it on the micro map. It is going to be a 1 unit only game. So outside of your villager choice, you choose a unit to build. That is the unit that you are allowed. You're not allowed any other unit. Once you made a choice, that's permanent. Think of it like you're doing a mercenary contract here. You're locked in. So if you build an archer in Feudal Age, you're only building archers for the rest of the game. If you wait all the way into Imperial Age and build a hand cannoneer, great job, and you can only now build hand cannoneers. Am I allowed to build scouts? No, you get your starting scout. Well, actually, everyone... Well, wait, yeah, because Nomad. I'll allow people to build one scout, one opening scout. That's what I'll allow. No scout spam. Because you don't start with a scout, right? I'm trying to remember now. On the Nomad, did we start with scouts? Just one at a time. I guess, like, for simplicity's sake, I'll allow the one at a time, just because it's going to be hard to enforce otherwise, knowing when someone lost a scout and if they rebuilt it. So, like, because it's not a mod restricting, that's what I'll allow. So, yeah, you can have, like, one scout. Okay, so let me check how we're looking. Did we get the person in? Are we full lobby now? So yeah, just to recap the rules, full clarity for people. 1.25x simulation speed. You can build only one unit type. The exception to the rule is you're allowed to have one scout total. If you want to spam scouts as your one unit type, go for it. You can build as many villages as you want as well. Buildings are different from units, so you can build whatever buildings you want outside of stone walls. We're not allowing stone walls here. So follow those rules, and we will not have a problem. Oh, and it is going to be on the micro map, so you're going to be very close to people. Have fun. It's taking its time. Any civ that has knights and feudal basically goes knights only. Possibly. I mean, you could play out of it, though, right? Like, imagine you pick Rus and you just go for Streltsy. I just want to see a Delhi player go elephants, you know? Maybe I should have done bounty everything with this, actually, because I feel like you're going to have very little resources to work with. But who cares? Like, the goal isn't to have it be balanced. It's just meant to be fun. All right, we need to put the thingy on, don't we? Oh, I forgot about peacetime. That was a mistake. Oops. All right, it's Fun Day Monday time. That's right. We are spinning up a new series, a new set of rules here. We're going to be doing the community maps. The micro map, but with an interesting twist. You can build only one unit type. That's right. We are going a bit wild here. There's a few extra rules in there to make it balanced. People are not allowed to build stone walls because otherwise, for example, if you built only archers, you would have no way for a stone wall. Outside that, you're allowed to have one scout maximum at any given time to allow you to pick up sheep and also scout with the army. But outside that, you are just building one aggressive unit. So if you choose archers in Feudal Age, you're building archers throughout the game. If you decide to fast Imperial Age and go straight for Great Bombards, great. You can only build Great Bombards and villages to support. Villages, you can build as many of them as you want because it just makes sense. Otherwise, the game becomes a little bit too constrained. And we are going to have 8 players nicely compacted together on one of Merlin's micro maps. These maps that we use so often because they are so fun for so many crazy formats. And let's introduce the players. We've got Market here. We've got Krent over here in the Malians. The way we've done this is anyone above plat has to random their civ. Anyone below can pick. MSNDK, I don't know how he always gets Malians on the random. I'm starting to get a bit sus of this. This guy's a conk rank player. Up here, we're going to have Ajiako, who's Ezra. I think they are like a plat rank player. They're going to be playing as the HRE. Next to them is going to be Gully Deckle, randoming the Abbasids in the pink. Every time he gets Abbasids, if I remember correctly, this goes badly for him. And then to the north, we're going to have Don Artie somehow getting the... Wait, what? Did he really... I'm going to have to double check after this one. The fact that he randomed the Chinese in a one-unit game, I just want you guys to think about what that means. Insert a Nicolas Cage meme right now, because that's what it means, right? Like, this is going to be... No, guys, not Chinganu. Think about it. Like, you're overthinking it. Just build villagers and build nest of bees. And then use villagers like spearmen to protect them, right? And you just repair them and you just nest of bees. Because let's be totally real here. No way is anyone going to choose their one unit to be Springalds, right? Right? Could you imagine if the Roost player chooses Springalds only? I would be laughing my socks off. All right, looks like the final players have settled. We've also got Arctic Jackal over here in the purples, another Chinese. And I think there was one player unaccounted for. Yeah, Somin right in the middle. That's going to be our Roost player in the yellow. Wow, everyone is really tight together, right? Bar Arctic. And I'd say over here, you've got Krent. Everyone else has decided they want to be neighbors. So this is a running series, by the way. I want to try to start doing a regular like occurrences. I'd love to be able to have Monday be a regular day we can do this sort of thing. Like I noticed that some people were mentioning the idea of Fun Day Monday, kind of inspired by what Day9 does. And I realized in a lot of ways we kind of do that already, right? Like we come up with creative modes, we have mods made, we play community games. What we've just basically done is on top of that, decided to add in certain rules that we give the players. In this case, it's going to be one unit and one unit only. So I'm curious to see, how fun this is going to be. We were originally thinking of doing like a unique units only, but then we realized Moldians would be a bit broken for that, considering their entire arsenal. Certain other civs would also just be overwhelmingly OP. So this way, it just felt like everyone had a choice to make. It might lead to very stompy outcomes in the late game, right? Because you might make a choice to win the early game, and then you might just be outright counted in the late. But these games are all about having fun, man. And I think this is definitely going to be a fun format. So let's see how it goes. Remember, we have got the 1.25x simulation speed, which means that people are building, gathering. They're doing all these things much faster. For example, like if you look at the production here, you need to press all these buttons. I probably should have reminded people of this, because I think a few did not realize. Oh no, dude, some didn't realize. Not like this. I forgot Don wasn't in the last games. That's on me. I should have mentioned that. Basically, due to limitations in the way that the mods can be made, you have to press all the buttons to get like the increased attack speed, increased production speed, and whatnot. I would hope that someone would have been a good lad and remind everyone at the start of the game, but I guess they did not do that. Oops. Yeah, we're basically gonna have a Gully Decker win, aren't we? I can already feel that. It's one of those moments where I need like someone. Oh, you know what? Let me try messaging Don and see if he's got a second monitor. Buttons on your TC, press them to get increased rates. Tell everyone else to. Who else have I got in this game that I can message that to? I could probably message it to Gully. See if Gully Decker will tell everyone. Okay, Don's responding. Good lad, Don. He should tell them. So press them all for bonus. Let the others know as some haven't. Okay. Shout out to Don. Good lad here in the game. Looking to whoop, but also looking to respond. So he's going to let everyone else know to press all these buttons so that everyone actually gets their buffs. Because right now, a lot of people are missing out on the movement speed, the attack speed. And there you go. Don has got his. There you go. He's just taken them all. So he's juiced himself up on the movement speed and everything else. Wait. There was a double press there, right? Yeah, which hasn't been pressed twice so far for Gully, by the looks of it. Wait, is there something funky here? I'm going to have to talk to Hosen about that. Because why is he moving at 1 point... Oh, wheelbarrow. I'm an idiot. Wheelbarrow, right? Yeah, wheelbarrow's come through. And he hasn't gone for it yet. So we should be all good to go. Sadly, if players don't understand what he means, we've done everything we can. I think everyone bar one player has taken their upgrades. Actually, Market needs to as well. But let's talk about the state of the game a little here. Because it looks like Teal actually has set up a full fishing eco on the South Side River. Red, by the way, Ajiako actually has an entire cluster area to himself. This is really big. He's got the fish. He's also got the double deer stack behind the tree line. This is fat stacks of food, all safe and far away from harm for him. And MSNDK is going to be the Marlian player claiming the fat gold vein, the most easily accessible one for the Marlians, the only big one actually here on the map. And let's see, what are the unit comps going to be? I'm fine with Market building fishing boats, by the way, and that not being as one unit type. I think that goes without saying. We've got to be fair there. It's an eco unit still. Because if I had made that rule, I'd have to say that if you build cows, you can only have cows. What we're seeing, though, is everyone is trying to delay their choice. Because they're trying to get info on what the other players are doing. Oh, this is brilliant. If you choose Siege, you're locked to the Siege unit you choose. So if you choose Rams, you're only building Rams. If you choose Mangoes, you're only building Mangoes. Arkan coming up far, far away here. This is pretty bold. Like, it's kind of interesting, right? Like, Ajiako was pretty greedy with this. He wanted the 4K gold here instead of settling for the one in the corner. So, like, you have a very discombobulated economy. So if a player went Knights, you'd be screwed right now. The villagers cancelled. Whoa! Dude, everyone has no chill. There is no active unit production going on here. Still. Oh my god. Remember, this escalates quickly. We start them with 10 villagers, and we've got a choice being made. Golly, he goes for the camel archers. They are so goofily fast as well. Good god. Oh, this is brilliant. Moving in. Outpost spam coming out as a defense mechanism from Don. Nice micro there to try and get away just in the nick of time, but it's going to be slow with the others, so... Wait. Gully? Just kill them. So outposts go up. Gully has made a very expensive investment here, guys. Like, these camels are not cheap. They require a lot of food, and Gully has atrocious access to food right now. Oh my god, I don't think this is going to work. Elsewhere, of course, yep. MSN is playing as Infinite Food Marlians. He's made the right... Wait. Can we just all agree that this is absolutely cursed? He can't even place a Fulani if he wants to because of the berries. All right, so MSN's going to have a few moments of reprieve before he's ready to rock and roll. Elsewhere, Arctic Jackal is having a hard time here, man. Not much space to work with. Had to bargain defensively. Camel Archers you'd think would be good here because they have no super hard counters, but you're building Camel Archers next to a player that either has Shigenu or Nesta Bees. Would you like to guess how this story ends? Because I'm pretty sure Camel Archers will not beat mass Nesta Bees. How are we looking elsewhere? We made a choice down here. Grand Fulani is coming in. This is an atrocious Fulani. Kren has like an awkward position to build this in. It's going to be sofas for him as well. What on earth is Market's landmark placement here? He's still yet to make a choice, right? He's got the stables. I guess he's going into Lancers? No, dude. Market, he's a man after my own heart. He's going elephants. Is it war elephants? Ollie, in the meantime, Village is going to head on in. Upgrade outpost coming in. Gully's so desperate for space. Repair speed of China is very balanced, by the way. These guys have increased attack speed, yet watch that. So a few villies are going to go down here. Pretty pricey for Don to do. He's actually going to commit to another outpost after this. Nesta Bee's yet to be queued up, so it looks like Don may... Wait, is he going Imperial? He's just straight up going Imperial Age. What on earth am I watching right now? Don is like, I only need 30 eco. Donald? Don, this is so expensive right now. Good God. It's actually dying to this. Gully can afford to keep doing this, right? Because he's conscripting villagers a bit quicker and then they cost less. So, like, it kind of matches out. Starting expensive now, though, so he's going to start backing away. Don with the triple down. I don't need to see anything else in this game. I was like, should we do a Peasant Wars only game? Nah, let's not do that. Oh god. Dude, Don, I think Don is dead. I have seen skyscrapers built in Soviet Union Russia that had less people die in construction. Like, this is insane. Oh my god. 26 eco to 22. Don's still spamming more outposts. Meanwhile, elsewhere, peace in our time. Wait. A Jacob? Are we going mass men at arms? Are we being normie here? Because if Don dies a bit too quickly, then that's a very easy win for Gully. Have we had other choices made? The sofas are ran rampant, so it looks like one of the Chinese players is pretty much done here. Have we got the elephants yet? We've got the elephants! Against mass sofa as well. Now, if you can find them and attack them, this is good. Wait. Are we allowing this? It's not an offensive unit. So I'm partially tempted to like say this is fine for market because we said like fishing's fine, traders are fine. Yeah, fishers and traders is fine because it makes sense, right? I'm gonna have to think on the scholar detail because that's gonna make certain civs really OP. But like fundamentally, Delhi would be unplayable in this game mode without scholars, right? Gully in the meantime is dead. He actually gave up. He got sick and tired of trying to headbutt this, so he's pretty done. I feel like we allow religious units, as long as... let me think on that. I think I'm going to make that a community vote, because the issue with religious units is that for certain civs, that's an attacker, right? And that's where it becomes a problematic element. Yeah, I feel like allowing him to heal is a problem here. Like... Gully, are you still in game, or have you left it? Someone needs to tell Market to like take these scholars home. That's it. That's the issue of allowing monks. That's what I'm highlighting. Like, fighting monks will be the problem, right? And that's what warrior monks are. Like, these scholars should not be allowed to do this right now. We'll fix that for the next game. This is the first one we've done on this. High Trade House in the meantime. That glorious Age 2 landmark now on the way, folks. I love how Don has still not made a choice, by the way. Is he trying to make a statement in this game? Is he just going to go the entire game without actually just opting into anything? It's kind of funny watching elephants be somewhat fast in this mode. So it's going to be move across towards Sormian's base. Sormian has got H2, right? Only way towards H3 here, but not much resource to work with. Have we got a choice made out of red yet? The amount of players that are not making a unit choice is hilarious here. I mean, purple can't. And orange and red are just being greedy. How the sofa's looking. Sofa count's getting pretty crazy right now for MSN, actually. It's just such an easy thing to spam into, right? Because you're never going to like really run out of these two resources. Marlins are kind of bonkers in this situation on micro maps. I don't think overall they're crazy broken. Like, I think there's a lot of good civs in micro maps regularly. But in this format, I think Marlins might just be a bit of an easy dub, maybe. I love how quiet the game has gotten. So Don, is he just looking for more stone for more TCs is what I'm wondering right now? Like, he's free TC. Is that enough to satiate this man's hunger? In fact, this is the point where it's very fun to just let the chat kind of predict who they think is going to win. Like, you know, get your votes in. Put the color of who you think is going to actually take the entire dub. I'm curious. Is he actually going to try to scale this all the way? I think he is. Sormian's given up. Bless him. I don't blame him. He literally had nowhere to go. The sofas are coming in. So we are now down to 6. But Sormian, look at the positives, man. You survived longer than a conch level player. Same. Oh, Don's now checking up. We've said about Nesta Bees as an army. This isn't really as an army, but it is Nesta Bees in a way, right? He's almost ready for the tech up. Plenty of gold to work with. China are also kind of absurd in this game mode. The difference, though, is like the issue with China is getting enough space to be absurd. Because the granary spread out takes a lot of room on what is fundamentally a very tiny map. Oh my Jesus Christ. I didn't think about how absurd this was going to look. We're up to 59 sofas now. Meanwhile, Kren wants to compare sizes and he's not going to like the outcome. Good God. That's a nope. We're leaving the way we came. We're still waiting for Don's choice. He hasn't made a unit yet. You'd think if he wanted Nesta Bees, he'd be scaling them already because the Clock Tower are just better, right? So I think Don's actually going to try to go hand cannoneers, guys. I think he's legit just targeting hand cannoneers. Just adding a few archer ranges at the back here now and just spam hand cannoneers, right? Just hide. Wait. Meanwhile, purple is literally never going to make a unit choice. Red, what are we building in this game? Do we have a choice yet? Like, I mean, you built a Burgrave and then didn't use it. I'm so confused right now. Presumably, like, maybe Landsnecht? Well, that is going to be the end of purple here. I'm getting this weird feeling that MSN might just be able to flood the entire map. We're getting Landsnecht from red, which I don't feel like that's great against sofas. Oh my God, dude, he's ignoring the elephants. Come on. Market is now regretting his choice to go for a very slow unit. He's just getting ignored. Why won't you notice me? Just ignore the elephants. They can only hurt you if you acknowledge them. Village is trying to repair. That's not going to work, though. Market. I think we're going to be saying farewell to the deli here. Oh, my God. Hey, you know, elephants, they never forget. But these sofas don't even know you. Like, that's the perfect counter to perfect memory, is perfect forgetting. Because Market is truly forgotten in this game. And now we do actually need to really address the elephant in the room, which is if people don't team MSN soon, I think he's just going to run away with this. I do not feel like Ajayko has enough gold for mass Landsnecht. Like, he has one punch, genuinely one hit to win the game with, if you think about it, right? Like, scaling Landsnecht, that's 100 gold each. You've got what? Maybe... Oh God, you've got like nothing left. You're going to have 3k gold, so that's 30 Landsnecht. I hope he already got elite army tactics. He did. You've got 30 Landsnecht. I can't buy it. I can't back it. And here we go. It should be the moment of truth. Don, what are we getting into here? He's actually freaking doing it. I can't believe he's actually doing it. He's building grenadiers. Oh my God. Clappers for Don. You know, like, hand cannoneers would have been the easy peasy choice, but they wouldn't have been memeful enough. Oh my God. So I'm pretty sure Don's grenadiers beat the Landsnecht, but I'm pretty sure they don't beat Sofa. Oh my God, Ajayko's desperate for whatever gold he can find. There's not even 500 gold left over here. I don't know. Like, okay, one's in chat if you would have went Nesta Bees. Two's if you would have went it for the Grenadiers as well. Because I can't help but feel like Nesta Bees are more insane here, right? I guess you could just use villages and then you just like protect the Grenadiers with the villages, right? Oh God, the sofas. They're so freaking fast. Ajayko actually being targeted down here by both Mali players. Oh my God. A war crime was committed. A collusion war crime was committed. Oh my God. This guy was like a stone statue. He moved so little, no one noticed him. So Jaco now has 35 economy. Good God. For the Hunter is coming in on the other side now. Final villager goes down. Jacob is dead. That's his name. Was his name. I'm pretty sure these two are about to pave the way for Don. It's so stupid watching them move this fast. I feel like we just need McLaren engine noises when they move. Villagers rushing up now. Body blocks come in. That's going to commit to the fight. No elite status coming through yet. Wait, has that not been queued up? MSN! He doesn't have the gold. But okay, there we go. It finally comes through. Elite Sofa is complete. The weird part is that he's not fighting now, because now is the perfect time, right? He would have routed this fight. 73 versus 62 with an edge in elite status. Would have been a win. Steady backs away. Tech up complete. Don's Imperial Army is now ready to roll, guys. It's 130 eco. 70 Granny boys. He's just going to take out red, isn't he? Here we go. Starting to move in. This is the one punch. This is literally everything that a Jaco has. Wow. He can get 10 more. And then it's it. It's everything. Actually, wait. Is he selling? Yeah, he's selling for the gold. Okay, so he can actually get... Sorry, 50. About 50. Granny's in the meantime moving in. Gotta be careful these sofas though. Stands his ground. Frags out. Wait. MSN dodging like Neo here. But now he stacks up and mistakes are made! Oh my God. It looked so good for a minute there. At first, he had the sofas moving around, so the Grenadiers, the interesting thing is due to limitations, the simulation speed doesn't increase projectile speed. So like, Grenadiers could get dodged fairly easily, right? But then MSN decided the good old A-click was the way to go, and this is exactly the outcome. He is just dead. Yeah, these remaining comps are looking about as useful as a Magikarp right now. I don't see anything but Grenadiers winning. Landmarks, all nicely positioned. One more beyond it that he does at least need to scout for. I don't think Don sees that one yet. No, it's just out of vision. So MSN might survive. I don't really know if I'd call it that though. Grenadiers see the final landmark though. That's the unfortunate thing about the Huntress. It tells you where it is. Why is there not a hold fire button in Age of Empires? This is so dumb with Spirit Way. This is so stupid with Spirit Way. They are insanely tanky. The only hope, folks, the only savior is this. A Jaco is the one that can bring balance to the universe, but he needs to be fast. Because right now, Krent is throwing it all away. Oh, God, no. Not again. That's next turn. They're slower, though. Oh, God. Oh, no. Wait. A Jaco. I don't think a Jaco got the simulation speed upgrades. He only got marching drills. No, come on. I can't believe this. A Jaco has been in this game for what, 20 minutes? Still didn't realize. Wow. Oh my God. Let me double check the TC. Yeah, they don't have the upgrades. Are you kidding me, man? That could have been so good. They're out. Now, in fairness, Don did tell the rest of the lobby. So, but unfortunately, he didn't notice. And shout out, Market did actually tell everyone at the start of the lobby. People just forgot. This is cut and dry, dude. It's just made this look so dumb. Well, there's only one thing for it, folks. Don is only allowed villagers. Well, that was quite decisive. this shouldn't have been possible. I mean, you say that. You chose camels. You don't get to judge any choices. Oh, dude. All right. So, yeah, just a reminder to people, when we have the simulation speed mod on, you need to make sure that you are clicking your TC, and there's 4 buttons to increase speed. So you need to press all those buttons. If you don't, you will not have the simulation speed increase. So the HRE player there was at a disadvantage because of that. You managed to increase the building speed? Nice. All right. Hell yeah. Go for it, Hostum, for sure. We'll play a different mod. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's see what we got. Single unit, different unit. Same player can't build same unit again. Like, they're going to random civs, right? So it kind of doesn't matter in that regard. Cute idea. Do we do that one again, or do we do something different? Who else would have picked Grenadiers? Could you imagine if there was a Byzantine player in there? Oh, actually, quickly do a mod check, just in case there's like new mods that we can use. What the? No. Main Island Scramble. Map with 5 islands, 4 player islands, and 1 big island in the middle with the limited resources in player islands. Okay. Sounds like a mess of a map, actually, when I read more of it. You guys want a poll? All same civ and same unit or no? Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Let me put that poll up then. Christ. It sounds like a really, really bad idea. Like, how would I make that interesting? Longbos only? Everyone longbow? Just becomes like a micro war, right? All China, all Palace Guard. No, all Juji, all Palace Guard. There you go. All HRE, all Landsknecht. And if you run out of gold, you have to get Carpal Tunnel mashing the sell button at the marketplace. And only feudal. I mean, I kind of like the idea of having a free-for-all where you're not allowed to go out of feudal age. Right? Am I imagining that, or would that be quite fun? One second, just updating tiles. Feudal? No, we're not doing the Dark Age one. That was on Tim's channel? I don't know. I don't catch those games. I think it would be quite fun in general, though. Like, most civs can function in feudal. Men-at-Arms civs are probably going to be broken. I think we do it, though. Let's have a look here. Any new mods? I don't think so. So, we'll do all the other rules. This one's rule set is just going to be feudal only. So you only play in feudal. JD is a problem. No, she's not. Just build more spears. Do we just ban Jeanne d'Arc then? Is that how we do it? Do we just ban Jeanne d'Arc? You have to get random? Yeah, but I can random for you guys, remember? We had our very intense, everyone loved it, random wheel thing we done for people. You remember that? Exactly, we spin the wheel. Just have to add all the civs in. Oh, nice. The cookies saved the civ list. So... Alright, so... Let me get the conditions ready. What map should we play, guys? We want something smallish, right? I don't know if world map gen has been fixed yet. So we might save that. Do we do the mini-map Dry Arabia? Yeah, I think we do the mini-map Dry Arabia. I think it's pretty good for it. Haywa, we're not going to do meat grind or anything. We're just doing... I think what we do... Obviously, we need unofficial AGS for what we're planning here. Because I can basically make it easy for you guys to remember what age you stay in. Guys, I can start you in feudal as well. Feudal only you do meat grinder? Really? Because the thing is, like, yeah, because my issue is, like, I'd like to have the sacred sites, but obviously we can't unless everyone's Delhi, right? I like how none is an option here, by the way. Yeah, that's the thing. If you start in feudal, they have no feudal landmarks, what I was thinking now. You guys want meat grinder? Alright, meat grinder is. Am I blind? Where is it? Oh, you got meat grinder. Should be here at the M, right? Wait, no. Look, it's not even alphabetical. I don't understand it anymore, dude. It's just all over the place. An only Archer rage game? Yeah, I mean, maybe, like, I want to try and find a mod solution that makes that more intriguing than just the basic of, yes, pew pew. So teams together. We'll do a nice little steps. Look. Allow observers, no delay. Let me figure this out. So, with this format of feudal only, we still do the 10-minute elim, right? Does 4 minutes sound like enough? I think it should be fine. We'll give the conch win condition as well. Reset each kills. We'll do the double villager start. I think that should be good. Oh, and we'll make it quick off because that's getting updated as well. Did all vills spawn together? I don't think so. They will in this situation because you're starting with a spawn TC. So, let me quickly refresh the join method. Give me a sec. I think everything's good here. All right, guys. If you want to be in the game, you need to put !join space your username. Now. Oh. All right, let's see. We got Gullies in first. The Gullies of Duckles. Oof, Don. You missed out, mate. My friend, you were a sliver too late. I think you were the 9th person. Dude, this is the amount of, like, stacked rankers we've got here as well. Oh, lordy. We got sweaty lobbies. Diamonds and conchs. And then I think Blessed Market is our plat. God damn. You see yourself 7th in chat? Really? Let me have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope, you are 9th for me, my friend. Really? Like, is anyone else getting him 7th? I'm seeing him 9th. Because I've got like I'm using the thing that Cascade created. That's how I track the names. Oh yeah, let's get market in. Who am I missing? There's someone missing here. Is it MSN? I think MSN's missing. There's always a bit of a delay. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's because of the way. So what it is, Don, is when you send a message on the local client side, that's the timing for you. But your message then has to be sent to the server, received, and then sent elsewhere, right? So that's why the timing's tracked differently. That would make sense. Are you sure, MSN? All right. MSN's offering himself up as tribute. So after I leave, someone can invite Don. That's his name. I just typed it out in chat. So everything should be set correctly. I'll leave now. You guys can get Don in. Oh, wait, crap. Did it just give it to Book? And Book doesn't have the mod? It did, didn't it? Didn't it? Didn't it? Is that... Wait, is it correct? Yeah, it is correct. Did it just reset the lobby settings? Do I need to come in again? Yep. Okay. Gonna do it again. I hate that. It's so stupid that it does that. It's so unbelievably stupid. Good news is it's not unofficial AGS, so the settings are actually quite quick to do. So we said 15 minutes and 4 minutes apart for Elim's Conquest on. Double Villager start. Bish bash bosh. Oh, and unit costs. Actually, that's good because I think I forgot about that. So that's actually good. So we wanted to do... Where is it? There it is. Minimap Dry Arabia. Large and in charge. Do steps. Observers, no delay. And then we need to get people in again. All right, so let's get Don in. Chris in. Gully in. Who else was there? Let's get Hosen in. Grint. Sawmin. Book. And market is the last one, right? Yeah, it'll be market 8. Are we spinning wheels for Civ? Yes, we are, actually. Good point. I totally forgot about that for a sec. The TC upgrades? No, we haven't got that on. We're not having that on because hosting needed to update it anyway, so we'll leave it a little bit later. Why it says you don't have your own mod? Because you have a new version locally saved. Oh wait, yeah, sorry, that's on. Let me turn it off. That's fine. That shouldn't be on. There we go. We're good. So let's do the spin the wheel because you guys absolutely love the spin the wheel, right? Oh, let's have our nice fun background music. Just realized it's a bit quiet. All right, so I'll go down the list in the lobby and we'll do each person and we'll make it quick. Actually, yeah, we needed this because the fuel age thing, didn't we? Yeah, that's why we're doing it. 1 second, let me find... Where's my spin wheel? I can't seem to window capture my spin wheel. There we go. Fandappy dozy. All right, so first up, we have got Don. Don, you are going to be playing. Oh no. Japanese for Don. I know he loves that Civ so much. Oh my god. Don, have you actually practiced it anymore? Next up, where are we going? I got a plane to catch. So that is going to be Gully Deckle getting the Abbasids again. Oh, wait, I didn't want to remove it. Wait, did I remove Japanese? Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. All right, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. All right, so reroll. What? Do we reroll for him, chat? I think Gully likes his ABBA. I've also misspelled IBIDs because I'm great. Oh, you got IBIDs now, Gully. Enjoy your IBIDs. Whoop whoop. Next up, Chris. Oh, I think that might be a Delhi boy. Oh, that's a Delhi boy. All right, Delhi for Chris. Next pick is going to be for Hosen when he comes back in. Fine. Man, that was slow. That would not end. Just about got the Mongols. So, Hosen, you are going to be Mongols. Who have we got next? Next up is Kren. Kren, you are going to be, I'm going to predict it, it's going to be English, isn't it? No, it's better English. It's Byzantines. All right, there we go. And then we've got Sormian. Order the Dragon. Nah, I'm wrong. Dude, is it another Delhi? God damn. Wait, is that 3 Delhis? Is that 2 or 3 Delhis? I think it's 2. So 2 Delhis. And Book. Where are you going? Ooh, not bad. Rus. Okay. Big goal claps, Rus. Yeah, Abbott, guys, Abba's really good, especially if you go military wing. And then finally, it's going to be Market's role when he hops on in. Market is going to get... dented. Ooh, just about the Byzantines. All right, so that's our draft. We've got Hosen in. I'm now going to leave. Someone needs to invite Market, so it'll be Market 8. Get him in, and then you should be good to go whenever. I think everything else was correct. Oh, we didn't want 15 minutes. Did we want 10? We want 10, didn't we? Yeah, let's do 10. All right, there you go. Get him in. Stack him up, boys. I really like this song. Such good vibes. Did any update happen regarding deleting units / buildings? That isn't in yet, to my knowledge. I know Rasselbach is aware of it and working on it, but I don't believe it's in yet. That is going to take some time. I think the next thing he had on the list to solve was the early surrendering and how that impacts the outcome of the game. Do you have agreement? Yeah, you guys can go for it. You guys want to have an agreement? It makes sense. Don't intentionally delete your buildings to block someone from getting a score. I think that's reasonable. I mean, I'll let the players decide that between them. But I think it'll probably be a lot better for all of you if that's, like, not something you can just choose. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah, it's like, I remember the first time we done it, and we had, like, it was a Britboy. I think Britboy was just, like, deleting his units one by one. Which was funny, but it was absurd. Alright, so we should be ready to rock and roll. I believe everyone's in, and we are in the game. So let's get ready. Good luck, everyone. Have fun. You won by fleeing the battlefield? Yeah, dude. And then there was the MSN tried to kite, was it Rasselbach? And then Rasselbach aped him in his base. Ah, dude. I mean, the play is to get Mongols, get into the final round, then pack your entire base up and run, right? Like, there's nothing in the rules against that. Someone's going to do it. You're the only Mongol? Yeah, that's why everyone's going to try to get rid of you first. I'm calling it, man. There's going to be target fire. Pew pew. That's another reason they're going to go for you first, Hosen, is your potato PC. It's what we call due punishment, you know? Ishia caramba. If only devs paid their modders, man, we could get you a good PC. Oh. I reckon we'll go for like another hour and a bit, by the way. I think that'll be my goal, is like probably like we'll go until I go and eat. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I might be like, yeah, I want to stream for 20 hours today. But I'll assess it when it's time to go eat. But that means we still got like probably 3 more games at least. Gonna cast low elo games. Probably not today. If someone's got some good replays, we can look into it though. For the rest of the week. Like once again, it requires good low elo games, and I don't have time to go find those these days. It's the sad reality, so I need people to guide towards them. Let's get ready to go. History claimed a lot of lives in the feudal age, and it's about to claim 7 more. One and all, welcome back to the Meat Grinder mod. That's right, the every X minutes someone dies. In this case, every 4 minutes, starting at 10. But we've spiced it up a little. You are not allowed to go beyond feudal age in this match. Every single player must honor the gentleman's agreement to be most knightly here. No castle age, no imperial age, and all of their civs have been randomed for them, with the exception of Jeanne d'Arc being excluded from the rotation for probably quite obvious reasons there. But for those that haven't actually seen this Meat Grinder mod before, let me quickly give you a little rundown. I mentioned every X minutes someone dies. The way it's decided, kills. The value of things you kill, in fact. So the goal here is to try and optimize ecoing up and murdering people efficiently so that you do not fall behind. Because the person, when this clock hits 0 with the lowest score, will be eliminated each rotation. So always important to get some early kills, and Krent has done exactly that. First blood drawn. Looks like he found one of the scouts here. It's going to be a yoink back afterwards. So it looks like was it Chris with double scout opening, maybe? I don't know whose scout that was going down, but it looks like also Don is going to be safe here. So to the south side, this is Don. We should probably intro the players, right? We've got Don. We all know Don Hardy playing as the Japanese. I could feel it an entire country away, the pain when that spin the wheel ended on this particular pit, because that must have been so brutal for him, considering that Don, last time he played Japanese in our community games, he had like a grand total of 1 or 2 games maybe played in the past on them. So I'm hoping he's had some time to polish on them. To the right side of him is going to be Market. He's going to be our lowest level player, I believe, as a Platinum, playing as the Byzantines. This is a conk-heavy lobby, by the way. Gully Dekel in the Ayabids is a conk level. To the north, Hosin is also a conk level as the Mongols. The Delhi, Sormian, I believe, is a diamond. And then Book, as the Rus, is going to be a conk. In the orange, Chris is also going to be conk. He's playing as the Delhi. And then finally, Krent is our former gold turned diamond, playing as the Byzantines. Now, I was just saying there's a really interesting strategy you can take here, actually, in this game mode, if you're playing as the Mongols. And that's if you survive deep enough in the rounds, and it's the final, like, decider, right, between you and one other person. You could technically pack all your buildings up and walk away. So, wonder if we'll get that. That would be impressive if we managed to get that stage where that actually makes a difference. We had a game the other day that we played of these free-for-alls where basically the deciding factor was kind of a game of hide-and-seek, right? Like, a player almost won simply by just hiding all of his units from his opponent. All right, so Tech Up's coming through. We're not using the simulation speed mod on this. We want to see how it compares. I might go back and add the 1.25 simulation again, because there are some things I like about that, even for this type of format. But what the... A Rax opener? Okay, I was about to say, that must be a mistake. He's moving on the Winstead. He's next to a Delhi player and a Delhi player. So I guess the Ghazi's kind of threatening, but realistically, you have Militia, you have a Kremlin. You should never really be opening Raxes here from this position as a Rus. Elsewhere, we have got the Deerstone. It's going to be... Wait, what? Gully Dekel has gone for the Atabegs. That I did not see coming. That's kind of interesting for surviving the early rounds, though, right? Like, you know, you've got 6 more minutes on a double villager start. Theoretically, you should be able to make it towards Castle Age here, right? I'd think so. Like, let's double check his eco. No, you're going to have to kill something first. So he's going to go for the Raxes here. It looks like he's going to open with some Spearmen to try and stab 1 or 2 units down. Remember, like, you just need a kill. Usually, like, 1 or 2 kills is enough to save you because everyone's just rushing last second to basically find a villager kill. And that's only worth 50 resources. So far, only 3 players have locked themselves kind of a safety net. It's always funny because I've had situations where players have forgotten that they're meant to kill this early, right? Because sometimes we do like a 50-minute start in the past. I've started switching now over to 10 minutes. And remember, we're doing 10 minutes and then every 4 minutes afterwards, which means your total game length can be 34 minutes, I believe it is, with that format, which I just love, dude. Free-for-alls, the thing about a free-for-all like that is you can still reach your late game stage. It's just you aren't going to grind it out for like a year on end, right? I think it's quite an awesome mode. I'm hoping that we can actually draw a lot of attention to this because I'd love to actually be able to start making tournaments in this mode. It just requires the community to like want to support it. So like if you guys are enjoying this type of content, these type of formats, let me know. Definitely make sure you subscribe to the channel. Definitely make sure you're tuning in because that lets me know that this is the stuff you want to see over, say, 1v1s between Lucifron and Marine Lord. So Sketch's coming out. Hosin. Wrapping around the back of Sormian's base. He just needs a freebie. Just a teensy tiny little lick of it. And Sormian, he isn't going to know what's going to hit until it's too late. So Keshik Raid does come in. Okay, this is one of those annoying things where actually the Khan isn't helping you, right? Like that actually signaled it a bit earlier, but draws a bit of blood. Does actually have 50 points now. So not fully safe, but safer than some of the other players in this game. Book especially needs to find a kill ASAP. His position's kind of weird. First Knight's going to come out. Not able to find anything there. That dive's going to take way too long. Other side of this, Market's neighbors are also not going to make it easy for him. Market is the lowest ranked player in this area. Remember, he's our platinum ranker. He's next to 2 of our highest ranks. In fact, I'd say our highest ranks here. Gully Deckle and Don. Both somewhere between like rank 100 and rank 200 in the world in solo play. I'm sorry, what? He's building Yuumi. So when your goal is to like trade, kill, and not lose many units in return, you'd think Yuumi would be bad, but hear me out, guys. Yuumi don't cost much individually, and your opponents usually are going to overkill them. So like they're actually not bad traders, cost for cost from that perspective. Interesting idea here. Next to a Byzantine player as well that could easily be going into Javelins for all you know. But then again, Javelins kind of have a similar issue where they will sort of overkill. Admittedly, unlike longbows, Yuumi will do no damage to Javs in return. In fact, how is the resource looking? Okay, he has got enough for the first mercs, but he's holding right now. He hasn't scouted out recently, right? So he doesn't know exactly what Japan's doing. He's in for a rude awakening when it comes in, though. Because if you wait this long, you might not be able to get your javelins out before serious damage is done to your economy. Just a reminder, by the way, we are playing on mini-map Dry Arabia. This is Kayu's creation. It is a smaller version of an 8-player map. It's got a nice spread on the relics. We've gone for the non-scarce spawn, where there are 2 spawns based on whether you choose random or team spawn together that decides whether there's going to be a lot of resources on the map or very little per player. You'll be moving in, though. Dude, this is so impactful. Remember, these guys move quick in the villages. You just can't run away from this. So a few kills there. Market has not made a choice. I think he's trying for Castle Age, which is insanely greedy in this game. Market, we're 2 minutes away from elimination, and he's yet to touch a soul. At least we're going to have 1 Byzantine player safe, right? Kren has been murdering 470 resources in exchange here. Really like this. Lombos, when you're this close to the deli, it's just kind of a free win in a fight, right? Like, you haven't reached a stage yet where Chris can contest this. And wait, yeah, does Market, like, no, because you can't go Castle Age, right? We said you can't go Castle. Sorry, my brain was going through speculative thought. Thank you for reminding me, chat. I'm confused then what Market's doing here. I'm very confused as to what he's doing in this game. Sorry, no, not like that. I mean, what his plan is, because he's holding 1,000 gold now. Maybe he was thinking second TC, but then again, like, the gold doesn't make much sense here, right? Actually, like, there's nothing you can build as the Byzantines and Feudal Age that makes sense for this, right? You could maybe use gold to buy olive oil. I don't mind that idea. That's kind of intriguing. Don't think it's necessarily optimal, but if you can't access berry bushes, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, this is looking a little bit rough. Ram's now being built up. Don By the way, I'm not surprised that Don was 100% up for a feudal all-in game, considering that is basically how he plays Age of Empires for 80% of the time. I was just essentially, I was signaling to his inner soul there. It's exactly what he wanted. Yuumi gonna stand their ground here. Yeah, this many horsemen are not going to hit too hard. Even the Kesh is going to struggle against this many Yuumi. Villagers also Akratoy activated. This is do or die. Market, he needs some kills right now. Book is the one who's now not safe. However, even if Market now survives this, the eco losses alone could just end him straight afterwards. Book needs to go. Wait, Book. He doesn't know. Oh, no. And now it's Chris. What? No way. Chris. He can't get a kill. There's nothing in range. He's gone. Oh my god. And now the aftermath of what Market had to do to survive. Death is his experience. No textiles. So many villages flopping down. 23 eco is the entirety of his economy right now. Meanwhile, his next door neighbor, Don, up at 45. And this is indeed a live game. Of course it's a live game. We love our live games. Mainly because people aren't alive in them for very long. Moving in from Gully now. Needs to be careful with these outposts. Doesn't want to feed over free. Ram should be able to get rid of this for free, though. And, you know, this is the interesting thing. So, basically, when I done the spin the wheel, there was an awkward occurrence, guys, because what happened is I rolled Japanese for Don, then I rolled for Gully, but I'd accidentally removed Japanese. And Gully got Abbasids. Do you know what Gully said to me? Reroll, please. He's regretting that now because he got Iobids, which, quite frankly, is a redundant civ in a prolonged feudal, right? Like, Iobids is probably one of the worst civs you could have got for a prolonged feudal here. But, you know, he didn't want the Abbasids. Abbasids that basically have more unit diversity than most options here. Bless him. What are we looking elsewhere on the map? Flash come on the north side. So it looks like pink and purple are going to be safe. Market has a really big problem. Krent is also not exactly what I'd regard as safe right now. His opponent to the south side is not going to be easy to dent. You know, Don's no pushover. On top of that, Don is basically playing a discount HRE with this mass archer build. What I mean by that is like discount HRE is that the HRE archers actually counter Lombos quite well because the gap close. It's a similar idea here. Well, Boom's being deleted. Market. Wait, is he Akratoying again? Please don't Akratoy again. No, Market, no, Market, please. Market. He's going to need a Market to buy some new resources because he is out of time here. This is death incarnate. I mean, he's going to survive, right? Like, unless Krent makes a move. I actually think Krent could easily get enough together here if he just makes a move. I'm just not sure what he's doing right now because he's staying still. I love this idea from Market. Like, Market is that guy. You know, the one where it's like, if I'm going to die, you're coming with me. And he just points over at Krent. Krent is looking to save himself, though, but he needs to be so insanely fast. He's got 1 minute and 10 seconds. Sawmian, in the meantime, has GG'd out. Didn't feel like they could do anything, so their base is basically raced. They were safe, funnily enough. They could have saved another round. Southside Don is going to get the backstab coming in here, so Villagers getting hit up. That's still not enough, though. Krent needs a lot more. And if he spends his time trying to kill this outpost, he's going to die, because I also think he doesn't have shield wall up, right? It doesn't look like it. Oh, no, it's worse than that. He just doesn't have undermesh. Oh, God. I think we're going to be saying farewell to Krent here. Hosin really needs to kill something else. I would not feel comfortable with this type of lead. 300 resources isn't a lot when you're this deep into the game, right? Like, we're 13.5 minutes in on double villager start. That's pretty deep. So Hosin's survival basically relies on Don not feeding. Now, I've watched a lot of Don games in my time, guys, and I don't know if I can trust that. Sorry, Don. Well, my statement remains true. This is going to be tight. If he kills one more villager, they're both dead. Oh my god, just find one. Just find one. He can't. Oh, Krent. He almost took someone with him. And do you want to know the craziest part, folks? If Krent had just targeted one of these free farms, these juicy, plump little farms, then it would have been Hosen going out. Book immediately hits the next age rather of this elimination cycle and is already stacking up resources. Reminder, folks, they are not getting out of feudal. That is the rule set. So now we can start to dissect who has the edge here. And I've got to say, these Yuumi are looking absurd! Oh, this is brutal. Dude, I think Don's just getting an easy, cheesy win here. Look at the eliminated value. Market got 200 resources worth of kills. He fed over 1,500. And now the Rams, I think Don's had enough. He's like, you just need to die. I'm not dealing with this anymore. How's Gully looking? I think Gully's actually screwed when it's down to him and Don, right? Like, because I can see Market getting out of the way, and then Don's only logical target is going to be the Ibids. And the Ibids have built 34 Spearmen. That does not bode well. It's all because of Hosen to his north side with the Mass Keshiks forcing his hand, right? Which, by the way, like, this is... Okay, so this is the doomed element of this matchup, by the way, is Hosen is playing Mongols. Mongols always lose to Ibids. It's not even close. But then on the flip side, because the comp that Gully's had to go because he's stuck in Feudal Age involves Spears, which now favors Don. The funny part is Don could have actually just opted for Onabagisha. That would have worked well as well. But this Yuumi strat is actually incredibly effective as well. I'm impressed, man. Village is going down. We're going to be saying farewell to Market soon. In fact, it will be soon enough. This is a big deal because Hosen and Market are neck and neck. But remember, if Market loses his landmarks, he goes out. And then whoever's next lowest on the score is eliminated when the time is up. And make no mistake about it, Market is going to be out before that timer ticks down. Hosen did make the move. We talked about this. The Mongols are the only one that can pack up their entire base and walk away. What a move. Hosen just trying to live in the remains of the eliminated Delhi player up here. Unfortunately, it's not going to be for free, though. Book moves in. And I believe that's going to be a wipe of the army. He has to turn and burn with the Keshiks into the Archer Mass. But I just don't see it here. The Knight count is too high for me. I think Keshiks are not going to win this one. Hosen will survive this round, but he will not survive much deeper. Market, he won't even survive to the end of this round. It's going to be gone in 60 seconds. Good movie. It's going to be gone in 20 seconds. Someone else is going to be gone in 60. Unless, wait, is he leaving him alive? Oh my god, no. Dude, that's so dirty. Guys, do you realize what he just done? He stopped attacking Market because look who's next up for elimination. Like, wait, but like, no, you just kill Market and guarantee Gully's gone. Right? Like, surely there's no reason. So I think what Don is doing is he's trying to wait it out until the very end to make a strategic choice. Because for Don, he's looking at this game right now, he's saying Gully is the biggest threat to me. So, you know, strategic is one way of putting it. I mean, some people will call it like, you know, pussy tactics, but I can't blame him. Gully literally is the biggest threat in this game. There it is, Market's out. Gully needs to fight. Don just needs to back away. Oh my god, dude, he can't even get it! He came for the ruins of Market, and now because this player's been eliminated, he can get no points. That was so snaky from Don. Don's just like, oi, over here, come on, come get it. Guy's like, huh? Rushes over with the eager anticipation of a Siberian husky, only to discover there are no treats. I cannot believe he just done that. Hosen, pretty much dead as well. We're essentially down to 2. And that is a lot of Yuumi. Are you kidding? I think he needs to delete some villagers. Has Don... Okay, so this is the dumbest part. Don hasn't even been upgraded the Daimyo, right? So, like, his whole aura is literally one guy. Never has a man wielded so much power on his own in Japan. Villager snipes coming in. Needs more than that. He can actually stop these walls before they go. Oh, no. Wait, is that safe? No, wait. No, it's not. Oh, no. You need to get out fast. Hosen is not going to be saved from elimination here. Don goes in. He saves himself instead. So Hosen with nothing left to his name but buildings that can do nothing. This is going to be him going out third. And now the big clash comes in. Don with just mass Yuumi here, looking to massacre. Start a step back towards the choke point. This is really smartly played here, right? Like this choke point, not much can hit him. Knight count is still pretty lofty, though. This is an uphill battle for this many Yuumi, even. Especially the archers supporting behind this. Don's going to keep backing it up, though. Undermesh is in, so Book has been smart about this. Knight count is getting low, however. Low on health, at least. There's 14 of them, but the number is deceptive if you think about the raw HP. And I love this, the Ram! Don, he's trying to bait aggro fire. He's trying to make the archers hit this instead so that he can turn the fight. And the panic sets in. Book has to go back. Wow, I don't even think that was worth it for him, right? Like, Book, he did kill a lot of units, but realistically, like, how's his economy looking behind this? Book has got 44 eco. Don is up at 69. Nice, perfect number. Doesn't ever need more. He just needs more Yuumi. And he's setting up production, isn't he? No, that's just Yuumi running over. Dear God. What? Don has got 15 archery ranges, folks. Reminder, these Yuumi come out incredibly quick. They take, what, 15 seconds? No, sorry, 13. 15 producing every 13 seconds. I think it's fair to say that he has the ability to reboom a lot quicker than the Roos. Only thing he's missing right now is the Bannerman. He's targeting the landmarks. Think about it, guys. Landmark victories makes a lot of sense. There's not many things to target here. There's 2 landmarks per player. Push continues in. Rams also are now body blocking the Knights. I actually think that this is just kind of done already. Like, Book is going to survive this round, sure, but afterwards he's going to have no army. For some reason, he's not going to rise it. Don does realize that we aren't playing the one unit only strategy again, right? Like you're allowed to build other things. I'm starting to wonder if anyone told him this. Oh my. This should be turning point. Don just has plenty of wood coming in, right? Meanwhile, Book, I mean, his economy is completely booking. That was a terrible choke to make a broken joke. And I think he is about to break to this. The funny thing is Don's now winning this fight. He built such a lead. He's winning this fight without Yuumi. He's hitting these Knights for 1 damage. But because he has like 80 of them, he can kill the Knights in like almost 2 flurries of arrows. This is so dumb. Hey, you know how everyone's like, Yuumi are underpowered, they need to be buffed? Please don't. Really, please don't. Don even sending in the villagers now. He's getting closer to his target. It's down to 2. Hosen has gone out. Don already now winning the trades. He's going to go for the landmark snipe, though. All villagers in. This is classic Don Artista. Rams also on the way over. Army has to choose. Are you killing villagers or are you killing Yuumi? Because you can't kill both. Oh my God. Garrison comes in. Ram needs to move through. Don, does he actually have enough wood for this? Don, no, dude. He didn't get textiles. Are you kidding me? No way. No, I don't. The Ram's dead. He needs to build new Rams right now. Or this is over. Don, he's not even winning the trade right now. Oh my God, Don. With the unbeatable position. He's going to lose this. Ram's being built now. He needs to be fast, really fast. The problem is, if you're not quick about this, 1 or 2 Knights can clear this up. Yuumi count now down to 47. Second wave is idled behind, just getting the Rams. This is taking a bloody long time. He's still got 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes, half HP on the TC. This is still feasible. The problem is now going to be these Knights, though. 5 Knights could mop this all up. I can't believe this, man. No gold gathering at all. No gold gathering equal no textiles equals no Bannerman. I cannot believe that. Now, realistically, would the Bannerman have made much difference here? No, not for trading with the Knights, right? Like, it would have, but not like grandiosa levels. It would have been worth having, right? Because you're at 5 damage, they're at 4 armor, so it would have been like 0.5 extra damage. I think it would have been worth it. Like I've highlighted this before. Although you see a +2 from the Bannerman, it's actually plus 0.5 because it's 15% aura. It would have been a difference here. It would have allowed him to 2-hit the Knights instead of 3-hitting the Knights. But now it's do or die. Knights, can he actually micro this right? Book needs to block the choke point. Just block the choke point. But Book? What? No. No. Well, apparently you need to read a book. Maybe Sun Tzu would be a good start, because this is not how you win a war. Oh my god, Don! He's actually gonna do it! Rams needs one more tap. Villagers now with the repair. It's gonna come tight. But it's just shy! 300 HP. And Book. That's it. Wait, Don. The burn might have actually still got him the win there, but he calls GG. What? Donald, we need to talk. Oh my god. I don't think he... I mean, he just assumes, like, Book's a smart lad. He survived this. He definitely repaired. Oh my god. Dude, I'm baffled. I can't believe that. I mean, I wanted to make that feudal age only meat grinder, or something along those lines, but now I feel like I've got to find a way of getting that in there. I can't believe that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am... Well, it definitely delivered. I'll say that much. Holy crap. Yeah, Don, he didn't repair. He actually, 50 seconds, it had 300 HP. It would have died, because it's like, what, burns 10 HP a second, I think, or something like that. Oh, man, that is wild. What a way. What a way for that to end. All right, so I think we got time for Uno more. What do you guys think of the feudal only? Did you like the feudal only? I think he either ran out of wood or he just stopped. Like, he legit went back to using farms and the villagers ran away. I think he ran out of wood. Yeah. He either ran out of wood or just didn't notice. Yeah, he ran out of wood. Yeah. You had market? Okay, but you weren't repairing, though. Be honest. Did you know? Yeah. There we go. I was about to say, did you just be honest? Did you not notice? Yeah, I had a feeling that happened. Oh, man. Can't believe that. All right. I reckon we can do Uno more. So give me a sec and I'll get it set up. Dude, that was crazy. Okay, so... Do meat grinder. Do you want to make it quick again, guys? Or did you actually quite like it without the simulation increase? No delay. Not on meat grinder. Really? I thought it was quite good on meat grinder. Brain's gotta work faster, dude. Alright, how about this? Am I evil? How evil am I? Be honest. Yeah, Don, the hilarious part I highlight is like, for a man that loves his textiles, you didn't clothe your people. That's not much time to walk over the next player. I don't know, man. Judging by what I saw in that game, that weren't too bad. I'll give you 3. 3 minutes is enough time. We've done like 3 before. 3 works. Or, okay, dude, this is really brutal. What if... Is 5 minutes too soon? That changes the way you have to think about the game big time, right? 5 minutes and then 4 minutes between. Because, like, you have a neighbor. Everyone has a neighbor, right? Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. Dark Age fights are going to happen. Oh, yeah, no, dude. When you baited Gully to come over, dude, that was... Oof. Let's try 10 and 3. We'll do the 10 and 3. Oh, my God. We were watching that. I was just like... Well, he's not eliminated him yet, but he knows, like, it's at the stage, like, if he doesn't, Gully's safe. And then we just see Gully's army come over. I'm like, Gully, no. Gully, no. It was always going to suck for Gully because he built mass spears and you had mass Yumi. So even if that didn't kill him, he was still going to die to the main fight. All right, so let's get ready to go. Let's do another feudal age only one. I need to do. Let me refresh, and then people can use to join. So when I say you need to put !join space your username, only once I say to do it. Okay. Sorry, just a little bit of spam in the background. All right. !join now. Go, 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 go. Vamos. Whew. Oh, I think... Did Dom miss it again? He did. So, Age of Anno, you are in. Super Oxide, you're in. Julie Beck's in. Market's in. Kajeko's in. Right now, Gully's like, wait, Don's not in? Yeah! All of a sudden, Gully's chances of winning, or at least not dying so early, have inflated. Oh. And that'll leave Gully till last to invite, so someone has to type his name in. Oh. No problem, D-Roy. Good job on that first one. Need to win once, of course. I can get Gully in? Okay, nice. So let me just double check everything is Gucci here. I think it is. Oh, yep, unit costs. Fantastic. Let me hit this so everyone gets the mods. How are we picking civs? Oh, that's right. We need to do spin the wheel, don't we? We must spin the wheel. Woo! It's back. Okay, here we go. So first up is going to be Age of Anno. You are going to be playing as... Iobids with my great spelling. I know I'm incredible. All right, next up is going to be Julie. You are going to be playing as not Shuji. I'm calling it. Too short. Byzantines. Enjoy. Woo! Super Oxide. Ooh, we're getting China. We're getting China. Super Oxide. Ni hao. Market. Get a trade civ. With a name like Market, you need a trade civ. Yeah, you can trade with English. That's fine. There you go. You got English. Wait, Ezere, which one were you? Were you Age of Anno? Or Super Oxide? You were Super Oxide, right? Ezere? Oh, okay. So, We're doing you now. Boop. You are going to get a normie Civ. There you go. Nice try trying to cop out of it. Hey, Mongols. Woo. Osen, where are we sending you? We are sending you on a one-way trip to Turkey. Okay, everyone kill him. Don't forget that. Ottoman's always OP. Next up is going to be Chris. 1 second. There we go. For some reason, clicking wasn't working. Chris, I think it's time for you, mate, to take a spin on the HRE. Ooh. Free. And then finally, for Gully, the worst Civ possible. Give him, like, what would be the worst Civ? Give him, Mongols? That's not bad. That's easy. No, I think you're wrong. I think Abba's good. Ibid's, yes. Ibid's would be trash. But, like, Abba's fine. I'm with Don on this. I think Abba's absolutely fine in Feudal Age only. Okay, remember the rules, guys. Every X minutes. In this case, it's going to be every 3 minutes. A player gets eliminated. The one who's killed the least. It starts at 10 minutes. And remember, feudal only. No one is allowed to go to Castle Age. Do not ruin it if everyone. Always remember that. Everyone was good last time. Shout out to you all for that. But yes, first limit at 10, and then every 3 minutes afterwards. I'm going to leave now. Get Gully in. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, Abba's like insanely good, right? Because if you... So here's the thing. You could either go for... You could go Eco Wing. I wouldn't recommend it, but like you could if you want to Fertile Crescent TC Boom Up. But like the go-to is just going to be Military Wing. You just get Military Wing, and you get the extra health and spam. And then you're trading more efficiently, right? Yuumi seems good. Yuumi's pretty dope, yeah. The funny thing, Don, is like the amount of pros have been like, Yuumi suck, right? And I'm just sitting here still going, I don't know, man. I'm not convinced. I think they're a very good raiding Civ. Oh, sorry. Put my music on while we wait. Keep forgetting to put that back on. Before you go Samurai, Ibids can't kill them. Oh, you can kill them Desert Raiders, right? It's not great, but... You don't know what unit Samurai are or what they cost? They are the men-at-arms for the Japanese. I actually thought you were going to go Onobugisha, to be honest. Onobugisha would have worked really well as well. Yeah, exactly. The Yuumi, well, like Yuumi is anything attacking you is going to overkill, right? So it's just kind of, it's good trades in that regard. Because you have so many of them, and, you know, unless your opponent's got mangonels, you're not really scared. I rate Yuumi very highly. By the next tournament, I think you'll see quite a bit of Yuumi spam starting to occur. It's very powerful. I think this might be the final one. Yeah, I think we've got time for this one, and then I've got to go sort some things. So let's make it a bloody good one. Have we got Gully in? Yeah, we got Gully in. Are we launching? What's going on? Vamos, amigos. You think if Yuumi truly good, then Puppy will play them in the semifinals? I mean, he already played them in Japanese multiple times. Like, you do know he played them. Like, Don, you did watch the his earlier series in the quarters, right? He played them there. He also used them to like beat Dumu's Delhi with Japanese, and Dumu's like the only Delhi picker who's been stomping Japanese in the tournament. And it involved a Yuumi build. He got lots of Yuumi. Yeah, he tried. So he lost, like, he basically lost the war on Golden Heights, and he almost recovered the game by like spamming Japanese archers. His problem is like where he took the fight and the timing. Is like, because you're playing against fishing, you eventually lose, right? But like he looks very convincing in the initial fights against Lombos. I think 2TC Yuumi is insanely strong. Sup, Lamet? We are doing community games. Like, if you go 2TC, and you just kind of, you defend, you just tank with Yuumi as they try and dive. And then you eventually break out. It's really, really powerful. Yes, feudal only again. Feel free to remind people when they get in. And yes, Lamette, you came a bit late for today's games anyway. Thank you, Market. After Pessy did the halftime show, he went to the casino and you had him at your poker table? Oh, that's brilliant. Be honest, Don, did he put it all on put it all on black to try and get enough money for a LAN? That's the strategy, man. If the Fates want you to have a LAN, you'll know by the way you keep all-inning. Oh, wait, you say poker, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, just all in every hand, man. Don't do gambling inside poker. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I remember me and like Nilly had talked about like poker a lot before. Because I don't know if you guys, like, I mean, well, most of you follow like AoE 2 to a certain degree, at least to that degree. Nilly used to be a poker pro. I don't think he plays much anymore. Like, he done quite well in his early years. He occasionally goes to Las Vegas still. I actually watch a lot of poker. I really like it. I don't play it, though. I know better. All right, should we get ready to go, though? I think he's seeking you out, Don. We all just love you too much. All right, let's get to it. It's time for more of the fun days because we have got another community game here, another free-for-all on our smaller map, another meat grinder to fill full of limbs. That's right, we are back with the every X minute someone dies. Who will it be first at 10 minutes? Who will it be every 3 minutes afterwards? That's what we're here to find out. But true to form, we have to remain in the feudal age because, you know, that's where the most people died, right? Like, Black Plague, I think, was technically feudal age, so this feels appropriate. No player is allowed to go age 3. You can only go up to age 2. Let's intro this players because we've got a nice mixture this time. Some conks, we've got 1 or 2 plats, the gold. We've got Super Oxide here in the green playing the Chinese. Hosin, one of our modders, as the Ottomans in the teal. We've got the Byzantines being played by Juliebeck. Usually they're always on Juji, so that's going to be interesting to see. Gully Deckle got the Mongols in the pink. Actually a pretty damn good civ for feudal engagements. Another Mongol, a Jayako in the blue. Next to him is going to be Chris. He's one of our conk level players in the orange, the HRE. And round us out, we've got Market in the yellows, the English. Dude, Market is an English main. He basically got his cozy civ on a random. And then finally, Age of Anno as the Iabis, which is, I'm just going to bluntly say it. If you can knock out a feudal age, this is the sole worst civ in the entire game. This is going to be rough for them. Curious to see what they can do. Whose position do I like? Because I think something that's very important is like you're going to see certain civs and think, oh, okay, that's OP or that's OP. But something you have to be conscious of is also your initial rotations matter a lot. If you have a bad civ matchup, like let's say you're English next to 2 Malians, doesn't matter that like late in the game, English can do quite well, or like, you know, you're a very skilled player. You're still in a very hard position naturally because of the counter, right? So it's always something to be conscious of. From this type of position, I think this is like a little bit rough for the Iabids being right next to English. English versus Iabids can usually be quite good for Iabids, but it's because of the fast castle build, right? You can't fast castle here. You have to play prolonged feudal, and oh my god, that might be the way. This man's a genius, but oh no. Oh no! Come on! Wait, is this the only gold? Are you kidding me? Age of Anno is about to show us how the Iabids can actually work in only feudal age, and then this happens. This is painful, man. I actually feel really bad for him right now because this is the right idea. If they'd actually got into this and been able to afford the gold, remember, they would have been able to get their hands on some good units, namely the skirmishers. But now it's worthless. They're going to have to wrap south and wide for the gold, which is going to put them closer to Green's base. That is just absolutely brutal. So we might be saying farewell quite quickly to Age of Anno, I think it's fair to say. Especially if pressure starts to come in from north side, which it can very soon. Market is about to complete the council hall. I imagine we're going to be spamming out a few lombos immediately at the beginning of the age here. And that's awkward because Age of Anno is also gathering food on this side of the base. Oh, dude. So as I was saying, guys, Iabis, the most trash civ in feudal-only matches. Convince me otherwise. I was hoping this game was going to, but we're never going to see it now. I think the best thing you could do here if you are Age of Anno, the purple player, is to just build a few cav units and go to someone else's base. Because these matchups are now not going to work for you. But the Chinese are going to be too kind of campy, and then the English are always going to win that trade outright. Especially considering you now don't have gold, which means not only do you not have skirmishes, you don't even have blacksmith upgrades such as Undermesh against English. That's basically a death sentence. So far, not much has been killed. We're halfway through the timer to our first elimination. Chris has probably secured himself. I find like actually getting a scout kill is usually good enough in the first round. There's always someone slipping far behind. I wouldn't recommend relying on a Holy. You should always be looking for more. Oh, that's what we're going to see coming out from Market here. Market actually getting 2 eco kills. Gives him some padding here. And in fact, Purple still hasn't noticed. Oh no, dude, it's the pings on the Barbican. He finally pulls back, but that's costly. 3 villagers going down. Food access is now heavily limited. They've only got 6 sheep to work with. I think we found our first victim of this game mode here. Okay, I actually feel really bad for Chris, because Mongols are kind of dumb here. This Khan doesn't give any resources when it like dies, right? So it's worth no resources, which means you don't get any points for wasting time killing it. That, however, is much better. Nice move by Chris. He's going to chase down the Villies. A little bit of padding there. It's now up to 120. They're looking pretty safe. Looking at the most likely player to go out now, you know, Age of Anno aside, because there could be a weird dive, they might save themselves. I think that the potential issue with, like, you know, what Super Oxide are doing here is that you're naturally just going for that greedy build after the Barbican drop. 50 resources might not be enough padding here, especially with 4 minutes to go, and players now ramping up in their fuel timing. Limitane Lombos actually coming out from Juliebeck over here. North side, we've got double Keshik spam coming out from Gully, so really strong opening. Really great traders at this stage in the game. Especially considering, like, in a lot of cases, the players around you don't even have Spearmen out of Dark Age, if they even have Arax. Oh no, Hosin, wait. They might both be about to feed Gully. Spear's gonna have to back away. Hosin's been very slow about this, because if I'm not mistaken, yeah, the classic. He went double military school. So he didn't actually prioritize an active production building to get some troops out. This leaves you very weak. I find, like, Ottomans doing this on the first rotation is probably the worst thing you can do. It makes you most likely to just be chopped off the block at the beginning. And that's when you start to get desperate. You know, you might be able to kind of get enough kills to survive a round, but it's what are you going to sacrifice to do it? Hosin, yeah. Let's not give over freebies, buddy. To at least one of your close competitors. Age of Anno still hasn't touched a soul, by the way. Wait, does he even... he must know. There's no way he doesn't know about the way this game mode works, right? Everyone got read in on this by now. Like, we've hosted quite a few meat grinders at this stage. I'd hope everyone by now understands how the game mode works. Thinking about the way this game is already playing out, I really like Gully Deckel's position here. Juliebeck, she's, I'd say a very safe player when we've watched her play before, right? Like, the way she plays usually anyway. So she's not necessarily going to be too aggressive, which means Gully basically just has to resolve the Mongol on Mongol issue to the north. And right now, that is an issue he's winning, right? Like, actually, where the hell is Ajako's army? He's got 6 Keshiks, but they're not even here. Raid comes in. Gully pads himself a little. Nice little hit here. He's actually going to use the movement speed arrow to go even deeper. The Keshiks are going to finally be there to react, but damage already done. Ajako, can he at least get that kill? Okay, so that's going to secure him. It's now a race between Juliebeck and Chris. This is getting tight. Chris needs to dive in here, and he's not going to like it, right? Like, this is uncomfortable because you don't know. This is the thing. You might go, oh, KP, he doesn't need to do anything. Age of Anno's got 0 score. If you're in this player's position, remember, you do not have God Vision, so you don't know if Age of Anno is about to take a big fight or not. You can't risk 120 resources being the difference here. So there's going to be a dive in. More damage now being done to Ajako. Poor guy's getting bullied by 2 conks. The south side, Age of Anno actually has found something to kill. In fact, where are they finding those kills? Oh, they went in the base. Oh, damn! Oh, the horseman got in! Chris is now in trouble. This dive-in was super effective. He actually clashed with the Lombos with the horseman. Best case scenario for him. Very expensive. But Ajako, he's going to be the first one out. He's actually going to GG over instead of waiting out the minute, which means now Chris... Wait, are you Ajako? I think I'm going to have to rename you a Jerko for that one. Dude, he actually just killed Chris. Because Chris with that dive in was going to get enough points. Likely, anyway, to get enough points to survive. Now he has to run a dive south side and pray. And trading with the English underneath their TC is not easy for this army. Market stands his ground. Chris. He's going to be safe. Barely. Super Oxide now looks to make a move to the south side. He's chasing in. Hosin just needs to dodge the fight here, and it's an easy peasy. Hosin, it looks like he did actually get a little bit of raid damage into Julie's base. Maybe a little bit in the Super Oxide as well. Clash is now going to come on. Imam's dying is expensive there. He invested the points. Julie, Jaco. Julie, this is going to be her gone. Julie Bet goes out in 7th here. We're down 6. And no, there's no way to stop people from surrendering. Well, like, there is a way in settings, but it's not reliable. People can still Alt F4 or whatever. The thing that's being worked on right now, I believe Rasselbach mentioned to me before, like he's trying to figure it out, is making sure that a surrender resets this timer, making that an option, which would make a lot of sense. I think it should only... The problem, though, is like, if the reason I want it to be a toggleable is because there's an argument that actually, like, doing that removes a level of strategy. For example, we've watched a game where someone basically held someone on the edge of life so that they could eliminate another strong player. And that's like a strategic element that's quite cool about this mode. So I'd love to see it added as an option, but I'd love to see it added as an option, not as a default. Rotation now towards market space. Well, actually, it's more around the back towards Chris. Gully. Makes sense, right? He's just trying to cull the strong players near him. Chris is one of them. And you know, Gully, this is the good thing about playing into Keshiks in a feudal-only game, right? Like, you have advantage of mobility here. And if you think about the civs in this game, you basically have the best cavalry of everyone in the field. And it's very useful considering that the 2 players eliminated first are his neighbors, right? So he needed that mobility as well. Moon speed arrow coming in. That should secure him. Gully is going to get a bloody good fight here. A little bit too much blood being spilled for his liking, though. Spearmen scare him away. He needs more than this, though. Archers are going to arrive now, and that should be the freebies, because this is a mass melee army out of Chris. Not a single ranged unit in sight right now. They're getting eliminated a bit too quick. Village is now on the way as well. Needs to be careful about where he moves these. I think Chris is just going to feed the beast. He's going to stay alive, but he's not going to feel good for it. He's mostly going to feel battered and bruised. Hosin now needs to find a new target himself. Sipahi are going to look for some stuff. So far, they're only finding wildlife. That doesn't count as anything. Teal now rotating in. This is going to be big. Actually, look at the comp right now. Yellow lacks Spearman to hold against this many Sipahi. So Hosin, he needs to hit fast. He needs a few kills here. No, you can't even hesitate. Just go in. Here's something. Oh my god, Hosin, no. Not like this. Age of Anno is now going to be safe and secure. He's going to try to trade with him. Sipahi are going to move in. This is going to be tight. Hosin can't do it. I can't believe that as well. If he just committed into Yellow's base, it would have given him the best chance of surviving, but a little bit of panic set in when he saw those initial spears. Pivot south side and the one player he's competing with, and Age of Anno, can we just actually give him props, right? Like, he's survived now 2 elimination rounds. I cannot believe this. This guy looked dead on arrival. That Barbican drop at the beginning of the game almost guaranteed he was not going to have a game, but yet here he is, deeper in the rotation now. And he has a force to fight with, right? This many horsemen can do some damage. Needs to be careful about his target. You do not want to be going after Gully Decker when he's got mass Keshiks. Not until after he takes a fight, at least. Gully is looking for that fight in the rush. I just love how non-stop gung-ho this game mode makes you. It's like, okay, elimination. 3 minutes to the next elimination. Got to get that army moving. Keshiks in. Outpost being targeted. Archers are going to trade with the backside of this. Age of Anno actually came in. And we warned against this exact trade. He realizes it, backs away. Still feeding over, though. Age of Anno did get some kills. He actually killed most of the eco here on the backside. So Gully and Age of Anno looking like they'll very comfortably get to the next round. Chris right now has big problems. He needs to go, and he needs it fast. Minute and a half away from elimination. Market in the meantime. Mass Lombos and some spears. This is actually really good for him. This is a phenomenal fight. He's even got the attack speed aura. Lombos trade the backside of this, so all archers are gone. And against this many Lombos, these horsemen do nothing. Chris, desperately trading here, will be able to get enough to survive for the moment, but that is now dependent on Super Oxide not finding a fight whatsoever. Gully making his moves. Backstab attempt coming in from green. Age of Anno is still getting pressure. I love the fact that Gully has no reason to go this deep, but he does it anyway. He commits in. Oh my god. He is far, far away from home. Backstab coming through now. Chris, a mile behind. I think it's fair to say that the orange is going out next here. He doesn't really have much of an army to catch up with now. Age of Anno at the tail end, getting a fight. They'll at least keep him alive. Chiganu, going to be sacrificed though. Gully, it's not enough to survive a round, guys. He needs to send a message, and I think the message is clear here. Watch out, I'm out of control. Oh my god, it's just so much dead units to one player. So many rather dead units to one player. Flash north side. Chris. Now, if yellow just walks away, Chris is dead. Like, that's all he has to do here. He just has to walk away. You turn around, you're going to let him win. Or let him survive, rather. And then, yep. Oh, my God. Mid-swing on the one unit that would have given him a 20-point lead there. He gets eliminated. Green survives, but not much longer than this. Gully is now raiding into the farmlands. Super Oxide is running out of oxygen here quickly. He's being suffocated on this map. And guys, Gully has got more troops. They're on the way. There's quite a lot of them, actually. If these players want to survive, I genuinely think they need to pin him together. They need to work together right now. Like, someone has to just say, hey, Gully's kind of broken. Like, a player being eliminated needs to go, guys, you two should not be fighting. Gully needs to be fought. Instead, Market and Age of Anno continue to wage their war. Yeah, this is looking like a pretty cut and dry win for Gully right now. Little tip to people, it's something I think I've noticed more with like the lower rank players than when we have the full conk lobbies. Don't be afraid to use the text. Don't be afraid to talk with your opponents. Convince them of a storyline here, right? And the interesting thing about this mode compared to a standard free-for-all, it's much easier to convince someone of the storyline when you see scores like this. You can be like, Gully Deco is killing us all. And when I look up and see these scores, I'm going to be like, oh, okay, all right. Yeah, no, he was at the top last round as well. So the only reason like why Super Oxide's up there now is because Super Oxide is dying while he's being dove, right? Because that's the only reason that the Gully Deco will be at the top multiple rounds. But it doesn't look like that communication's come in. It poses quite the problem now. Because this lad is not running out of food. He's even going in for raid bounty improved. Gotta get more Keshik. Also even setting up a ram now. Market. He needs to force a fight. Needs to be a feeding frenzy as well. Age of Anno, double his score. Funnily enough, actually, if Age of Anno just walked away at first, he'd be fine here. Now, this is actually maybe going to give it over. Desert Raid is not a good idea up against Mass Lombos. Market trying to stay in this game by the skin of a teeth. Needs to move away from that outpost. Desert Raiders are a freebie, by the way. 180 resources, and that's it. That's exactly what he needed. Age of Anno now has to commit to a fight. He has no chance of winning. Market. All he needs to do is go home. Meanwhile, the dive into green space continues. Gully Deco is going to look to make this a quick 1-2 sweep at the end. And it's worked out quite nicely, right? Like, Iobids are one of the better spear civs. They're just removed. That threat is no longer going to be there. Desert Raider threat is not going to be there. He's gone. It's now you versus China and English. And all of you are confined to the feudal age, right? Like, Lombos are quite good, but compared to Mass Keshiks, Not really a premium unit matchup for the English. Now you're moving in. I love the fact that Gully's straight away like, okay, more blood. Barbican's going to go down. Now, this is the funny thing, guys. Burning landmarks for point saving doesn't work. You get nothing for it, right? But burning landmarks to try and go for a landmark snipe makes a lot of sense. Think about what's happening here, dude. This... If Market doesn't move out of his base right now, this is over. Because the issue that Market's about to have is that this is a landmarks race. Like, he's just going to take out all of Green's landmarks. And although Gully's trading poorly here, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that Hosen is getting nothing. He needs to go. Dude, this is so big brain. I love this game mode so much. Last of the defense force for Super Oxide are going to get cleared up. We are now 2 minutes away from an elimination, and that's more than enough time to take out the remaining landmarks. Gully just needs to target them. At the tail end of it, he now actually has more kill value in this fight. TC is going to be gone. Imperial Academy is right here on the same screen. There's no way he's going to miss that. And Hosen now rushing to try and save his own life. Remember what rushing means here, folks. It means no attack speed aura for the English. It's going to make this fight all that much harder. A fight that is already incredibly difficult. He's about to run into 37 Keshik with only 13 spears. Oh, God. Now, this is funny because Gully had this done to him before. Well, not to him, to his neighbor that he needed to kill, where it was held hostage, baited, made to look like the person was still alive, and then you tap them out at the last second to guarantee 2 eliminations. That's exactly what Gully's aiming for here. Instead, he baits the fight. Market has to come out to play, but this is going to be an ugly one. Villagers even joining in. It's all in from Gully. But there's no doubt in my mind that he does not face elimination here. He's a mile ahead. Another landmark snipe. This is it. Green's going to be removed. Market is never catching up to this score. What a swift end to the game coming out from Gully to eliminate both in the final 30 seconds. I'm loving this game mode, man. We're going to be doing so much more of this in the future. I just need more maps is what I need now. This is so much fun. I actually want to try to find a way to run tournaments on this. Let me know what you all think of this, by the way. Let me know if you want to be involved in these game modes. If you do, make sure you are actually watching these streams live when they're happening. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays to be in with a chance of joining in. To be in with a chance of eliminating Gully Deckle before the first 10 minutes, which I find is usually the best way to get rid of this pesky bugger. Well played, Mr. Dockel. Oh, all right, Gully Deckle will be our final victory of the day. I'm going to get ready to raid someone. I'm going to round out the stream now. I should be back tomorrow. Hopefully, we will have some interesting matchups we can watch with a few players. It's one of those like weird ones where I really wish we could just do like more commie games more regularly, but we need to scale up to like I think 200 plus people before that's doable at early points of the day. But that was definitely a lot of fun. So just a reminder, schedule this week, Monday, Tuesday, and I'm weighing up either taking first or Friday off. I'll figure that out tomorrow. I will definitely be streaming tomorrow. It's just because I'm going to be working all weekend. I need to try and take some breathing space, so I might have one the two either Thursday or Friday off this week. I'll figure that out. But you know, I'm leaning towards maybe taking Friday off, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. But yeah, let me find someone to raid now. Let's see who we got online. I think. Well, we got raided by the girls, so now we keep the girl raid going. I don't know what way to put it. Like, anyway, we're gonna send the raid over to Jess. Jess is streaming. Looks like she's been online for an hour, so I imagine she's got a few hours ahead of her. Go have some fun with her. I will be back tomorrow. Midday is when I get my stream up. Midday UK time. So make sure you're here. Make sure you're following. Make sure you got notifications on. I notice a lot of people keep coming in. They're like, "Oh, I didn't know there was a stream up." That's what notifications are there for. That will help you out with it. And also, ! Discord. Use my Discord because I always announce when I'm going live there, whether it's on this channel or another one. So we're going to get ready to raid through to Jess. Make sure you've got all of your pigeon emotes ready. You got to spam K Big Hypes and then tell her to run ads. That's what we do. We've got to get streamers to get that bag, all right? It's actually very important. But thank you to everyone watching, both on YouTube, on Twitch, and anywhere else that you might see this. And hopefully, I'll see you.